Firstly, let's talk about some background information. To sum it up, artificial intelligence has been growing in popularity.
A few months ago,
Assalamu alaikum. I'm a student of class 11.
Hello everyone, my name is Aaria Rahman and I'm a class 12 student from Sunnydale, Bangladesh, and this video pitch is submitted to IARCO 2025. Cancer. It's a word that instantly catches our attention because it's something that affects nearly every family, every community. When we talk about cancer, we're talking about a disease of numbers and mistakes. Every second, our cells copy their DNA, and every time a few letters go wrong. Over a lifetime, those tiny errors can add up, and sometimes one single mutation can trigger uncontrolled cell growth. So logically, the bigger the animal and the longer it lives, the more chances there should be for cancer to appear. But in nature, that's not what we see. In fact, animals like elephants, whales, or other giants hardly get cancer at all. This contradiction, where cancer risk doesn't scale with body size or lifespan, is called Peto's paradox. And that is where my research begins. Peto's paradox challenges one of biology's simplest predictions. If a human has 1 trillion cells and an elephant has 100 times more, then the elephant should have 100 times more the cancer risk. However, elephants rarely develop cancer. This means evolution has already solved a problem modern medicine still struggles with. If we can uncover how, we might uncover the principles that apply across species, and even to human health. Scientists first thought that the secret was in one special gene, TP53, known as the guardian of the genome. Elephants have about 20 copies of it, compared to just 1 in humans. It made sense, more copies, more protection. But newer studies suggest that not all the copies are active, and other cancer-resistant species, like whales or naked mole rats, do not have TP53 expansions at all. Instead, they rely on different mechanisms, from unique DNA repair pathways to extracellular molecules that limit overgrowth. So clearly, there's no one single magic gene. That's why my project looks at gene networks instead, how groups of genes interact to form systems that work even when individual parts fail. I propose that cancer resistance isn't determined by single genes, but by network robustness. That is, how strongly genes are connected, how many alternative pathways exist, and how well the system tolerates failure. My research question is, do large, long-lived mammals achieve cancer resistance through robust, redundant gene networks rather than single gene adaptations like TP53 expansion? To test my hypothesis, I'll be conducting a comparative computational study across 15 to 20 mammalian species, spanning wide extremes of body size and lifespan, from mice and bats to elephants and whales. I'll start by collecting multi-layered biological data, genomic and orthology data from Ensemble Compara and NCBI, gene expression data from BG and SRA, and protein-protein interaction data from String and BioGrid. For each species, I'll reconstruct cancer-related subnetworks focusing on 3 functional systems: DNA repair, apoptosis, and immune surveillance. These networks will reveal how genes communicate to maintain cellular stability. To quantify network robustness, I'll compute 3 main metrics: redundancy, how many alternative paths connect essential genes; connectivity, the average number of direct links per gene; fault tolerance, how well the network resists random or targeted damage. This will be tested through node removal simulations, measuring how quickly the network fragments. Together, these steps measure how much structural backup each species' genome has against mutations, a systems-level version of cancer resistance. Once I have these metrics, I'll compare them with each species' life history trace, primarily maximum lifespan, adult body mass, and TP53 copy number. To control for shared ancestry, I'll use phylogenetic generalized least squares, which statistically removes the bias of evolutionary relatedness. If my hypothesis is correct, I expect to see large long-lived mammals have higher redundancy and connectivity, meaning their networks contain multiple fail-safe routes, greater fault tolerance, shown by slower network degradation when nodes are removed, and that these network properties predict cancer resistance more strongly than TP53 copy number alone. Additionally, I anticipate identifying hub genes, highly connected and highly expressed genes that sit at the center of these networks. These could serve as stabilizers, maintaining control even when peripheral genes fail. Mapping these hubs across species might reveal evolutionary patterns of resilience, conserved design principles nature uses to prevent cancer. Like all comparative studies, there are challenges. Cancer incidence data across species can be inconsistent, and most interaction databases are biased towards human research. To reduce bias, I'll compare multiple databases, test sensitivity across datasets, and report uncertainties transparently. And because my research only uses publicly available data, no animal or human subjects are involved, making it both ethical and reproducible. If proven, this research reframes Peto's paradox as a systems problem, not a genetic one. Evolution didn't beat cancer by adding new genes, but by organizing the old ones into resilient, fault-tolerant networks. This idea could shape new directions in comparative oncology and evolutionary medicine, where we strengthen entire pathways instead of targeting single mutations. By learning how nature built resilience, we could one day do the same in human biology. The secret to cancer resistance does not lie in one powerful gene, but in the strength of the entire genetic network. It's about finding resilience, not in perfection, but in connection. The idea that systems survive because their parts protect each other. With that, thank you for listening, and thank you to IARCO 2025 for giving me the opportunity to share my work.
Before you is a wind tunnel, which is used to measure aerodynamic forces around a particular test subject. The wind tunnel is constructed through MDF woodboard, which features a smooth surface, hence there is less formation of eddies. On the right hand side of your screen is the plenum through which the air enters. It is propelled through by a fan which pushes the air through this two-stage mesh to reduce the vorticity of the air. And then in the test section, as we move downstream, we have a load cell, a servo, and an airfoil connected together rigidly. These transfer the data to this data logger on the left hand side of your screen. And on further downstream, we have a diffuser which expands the air into the atmosphere. Now we can vary the angle of the servo. So right now it is at 0 degrees relative to the wind velocity, and then any value can be entered. So right now it's at 10 degrees, and then furthermore all the way up to 60 degrees. Now we can switch on the load cell, through which we note the change in mass, and then that change in mass can be converted to a force, through which we can deduce how much force is being exerted. And then as we switch the fan on and vary the angle of attack, we can notice the change in readings displayed by this device.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Adira Rahman, and today we will be discussing about depression across different age groups, a comparative study of adolescents and young adults in the United States. What is depression? It is a mood disorder that causes a constant feeling of sadness and loss of interest. It is also known as major depressive disorder or clinical depression. It affects how you feel, think, and behave, and can lead to a variety of emotional and physical problems. It happens because of a complex combination of genetic factors, brain changes, brain chemistry, and life experiences. Research question and objective. Do the prevalence rates of depressive symptoms differ significantly between adolescents and young adults? This research tells us how the rates of depression differ according to their age groups. What we will include in our research: dataset, sampling, data analysis and collection, and the expected outcomes. Dataset: how data is collected. Data will be collected using a structured questionnaire distributed on both an offline and online basis to assist participants from diverse linguistics and regional backgrounds within the United States. The questions will include sections on age groups, key contributors that cause the depressive symptoms, and an explanation for these symptoms in various textual scenarios. One-to-one interviews will be conducted to collect more insightful data on the various key contributions that cause the depressive symptoms for adolescents and young adults. Sampling: different age groups and regional cultures. An efficient sampling approach will be utilized to ensure representation across different regional cultures and age groups. The target is to collect responses from at least 100 participants, 50 of the participants being adolescents and the other 50 of the participants being young adults. Moreover, 10 interviews will be conducted to understand the variability more deeply. Data analysis. For quantitative analysis, statistical analysis will be conducted using softwares like SPSS. For example, in this comparative study of depression across age groups, SPSS can be used to perform descriptive statistics and comparative tests. For qualitative analysis, employing methods like interviews and focus groups to gather detailed first person accounts of depressive experiences in adolescents versus young adults, and then analyzing the data using thematic analysis or framework analysis to identify common and distinct patterns in their symptoms, coping mechanisms, and perceptions of help seeking behaviors. Solution. These findings may help the country figure out what they need to provide to people in order for them to have a stable mental mindset. The country can promote mental well being and prevent mental distress, educate and inform about mental health and public health, and strengthen mental health systems and support providers. Ethical considerations: things we need to consider before conducting the research. All responses that are received will remain anonymous. Participant privacy and data security must be prioritized. Expected outcomes. This study aims to uncover the different key contributors that cause a difference in prevalence of depressive symptoms between adolescents and young adults in the United States. It is expected that the result will highlight the differences of prevalence in depressive symptoms between adolescents and young adults, which reflects the socio-cultural aspects of the country. I hope that the United States can help their citizens maintain a healthy mental well-being. Thank you.
Every year, Bangladesh faces the same quiet catastrophe: rivers rising, fields disappearing, and families losing far more than property. They lose opportunity. Floodwaters pull down water lines, cover solar panels with silt, and push entire communities into darkness. Solar energy is already a part of Bangladesh's story. Roughly 14% of households use solar in some form, but much of that infrastructure sits on land. In a densely populated country with seasonal flooding, land is contested. When panels are submerged or coated in debris, efficiency drops and maintenance costs skyrocket. Building more land-based farms in flood zones is not sustainable. We need a design that accepts water as a constant and adapts to it. Hi, I'm Adra Ahmed, and my research assesses the importance of implementing floating solar farms as a climate-resilient solution for flood-prone Bangladesh. Floating solar farms, also known as floating photovoltaic systems, are built directly on water bodies, reservoirs, lakes, and even flooded lands. For Bangladesh, as one of the most densely populated countries, we attempt to fully utilize the scarce land it lies on. FPVs prevent water evaporation, operate more efficiently thanks to the natural cooling effect of water, and eliminate the need for land. Studies have shown they can produce the same energy as land panels using only 1.2% of the space. They can turn idle, flood-prone waters into productive, sustainable assets. To test FPVCs against land systems, I designed a two-part study: quantitative land comparisons and qualitative interviews. Selecting 10 floating and 10 land-based solar sites across Bangladesh with similar climate and grid access, you would record energy yields per square meter, daily temperature effects, water use impacts like evaporation, and CO2 savings computed from avoided fossil generation from each site. Quantitatively, we use t-tests and ANOVA to test the differences, and regression to analyze which factors: water depth, panel tilt, maintenance frequency, drive performance. Concurrently conducting in-depth interviews with 10 project managers and engineers, 15 affected community members, 5 policymakers at SREDA and the Power Division, plus focus groups with fish farmers and local leaders. The aim is to pair cold matrices with live realities. All research activities will strictly follow internationally accepted ethical guidelines for environmental and social research. Informed consent will be secured from every participant before interviews or focus group discussions. Each individual will be fully briefed on the study's purpose, their role, and their right to withdraw at any time without consequence. Confidentiality and anonymity will be maintained for all participants, project sites, and organizations involved. Any sensitive data or company information will be securely coded and handled under non-disclosure agreements when required. Furthermore, steps will be taken to ensure that no harm comes to communities living near the solar project sites. All collected data will be encrypted, stored securely, and destroyed after the required retention period. The research will comply fully with institutional policies and data protection laws. This research isn't just about technology. It's about redefining how we coexist with our environment. As Bangladesh moves towards its renewable energy goals and high-income future by 2041, floating solar could be our bridge between sustainability and survival. In Bangladesh, water is both our greatest gift and our greatest fear. It nourishes our land, yet it drowns it too. But what if the very waters that challenge us could also power us? Floating solar farms turn that question into a possibility, transforming floodplains from symbols of loss into sources of light. This research matters because it dares to imagine resilience not as resistance but as adaptation, where technology learns from nature instead of fighting it. Every panel that floats on water represents more than energy. It represents hope for communities who refuse to sink under the weight of climate change. By merging engineering innovation with environmental empathy, this study aims to create a blueprint for climate-resilient energy. Our challenges may rise with the water, but so can our solutions.
In Bangladesh, breast cancer treatment faces a critical failure point. The devastating side effects of conventional chemotherapy force patients to abandon life-saving treatment. My proposal presents a targeted solution to this crisis using nanoparticle technology to make cancer both effective and tolerable. The problem is escalating. As you can see, breast cancer rates are climbing steadily, making it the most common cancer among Bangladeshi women. The incidences of breast cancer females in 2024 was at 18%. Similarly, from 2022 to 2025, the number of cases is expected to rise by 1,700. But the real crisis isn't just the diagnosis, it's the treatment itself. The standard of care conventional chemotherapy is brutally non-selective. While it attacks cancer cells, it ravages the entire body. This leads to debilitating side effects, hair loss, nausea, and life-threatening heart damage. In a resource-stretched system like Bangladesh's, these toxicities often force patients to abandon treatment, drastically reducing their chance of survival. To address this gap, my research is guided by a central question. How can nanoparticle drug delivery systems enhance therapeutic efficacy while minimizing treatment-induced toxicity for Bangladeshi women? I hypothesized that specifically liposomal doxorubicin, known as Doxil, will offer a more targeted strategy, maximizing patient compliance and survival by suppressing the debilitating side effects of conventional drugs. So, what's the alternative? We stop flooding the body and start using guided missiles. Nanoparticle drug delivery systems like liposomal doxorubicin or Doxil are engineered to exploit the leaky blood vessels of tumors. They accumulate precisely where the disease is, delivering a potent dose of chemotherapy directly to the cancer while sparing healthy tissues. Clinical evidence demonstrates that nanoformulated drugs like Doxil retain the powerful cancer-killing efficacy of traditional chemo while dramatically reducing its most dangerous effects, particularly irreversible heart damage. This improved safety profile is the key that unlocks better outcomes. Let's look at the evidence. This comparison between conventional doxorubicin and its nanoformulation Doxil clearly illustrates the paradigm shift. While both are effective, Doxil's targeted delivery via the EPR effect drastically reduces the risk of cumulative irreversible heart damage. This directly translates into a milder side effect profile, which is the key factor that can unlock higher treatment adherence in a challenging healthcare environment. For this research, the methodology used will be qualitative. It will be carried out in 3 phases. This study will employ a rigorous systematic literature review methodology. Over a 6-week period, I will gather and analyze peer-reviewed articles and clinical trials from 2014 to 2024, sourced from databases like PubMed and Google Scholar. Using targeted keywords, I will identify studies that directly compare conventional chemotherapy with nanoformulated drugs. The data on efficacy, like tumor response rates and toxicity, such as cardiotoxicity and nausea, will be extracted and synthesized into comparative tables for critical analysis. This will become a comprehensive paper with practical recommendations for improving breast cancer care in Bangladesh. Translating this promise into practice means tackling 2 major hurdles. While the high cost and cold storage are solvable, the most impactful solution is local generic production, leveraging Bangladesh's strong pharmaceutical industry. Government subsidies are also a viable pathway, justified by long-term savings from reduced treatment abandonment and fewer side effects to manage. A phased rollout in major cities makes this initial investment manageable, creating a practical and sustainable model for nationwide access. From targeted delivery to saving lives, introducing nanomedicine for cancer treatment in Bangladesh will translate into a tangible impact. By reducing the side effects that cause treatment abandonment, we can directly increase treatment completion rates. This simple chain reaction from tolerable therapy to completed treatment is what will ultimately save lives and preserve the quality of life for women across the country. This research is not merely about a new drug. It's about a fundamental upgrade to our standards of care. It's a commitment to fighting cancer with a therapy that preserves a patient's strength for the battles ahead. A pivotal shift towards a treatment that fights the cancer while protecting the fighter's spirit. Introducing nanomedicine will turn treatment from a battle of survival into a journey of strength, delivering not just medicine, but hope and quality of life among all these strong women out there. Thank you.
Hey, it's Sahona. Today I will be presenting my research proposal on AI-assisted liquid biopsy in early cancer detection for International Academic Research Competition. This project is deeply personal to me. My brother, whose cancer went undetected for a long time, passed away, whereas a girl in the same ward survived because hers was found early on. This made me realize how much of a difference early detection can make. This study proposes integrating AI in liquid biopsy to enhance its accuracy, bringing us one step closer to detecting cancer before it's too late. Cancer is a leading cause of death, killing nearly 10 million people in 2022 alone. Still, most diagnostics remain invasive, detecting it only at advanced stages. Why is cancer often detected too late? Most cancers have vague early symptoms like bloating, back pain, or even ear disturbances. They seem harmless, so people don't think much of them. By the time doctors realize it's already spread. You can see here how much survival rates drop when detection happens late. That's what makes early accurate diagnosis so important. What's wrong with traditional biopsies? They are invasive, costly, and unsuitable for repeated testing. Because of that, doctors usually wait until symptoms worsen before recommending it, and that delay can make all the difference. But what if detecting cancer was as simple as a slightly costlier blood test? That's where liquid biopsy comes in. Instead of taking tissue, it uses a blood sample to detect bits of tumor DNA. It lets doctors track progression and treatment responses. Most importantly, it enables early detection, improving treatment effectiveness and potentially serving as a universal screening test. Even though it's promising, it still has major obstacles to overcome. It can sometimes give false results. Plus, in early stage cancers, the biomarkers are present in such tiny amounts that manually detecting them is really difficult. That's why my research focuses on using AI to make it more accurate, reliable, and scalable. Unlike earlier studies that use high tumor DNA levels or single datasets, this study simulates low level signals across multiple omics datasets to make it closer to real world conditions. I'll test different AI models to see which ones perform best, not just in accuracy, but also in how understandable and reliable the results are. The idea is to bring us one step closer to using AI powered liquid biopsy as a universal cancer screening method. This study explores four key questions. Can AI distinguish cancer from normal samples accurately? Which biomarkers perform best? How sensitive is AI when signals are faint? And what challenges arise when scaling to population level screening? It uses a mixed method approach combining quantitative in silico experiments with qualitative analysis of AI models' predictions. The quantitative phase is fully computational, no patients involved. I'll use publicly available multi-omics datasets. These include tumor and normal samples with gene expression, microRNA, and DNA methylation data. Data will be cleaned and normalized for consistency. Then it's split into training, validation, and test sets to avoid data leakage. This setup allows testing both individual omics and combined multi-omics data to see which provides better insights. For the qualitative side, I'll simulate liquid biopsy scenarios by diluting tumor signals within normal samples at levels 1% to 0.1%. This mimics real early stage conditions. The goal is to see whether the models can still pick up those subtle patterns. Then I'll use interpretive tools like logistic regression coefficients, feature importance, and SHAP values to understand which biomarkers influence predictions most. For analysis, logistic regression will serve as a baseline. It's simple, interpretable, and helps link features directly to cancer status. Then I'll use random forests and gradient boosting models to find complex nonlinear relationships in the data. These advanced models are especially good at catching tiny signals in diluted samples. I'll measure performance using metrics like AUROC, AUPRC, sensitivity, specificity, and accuracy. And I'll also check calibration to see how reliable the predictions are. A few practical points guided this project. Real-world application needs larger and more diverse samples to make sure results generalize across populations. Economic feasibility and low cancer prevalence means we must prioritize high specificity to avoid unnecessary costs and anxiety.
Every small improvement in detection is a chance to save a life. By combining AI with liquid biopsy, we can make diagnosis faster, smarter, and more reliable. This research is a step toward giving patients and families a better chance at survival. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Angelin, and this is my video pitch submitted to International Academic Research Competition for 2025. Plastic waste makes up 10% of global trash every year. Indonesia is the second largest plastic polluter next to China, generating millions of tons annually. Yet, despite cleanup efforts, the real challenge lies not just in collecting plastic, but in breaking it down. Plastics like polyethylene, polypropylene, polystyrene, and polyvinyl chloride are extremely resistant to degradation because of their strong carbon bonds. This means they can persist in the environment for hundreds of years, and that is where microbiology might hold the key to solving plastic pollution. Indonesia faces problems on waste management due to inadequate infrastructure, economic barriers, and public participation. Rural areas lack proper waste collection and processing, leading to pollution in oceans and rivers, lack of public awareness and community engagement resulting poor waste separation and open dumping or burning. Economic barriers limit formal recycling industries, leaving most informal recycling activities underfunded and causing unstable markets for recycled materials. These factors hinder sustainable circular economy models, an economic system designed to eliminate waste and pollution by keeping products and materials in use for as long as possible. But we have discovered several microbes commonly found in Indonesian soil capable of breaking plastic down. The solution to plastic pollution in Indonesia may lie in Bacillus and Pseudomonas, both having shown potential in plastic degradation in previous research. It's revolutionary, as we might finally find a way to degrade plastic more efficiently. But most Indonesian studies on plastic degradation only use one or two types of plastic. LDPE used for plastic bags, shrink wrap, and squeeze bottles due to its softness and high flexibility, and HDPE, more rigid and durable, perfect for plastic lumber, toys, pipes, and sturdy containers. This research aims to investigate other types of plastic such as PVC, PS, and PP, often used for medical packaging, construction, food, automotive parts, and more. And in this research, to reduce the amount of plastic pollution, we'll test the effectiveness of Bacillus and Pseudomonas in different soils and plastics. Being common in soil globally, these two are very well studied. With this knowledge, we may be able to learn how to increase the effectiveness of the bacteria. So for this research, we'd like to answer the question if there is a significant difference in the plastic degrading ability of bacterial isolates from different types of plastic and soil environments. To answer this, we'll begin with soil sampling from sites known for heavy plastic contamination, such as landfills, roadsides, and riverbanks. Samples will be kept cool and processed within 48 hours to preserve microbial integrity. Next, we'll perform enrichment cultures, where the soil is incubated in a carbon-free medium containing only plastic strips as the carbon source. This encourages the growth of microbes capable of using plastic as food. From there, we'll isolate pure cultures using serial dilution and plating methods on minimal agar with plastic particles. Promising colonies will be purified, identified, and stored. To measure degradation, we'll use quantitative assays, gravimetric analysis to measure plastic mass loss over time, FTIR and SAM to observe molecular and surface changes, and potentially carbon dioxide evolution assays to confirm true biodegradation rather than surface erosion. Finally, molecular identification using 16S rRNA sequencing will confirm bacterial taxonomy. All data, including isolate IDs, plastic types, and degradation percentage, analyzed to determine which bacteria-plastic soil combinations yield the highest degradation rates. A significant roadblock is that plastic degrades really slowly and in a limited amount of time. Measurable weight loss is small and hard to detect. However, we can address this by doing a CO2 evolution assay. Non-target microbes may also contaminate our isolates, producing false positives. To target this issue, we can confirm the identity of the microbes through molecular identification. Once again, we aim to find differences of bacteria isolates to degrade plastic in different soils. We hope to share our findings with the public, raising awareness of plastic pollution. Planning for future research, we would like to perform genetic analysis to identify plastic degrading genes taken from preserved promising strains, ensuring scientific and community impact. So by integrating microbiology and environmental science, this project doesn't just study degradation, it opens the door to sustainable waste management through biology. Our findings will contribute to developing microbial consortia or bio-based treatments for plastic waste, turning Indonesia's environmental challenge into an opportunity for innovation. Together, we can reimagine waste, not as pollution, but as a resource waiting to be transformed. That is it for this video. Thank you for watching.
Hello, this is being submitted for IARCO 2025 video page. What happens when a paradise becomes too popular for its own good? Cox's Bazar, the world's longest sea beach, witnesses nearly 3 million visitors walk its shores every year. A place where hills meet the sea, where cultures blend in beauty and belonging. But behind the charm lies a growing concern. Crystal waters clouded by plastic waste, fragile ecosystems destroyed by unchecked growth. An ecosystem collapsing under the weight of its own success. Tourism in Cox's Bazar plays a key role in boosting the local economy, creating jobs, and supporting livelihood. Rapid and unregulated tourism has caused environmental degradation such as harm to marine life, plastic pollution, and much more. This region faces a dual risk of losing its appeal to tourists, as well as losing its natural scenic beauty. Alternatives such as green financing and ecosystem monitoring have been proposed. However, this has still remained ineffective, raising the question of why policies continue to fail. Question: why has there been a failure in ensuring a balance between the economic growth of Cox's Bazar and coastal ecosystem protection despite existing policies, and how can the use of technology and community participation elevate sustainable tourism outcomes? This research investigates both the reasons behind the failure of the policies and how technology involvement and community engagement can promote sustainable tourism. This study uses a mixed methods approach to explore why sustainability efforts in Cox's Bazar have failed, and how community-led technology solutions could help. The qualitative phase uses semi-structured interviews with local officials to understand challenges in policy implementation and where attention or improvement is required. Focus group discussions with residents will explore their awareness and barriers to following regulations, which might include lack of resources, economic pressures, or social and cultural practices. The quantitative phase involves a structured survey using stratified random sampling, ensuring participation from different socio-economic groups. Using numeric rating scales, it will assess willingness to adopt technology-based solutions and participate in community-led interventions. This mixed method approach helps explore both why sustainability policies in Cox's Bazar have failed and how technology and community action can improve them. The interviews and focus group discussions provide insight of the actual challenges, which could be weak enforcement, limited resources, and social barriers. The collected data on the willingness to use technology and community-led projects will indicate the potential success of such interventions. By combining these methods, the study connects policy gaps and people's readiness for change to suggest practical ways for such sustainable tourism. The qualitative data will be analyzed using thematic analysis to find common patterns in policy enforcement issues. For the quantitative data, mean, median, standard deviation, and correlation analysis will be used to provide a clear picture of effectiveness and readiness for participation. The study will follow a 4-month timeline. In month 1, survey and interview tools will be developed and approvals obtained. In month 2, involves collecting qualitative data through interviews and focus group discussions. In month 3, structured surveys will be conducted. Month 4 focuses on data analysis and report writing. Strict ethical standards will be followed throughout the survey. This includes obtaining consent, providing the right to withdraw, and have clear understanding for study aims. Collected data will also remain anonymous.
Cox's Bazar reminds us that beauty and progress must work together. This research explores how thoughtful policies, innovative solutions, and technology involvement can turn challenges into lasting opportunities. The choices we make today now will determine whether this paradise endures or whether it becomes a memory of what we once had.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Anisha Aswin Chaudhary. I'm a student of class 11 from Cantonment Public College, Chattogram, Bangladesh. Today I'm really excited to share about my research proposal for International Academic Research Competition 2025. The title of my research proposal is Microbial Carbon Sequestration, which is basically to use nature to capture carbon. All know that climate change is one of the biggest challenges our world faces today. Every single day, billions of tons of carbon dioxide are released into the atmosphere, trapping heat, warming the planet, and disrupting our natural balances, which are primarily caused by human activities such as burning of fossil fuel, deforestation, and industrial processes. Despite global efforts to cut emissions, carbon dioxide levels continue to rise. Traditional carbon capture methods are often expensive and require large-scale technology, which can be really difficult for developing countries to use. That made me wonder, what if the solution already exists in nature? Then I discovered that microorganisms, the tiny living cells in soil, naturally absorb and store carbon through their biological processes. This process is called microbial carbon sequestration. These microbes can capture carbon dioxide and convert it into stable compounds that remain locked in the soil for years. I found it fascinating that something so small could play such a powerful role in fighting climate change. The problem I want to address is the imbalance between carbon emission and carbon absorption. Human activities release far more carbon than nature can handle. My goal is to explore whether enhancing microbial activity in soil can help close that gap, allowing natural systems to keep up with human emissions. My research questions are: number 1. In what ways do soil microbes can turn atmospheric carbon dioxide into stable forms of carbon? Number 2. Which microbial species are most effective for soil carbon storage? Number 3. What soil conditions increase microbial carbon fixation? Number 4. How can farming or land restoration practices support microbial sequestration? To explore this, I have designed a simple and structured methodology. Step 1. Review existing scientific literature to understand known microbial sequestration mechanism. Step 2. Collect soil samples from different environments like farmlands, wetlands, and forests to compare microbial diversity. Step 3. Isolate and culture specific bacterial and fungal species in the lab. Step 4. Conduct controlled experiments to measure how much carbon each microbe can trap or stabilize. Step 5. Analyze and compare the results to identify which species and conditions are most effective. These processes will help me evaluate whether microbial carbon capture can be scaled up for real environmental impact. The expected outcomes are: number 1. Identify efficient microbial species for carbon storage. Number 2. Determine ideal soil and environmental conditions for maximum sequestration. Number 3. Provide recommendations for sustainable agriculture, land restoration, and carbon farming. Number 4. Turning science into real-world climate action. The expected Why does this matter? Because climate change isn't just a scientific issue, it's a human one. Microbial carbon sequestration offers a natural, affordable, and eco-friendly solution, especially for developing countries that lack access to high-tech carbon capture systems. It connects biology with sustainability, showing how nature itself can become our greatest ally in restoring balance to the planet. Through this proposal, I want to inspire others to look at nature not only as something to protect, but also as a partner in protecting us. If we can understand how microbes, those tiny little cells, can capture and store carbon, we can create cleaner air, healthier soil, and a greener future. Thank you so much for listening. Once again, I'm Anisha Chaudhary from Cantonment Public College, Chattogram, Bangladesh, submitting my research proposal for International Academic Research Competition 2025. I'm truly grateful for this opportunity and excited to continue exploring how even the smallest organisms can help solve one of our planet's biggest challenges. Assalamu alaikum.
Imagine waiting for years for a brain-computer interface that could restore movement, only to have it fail because it trains too fast or activates the wrong nerves, causing pain instead of relief. Hello everyone, I'm Anubhav Mohapatra, a junior at Prosper High School, and I truly believe we can fix this problem by answering just one overlooked question. 15.4 million people have paralysis. The BCI market is growing to $6.2 billion by 2030. Yet, today, devices underperform because of one unanswered question. How should electrode contacts be spaced? Right now, there are simply no guidelines. Engineers guess, and when wrong, devices drain batteries faster and can't target the right nerve fibers precisely. Imagine this. Imagine trying to move your hand but accidentally triggering your diaphragm. That's a real design failure from poor spacing optimization. This is a critical geometry problem nobody has systematically solved. My research fills that gap. Researchers have optimized materials and algorithms, but inter-electrode spacing, easily modifiable and cost-neutral, remains unmapped. My hypothesis? Optimal spacing exists somewhere around 0.5 to 1 millimeters, balancing low current needs with precise selectivity. This study will prove it with data. My research has three key aims: quantify how spacing affects stimulation thresholds, evaluate its impact on selectivity, and produce design heuristics engineers today can use immediately. On a similar line, my research has three major questions. Number 1, how does spacing influence threshold current? Number 2, how does it affect selectivity? And finally, which configurations optimize the trade-off for practical current BCI devices? The methodology that I'll be using for my research will be finite element modeling in COMSOL to build a virtual vagus nerve model with realistic tissue properties. I vary spacing from 0.5 to 4 millimeters and measure threshold current, activation volume, and selectivity index, three of the key variables for my research. What makes this more rigorous is the Monte Carlo simulations, 10 iterations per condition, randomly varying biological parameters to generate confidence intervals. This tests whether findings hold when biology gets really messy, like stress testing a bridge under real-world conditions. So here's the nerve at different spacings, 1.2, 2.4, and 3.6 millimeters. Notice here how field distribution changes dramatically. My simulations quantify these trade-offs with statistical precision, moving from guesswork to actual design rules. So what is the deliverable, you ask? The deliverable here are the reproducible datasets and spacing recommendations with confidence intervals that engineers today can implement tomorrow. All code will be open source, so labs all across the world can validate and build on this foundation, accelerating development for the millions of people who need these devices. My solution will be optimal spacing that predicts around 0.5 to 1 millimeters and overall reduces simulation thresholds while maintaining average selectivity. The solution and sampling plan will be distributed in 4 key stages, ranging from designing, testing, sampling, and eventually final distributions. So, what is my future vision for this research? I believe that currently we are at a key inflection point. 15.4 million people need brain-computer interfaces that work reliably. This research provides design guidance to reduce failures and improve outcomes for people all across the globe. So, let's stop guessing and begin optimizing. Thank you very much.
My name is Aoi Mase and I will be submitting to the International Academic Research Competition. Imagine being a foreigner in a country where hostility towards immigrants is quietly growing. This is what's happening in Japan, as in the 2025 upper house election, the Liberal Democratic Party lost its majority for the first time in 70 years, while the right-wing populist Sanseito rose with the slogan, Japanese First. Their message has fueled xenophobic sentiment among citizens who are often poorly informed about politics and rights. So this leads us to the topic of my research proposal, the rise of anti-immigration rhetoric in Japan. So what is anti-immigration rhetoric? It is language and messaging, often from politicians, commenters, or social media campaigns that frame foreign residents or migrants as threats to Japanese society. They often directly or indirectly prompt exclusionary attitudes and hate crimes against foreigners. However, only around 3% of Japanese residents are foreign-born. It is 5 times lower than the US or the UK, yet fear-based narratives persist. Moreover, despite claims that immigrants drain resources, only 3.36% of foreign households receive welfare, while 96% of recipients are Japanese citizens. So this leads to our essential question: why is anti-immigration rhetoric rising in a nation with so few immigrants? And I want to explore whether lack of civic literacy is the root cause behind the rise of anti-immigration rhetoric. And this research aims to build a quantifiable relationship between the rise of anti-foreigner rhetoric in Japan and the breadth of civic literacy in Japanese education curricula. And this creates our question 0. Why does low civic literacy make societies more vulnerable to anti-foreigner rhetoric? And this leads to my research questions. And the final was, how consistently is civic literacy integrated and emphasized across different Japanese schools, and how does this variation relate to students' views towards foreigners? For my methodology, I will integrate a mixed method approach. First, I wanted to quantify civic literacy, so I created a civic literacy index, which measured 4 areas: time, content scope, instructional style, and self-assessment based on their students' own confidence. The design and sample will include about surveys of about 300 students across 6 schools and 12 short interviews that capture both statistical breadth and personal insight. And for the variables and controls, civic literacy index serves as an independent variable, and the xenophobia level scores as the dependent variable. Grade, gender, and media exposure are held constant to isolate the effects. The data analysis is divided into 3 groups: descriptive, inferential, and qualitative. Descriptive tests summarize the data, inferential analysis like ANOVA and correlation measured relationships, and qualitative coding revealed key themes. Together, it shows how higher civic literacy aligns with lower xenophobia. And so for the timeline, over 10 weeks, data will be piloted, collected, analyzed, and integrated, culminating in a comprehensive mixed methods synthesis. And for the ethical standards, these factors will be implemented: informed consent, anonymity, pseudonyms, voluntary participation, parental consent, and no sensitive information will be collected beyond research needs. For the research significance, we must acknowledge the research gaps. Japanese studies have not directly compared the effectiveness of civics education with anti-foreigner rhetoric. Most focus on media and propaganda, overlooking how the design and practice of civics education shape civic literacy outcomes. And for the significance, by classifying civics education into quantity, instructional style, content scope, and assessment, this study establishes a structured method to examine how civic literacy correlates with xenophobic attitudes. It seeks to clarify how strengthening civic literacy can reduce exclusionary discourse and enhance democratic understanding in Japan. What happens when citizens stop questioning what they're told? When fear replaces understanding and hate becomes easier than truth? This study reminds us that education is humanity's best defense. Strengthening civic literacy is not only vital for Japan, it is essential for building empathy, democracy, and peace across the world.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Atikur Islam. I'm from Bangladesh, currently studying at Notre Dame College, Dhaka. Today, I'll be discussing on the misplaced priorities of Bangladesh science sector, a case study on challenges and impacts. Here we have the following overview. To commence with background of the study, what are the impacts and consequences, we have research aims, questions, methodology, and finally research closure. In this contemporary era, island sector has become one of the most crucial parts of global development. This is because it helps create a more interconnected world by linking economics, people, and countless opportunities. If we look further, countries like Singapore, Qatar, and United Arab Emirates have built globally admired aviation sectors by prioritizing innovation, safety, and strategic planning. Compared to Bangladesh aviation sector, although passenger demand and economic potential have continued to rise, the industry still lags behind, largely because of its focus on political influence rather emphasizing on safety and operational efficiency. It has been further researched that around 38,000 people travel on aircraft from Bangladesh, both national and international respectively, even every single day. Now the question is here, those who work for this industry, are they able to give them a perfect security? Because of misplaced priorities, there are some impacts and consequences. Here you go, a couple of them. On 5th August 1984, it was a Biman called F27600 crashed into Jia International Biman Bandar while landing in a poor weather. Also reported that around 45 people have lost their lives. Another one, which has been recently on 21st July 2025, a fighter jet Viman crashed it shortly after takeoff into the milestone school and campus while students were taking their classes. Now we have research aims. This research will illustrate overall consequences of Bangladesh airline sector and how these barriers might be apart from. It further aims to investigate the policy and management gaps, also to identify sustainable strategies. Additionally, the study seeks to provide comparative insights. Now we have research questions. The first one is what the major misplaced priorities in the policy, investment, and management of Bangladesh airline sector. The second one, in what ways do these challenges reduce the international competitiveness? Finally, we have what strategies can be recommended to realign the sector's priorities. Above all this, our research will be conducted based on methodology part, where we will follow a qualitative approach for in-depth exploration, also focusing on internal dynamics and so on. To population and sampling, a pervasive sampling technique will be applied. Also, around 20 to 25 sample type ensures the diverse representations. Semi-structured interviews and focus groups discussion will be conducted with key stakeholders and passengers, as well as a mixed qualitative approach will utilize policy documents and further necessary for data collection. Finally, we have data analysis and measurement. A thematic analysis will be conducted to identify patterns and themes with data coded manually or using Nebo software. Interestingly, this study will strictly adhere to ethical research standards. Timeline. The research timeline from beginning to complete will be strictly followed, covering literature review, questionnaire development, data collection, analysis, report drafting, editing, and final submission. However, we have two key findings. We have infrastructure gap as well as environmental concern, like its beside we have railway stations, schools, etc. etc. To tackle all these circumstances, we have to have green environment to keep these barriers apart from, keeping restrict construction near upper airport zones as well. After all this, we are going to get some benefits because it will increase our tourism and economy, also prompting national and regional connection. To conclude, this study will focus on uncovering the major misplaced priorities of Bangladesh airline sector, also by interrogating the advanced technologies, keeping green environmental practices, the way the country can transform its aviation sector properly.
Good day. My name is Ayola Kagiso from St. Titian's Boys College in South Africa. Today, I'll be presenting my research proposal for the International Academic Research Competition titled Using Graph Theory to Optimize Emergency Response Routes in Johannesburg. This project explores how mathematics, specifically graph theory, can help emergency vehicles reach people faster in critical situations. Johannesburg's emergency response system faces serious delays, often taking more than 10 to 15 minutes to reach those in need. Heavy traffic, potholes, and broken traffic lights make it difficult for emergency vehicles to move efficiently. Every second counts, and improving response time can literally mean the difference between life and death. Graph theory allows us to represent an entire city as a network of nodes and edges, intersections, and roads. Algorithms like Dijkstra's and A-star can calculate the fastest and shortest routes to these networks. These methods are used around the world for logistics and GPS systems, but the potential in South African cities is largely unexplored. Past studies, starting from Dijkstra's 1959 algorithm to modern heuristic methods like A-star, have proven the power of graph theory in transportation. Global research has shown success in reducing delays and fuel costs. However, there's still a major research gap in South Africa, specifically in cities like Johannesburg, where these methods haven't yet been tested or adapted for our local conditions. My research focuses on 4 central questions, all aimed at understanding how mathematical models can be used to make Johannesburg's emergency response faster, smarter, and more reliable. The questions are as follows. What challenges do emergency services face in Johannesburg? How effective are graph algorithms in reducing response times? What improvements can real-time traffic data bring? And lastly, how can mathematical models improve national emergency efficiency? The research follows a quantitative, simulation-based approach. I used data from OpenStreetMap and the Johannesburg Roads Agency to put a full network model of cities' roads. Then, algorithms like Dijkstra's and ACE will be tested under simulated conditions, including rush hour traffic. By comparing simulated results to real emergency times, I'll measure how much faster the system could operate with mathematical optimization. Through these simulations, I expect to see significant reductions in response times, potentially minutes saved per trip. The model can also adapt to live traffic updates, making routes dynamic instead of static. Over time, this approach can reduce costs, fuel usage, and could be implemented nationwide. This project is not just about equations, it's about impact. Faster responses save lives, improve public confidence in emergency services, and show how mathematics can make real, life-changing contributions to society. In conclusion, this research demonstrates how graph theory can transform Johannesburg's emergency systems into a
Assalamu alaikum, my name is Bareera Ali presenting Beacon House School System. My research title is Comparing Antibacterial Properties of Common Kitchen Spices, a low-cost natural alternative to synthetic antibiotics. Explore how simple natural substance might help us fight the growing global crisis of antibiotic resistance.
Antibiotics are losing their power because of overuse, putting millions at risk. I wanted to discover whether the solution might lie in something as ordinary as our own kitchen. This research connects traditional knowledge with modern microbiology, showing that scientific innovation can begin with everyday material.
The problem I focused is the need for affordable, effective, and accessible antibacterial alternatives. Existing studies show how these spices have antibacterial compounds, but very few compare them under simple, low-cost experimental conditions that student or community can perform. My project filled that gap by testing garlic, clove, ginger, turmeric side by side against probiotic bacteria from yogurt. My main research question was, which common kitchen spice, garlic, clove, ginger, or turmeric, demonstrates the strongest antibacterial activity against probiotic bacteria in yogurt cultures. Supporting questions examine how these effectiveness compares and whether such finding can inspire natural, low-cost approaches for food safety and health.
I use the disk diffusion method, a standard microbiological technique. Culture from plain yogurt served as safe probiotic bacteria. Extract of each spice was prepared in sterile water and applied to disc on agar plates. After incubation, I measured the zone of inhalation, clade area where bacteria do not grow. Each trial was repeated 3 times. I recorded both quantitative data such as inhalation diameter and qualitative notes like color, smell, and clarity. The finding revealed that garlic produced the largest inhibition zone, followed by clove, while ginger and turmeric showed weaker activity. This proved that even common household spices can demonstrate measurable antibacterial power using simple methods. These results are significant because they show how nature provides accessible solutions to global health issues. My study proved that impactful research can be conducted with minimal resources, encouraging students worldwide to engage in meaningful scientific exploration by rediscovering an antibacterial potential for common spices. We can take small but powerful steps toward reducing antibiotic misuse and promoting natural healing alternatives. In conclusion, my research demonstrates that scientific innovation can start with curiosity and everyday materials. I am Bareera Ali from Bikana School System, Pakistan, and this is my official submission for IARCO 2025. Through science, creativity, and purpose, we can build a healthier and more sustainable world. Thank you.
A few months ago, I tore my ACL. The injury destroyed my life, and going through surgery and rehab showed me just how devastating these injuries can be. That's why I want to turn pain into purpose and prevent others from going through the same experience as me. ACL injuries are among the most prevalent and debilitating injuries. The ligament plays a crucial role in knee stability, and when injured, patients often experience functional instability, prolonged rehabilitation, and an increased risk of osteoarthritis later in life. Traditionally, clinicians estimate injury risk using demographic factors, prior injuries, and biomechanical evaluations. However, these methods have limited predictive accuracy and don't fully capture the complex interactions that contribute to ACL injuries. This research addresses those gaps by developing AI-assisted machine learning models to predict both primary ACL injury risk and recovery time, using Python-based data analysis to provide a reproducible framework for clinical applications. Hello everyone, my name is Ben and I'm a sophomore at Milpitas High School in the United States. I'd like to give a special thanks to the 2025 International Academic Research Competition for supporting my research journey and giving me the opportunity to present my work and submit my pitch. This research project aims to analyze the injury risk and recovery time associated with primary ACL injuries, particularly among basketball athletes. The main objectives of the study are to improve ACL injury risk prediction using AI, identify key risk factors for injury, create a reproducible model for clinical and sports use, enhance recovery time prediction with AI, determine major factors affecting recovery time, and to develop a framework adaptable for both clinical and athletic settings. My central research question is, how can AI-assisted machine learning models predict ACL injury risk and recovery time in basketball athletes using performance and clinical data while accounting for differences in gender and rehabilitation programs? My first sub-question is, how can ACL injury risk be assessed using pre-injury performance data? My second sub-question is, how can ACL recovery time be estimated using patient-specific metrics and surgical history? My third sub-question is, which machine learning models achieve the highest predictive accuracy and reliability in predicting ACL injury risk and recovery time? My fourth sub-question is, which rehabilitation programs are the most effective for minimizing return to sport time in athletes after ACL injury? Finally, my last sub-question is, do male and female athletes differ in ACL injury risk, and which gender demonstrates a higher injury rate? Based on my literature review of 25 different research papers, I found that most existing studies focus on ACL re-injuries rather than first-time injuries. Researchers like Hewitt and Paterno found that athletes with prior ACL reconstruction are up to 6 times more likely to be re-injured, but these studies rely heavily on systematic reviews and cohort data, overlooking real-world training factors. I also found that recovery-focused studies, such as those by Nidar and Arden, showed that delayed surgery worsens outcomes and younger athletes recover faster, but recovery time itself is rarely analyzed or predicted. Finally, I found that while AI and machine learning have been used in areas like concussion recovery or ACL video analysis, these models are still limited and not applied to ACL recovery time. Therefore, my research addresses these gaps by developing AI-based models to predict both ACL injury risk and recovery time in basketball athletes. Here are the first 5 references out of the 25 in full from my literature review. For my research methodologies, I will analyze ACL injury risk and recovery time through data analysis, pattern plotting, and machine learning and AI. For data analysis, I will use 2 datasets from Kaggle, the athlete injury and performance dataset and the basketball player injury and sports rehabilitation dataset, analyzing 200 athletes for injury risk and 100 injured athletes for recovery time. For Python plotting, I will create pivot tables and visualizations, line, bar, and pie charts to identify trends in injury risk and recovery factors. For machine learning and AI, I will train models like random forest, gradient boosting, and linear regression. Injury risk will be evaluated with accuracy, precision, recall, and RLC-AUC, and recovery time with RMSE, MAE, and R-squared. These methodologies will allow me to identify the most accurate AI-assisted models for predicting ACL injury risk and recovery time. This project follows an intensive 8-week research methodology timeline, which includes data acquisition and pre-processing, exploratory data analysis, statistical analysis for injury risk and recovery time, and machine learning model for injury risk classification and recovery time regression, and writing the first and final draft of the research paper, which will be submitted to an actual journal. In conclusion, this research addresses the persistent issue of ACL injuries in basketball. With AI and machine learning, we can greatly improve prediction accuracy and develop targeted prevention programs to reduce injury risk. Thank you for listening, and I'm deeply grateful to IARCO for this opportunity. Having faced an ACL injury myself, I hope to turn that pain into purpose by helping other athletes prevent injury and recover stronger.
Hello, this is a video pre-submission for the IARCO competition. My name is Bora Bogdan Alex, and today I'll present my research on multi-layer observation of space weather correlating ionosphere disturbances with ground-level muon flux during coronal mass injection. Imagine the Earth as a giant shield constantly bombarded by high-energy particles from outer space called cosmic rays. When these particles interact with our ionosphere, they create secondary particles, including muons. What's remarkable about muon is that they can penetrate all the way to the ground, allowing us to measure them directly. At the same time, our ionosphere, a layer of the atmosphere filled with charged particles, affects radio signals from GPS satellites and other communication systems. The electron density in this layer, known as the total electron content, or TEC, fluctuates with solar activity and geomagnetic disturbances. One of the most dramatic causes of these fluctuations are coronal mass ejections, or CMEs, which are huge bursts of solar material. CMEs can temporarily disrupt the Earth's magnetosphere and ionosphere, influencing both TEC and cosmic ray intensity. So why are we doing this research? Understanding the connection between coronal mass ejections, the ionosphere and cosmic rays help improve prediction of space weather. This is crucial for satellite safety, aviation, and power grid stability. Moreover, local real-time measurement of both TEC and muon flux are rare, so our study fills an important gap in space weather research. Methodology. In our experiment, we build a device capable of simultaneously measuring muon flux and TEC. This has a muon flux sensor. You can see here this black box. It has the GNSS transmitter, you can see here, and you can also see here the board, which logs in all the data. This allows us to correlate at the same time. A ground-based muon detector records cosmic ray events like environmental sensors, track temperature and pressure, which are used to correct measurements. At the same time, a dual-frequency GNSS receiver measures text by comparing signals at 2 satellite frequencies. This allows us to correlate ionospheric changes with muon flux variation during solar events. For example, during a coronal mass injection on August 13, 2025, we observed a 50% decrease in muon flux and a 25% increase in TEC. Statistical analysis confirmed that these changes were significant, proving that coronal mass injections have measurable effects on both the ionosphere and cosmic rays at the surface. I'll put here all the formulas we use and all the data we have gathered to see the significance of the study. There is also clear correlations. Space storms increase ionization in the ionosphere while decreasing cosmic rays reaching the ground. This correlation is important because it provides a method for local and timely monitoring of space weather events. By combining muon flux and TEC measurements, we could potentially predict solar storms before they have serious effects on Earth technology. In addition, this project demonstrates that student-built instruments combined with precise GNSS data can produce scientifically meaningful results. This approach opens the door for expanded local monitoring methods, which could significantly improve our understanding and forecasting of space weather. Now everyone can build a cheap instrument that can measure space weather and all other parameters, and it can be distributed through cities, or it can be distributed in schools, so students can learn about the universe and the space weather. Also, this research will better our understanding about our environment and the universe and the Earth magnetic field. In conclusion, our research confirmed that coronal mass ejection influenced both the ionosphere and cosmic ray flux at the Earth's surface. By linking these to measurement, we gain valuable insight into space weather effects and develop tools for early detection of solar storms. This work highlights the importance of local experience in global research, showing that even small focused studies can contribute to our understanding of how the sun impacts our planet and how the other space rays can impact our atmosphere. Thank you for your attention, and I'll be very happy to answer any questions. Thank you, and I hope you enjoyed my speech and my research. Thank you.
How many inevitable diseases could be rerouted if we had a guide that could interpret our genetic blueprint, not to tell us our fate, but to show us the precise path we could take to avoid it? Hi, my name is Clara Lau from Hong Kong, China, and today I'll be presenting exploring the use of artificial intelligence in genetic prognosis within the medical field, more specifically a case study on the Huntington's disease. My presentation will walk you through the background of this issue, our clear research objectives, the sources that informed our approach, the detailed methodology for a proposed study, and finally, the profound implications we hope to uncover. Firstly, let's talk about some background information. To sum it up, artificial intelligence has been growing in popularity in society, especially in the medical field. We can see it to analyze medical images to detect diseases such as brain scans, MRIs, as well as X-rays, being able to detect diseases before humans can, which is most beneficial in the medical field. Now let's talk about the scientific knowledges of the Huntington's disease. At its core, the HD is a devastating, fully penetrant, autosomal dominant neurodegenerative disorder. This means only an individual needs only one copy of the mutant gene from their parents to develop the disease. The fundamental cause is the specific genetic mutation on chromosome 4 within the Huntington, or as you call the HTT gene. The CAG trinucleotide repeats expansion in exon 1, which is the image you see below here. In a healthy individual, the CAG segment repeats between 10 to 26 times. This sequence codes for a polyglutamine tract in the resulting Huntington's protein, which is believed to have an important, though not fully understood, functions in the neuronal development and health. However, in Huntington's disease, the CAG repeat expands pathologically to 37 repeats or even more. This expanded repeat is transcribed and then translated, leading to the production of a mutant Huntington's protein with an abnormally long polyglutamine stretch, which leads to the symptom we see in HD. Now, let's talk about the research objectives. This is where our research aims to make a difference. Our objective has 3 points. Firstly, to validate AI's role. We're not just asking if AI is accurate, but if it's beneficial. Secondly, to build trust. For AI to be adopted in sensitive areas like the medical field, patients and doctors must trust it for this research. And thirdly, to demonstrate superiority, not just in prediction, but in patient care. Our goal is to conduct a comprehensive review through clinical trials, driving the adoption of AI by proving it can understand and address the human sides of diseases like the HD. Now, let's talk about the sources used. In summary, our methodology is informed by a synthesis of credible sources, including peer-reviewed journals from the NIH, existing clinical case studies, public health reports, and analysis of current clinical workflows. Methodology. So how would we do this? We propose a randomized controlled trial, the golden standard for clinical research today. We will start by recruiting 200 pre-symptomatic adults who have the HD gene mutation but show no motor symptoms. We will then collect detailed baseline psychological data to understand their starting levels of anxiety and uncertainty to compare it to. Then we will randomly split them into 2 groups. Group A, the control group, which will receive the standard prognosis. A neurologist gives a general outlook based on the CAG repeat, length, and population averages. Population B, on the other hand, the intervention group, will receive an AI-assisted prognosis. Here, an AI model will analyze multi-source data to generate a personalized data-rich prognostic report. The key is what we measure next. We will track both groups every 6 months for 2 years, re-administrating the same psychological questionnaires. We're not primarily measuring the onset of physical symptoms. We're measuring the trajectory of their psychological well-being of HD. Now, let's talk about how data analysis leads us to our conclusion. This will be clear. We will compare the mean scores for anxiety and uncertainty between the two groups over time. Using statistical tests, our outcome goal is to determine if the AI group shows a statistically significant and sustained improvement in psychological well-being. We expect to see a graph where Group B's anxiety and uncertainty scores are not just lower, but remain lower over the 24-month period. Now, lastly, let's talk about the discussion. So what can we conclude? Our research poses that the method of delivering a prognosis is as critical as the prognosis itself. By providing clarity and context, AI has the potential to do more than predict. It has the potential to provide comfort for patients. Now, this also leads us to the central question for all of us. Is the true promise of AI in medicine not to replace the doctor, but to give them a powerful new tool to deliver something we all crave? Certainty wrapped in compassion. As I wrap up this presentation, it's crucial we think about the general assumptions on AI today and the reality of how truthful it is, while also altering parts of our daily lives to benefit the society in the long term. Thank you.
Bhandari, and today I will explain how to speed up an important step in AI processing called tokenization by using a new method called parallel hierarchical tokenization. It's a linear time encoder that works perfectly with byte-pair encoding vocabularies used in today's large language models. So, what is the problem exactly? Tokenization breaks down text into small units called tokens that AI models understand. Right now, popular methods like byte-pair encoding run in n multiplied by log n or even n squared time depending on the implementation. That means the time increases faster than the length of the input text. This step alone adds 2 to 15% in AI response latency, which becomes extremely huge at a global scale with billions of requests daily. This causes slower responses in voice assistants, raises infrastructure costs for companies, and limits on device AI for phones and edge devices. More importantly, existing tokenization methods need the full text before they can actually start processing. So, real time streaming like live captions is not practical at all. The question I am exploring is, can we design a tokenizer that runs in true linear time, O to N, proportional to input length while also keeping the exact equivalence with existing BP vocabularies? This means no model retraining is required, so models like GPT, Gemini, Llama can adopt to it immediately. My answer to this question would be parallel hierarchical tokenizer or PHT that guarantees linear time by traversing a prefixed tree of tokens only once per input, maintaining the exact token count token boundaries as BP defines them. It will be implemented in Rust, keeping the code clean and efficient. So, how PHT actually works? First, the BP vocabulary is converted into prefix tree of data structure, a tree where each edge corresponds to a character. This enables the longest prefix matching quickly. Constructing the tree happens only once. That lets us rapidly identify the longest token from any text positioning during the encoding. The step 2 is then PHT then performs greedy maximal munch parsing by scanning the input left to right. At each position, it finds the longest possible token match in the tree and emits it before moving forward. Because it never actually backtracks or rescans the character, this step runs in guaranteed linear time. PHC supports three modes: a simple sequential mode, a parallel mode that splits inputs into chunks with overlapping buffer zones so multiple CPU cores can tokenize simultaneously without any errors, and a streaming mode with a rolling state buffer that allows the tokenizer to emit tokens even as text is still coming in. This is perfect for real-time scenarios. With these improvements, PST can perform 2 to 4 times higher throughput compared to existing BP tokenizers. Parallel mode benefits almost linearly from CPU core count. Streaming mode adds under 2 milliseconds incremental latency and uses under 10% extra memory, making it efficient for constrained devices. I will benchmark PHT using Wikitext 103 for general English, GitHub repositories for code syntax, and multilingual corpora to see how it actually handles different language. I will also test across different vocabularies ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of tokens to verify scalability. These performance gains will translate to much faster AI assistance, smoother real-time translation, practical on-device AI on phones and wearables, reduced latency means better experience and lower infrastructure cost for enterprises deploying at this huge scale. No existing tokenizer combines guaranteed linear time complexity, exact BP compatibility, streaming support, and zero changes to models. PHT bridges these critical gaps, offering a method ready for use in production systems. To wrap up, tokenization may be invisible, but it is a key bottleneck in AI speed and scalability. Parallel hierarchical tokenization make this process fundamentally much faster, compatible, and practical at the scale we are operating at, enabling billions of AI interactions worldwide to be more efficient and cheaper. Thank you for your time, and I hope my explanation has give you more insights on my research proposal.
We often think trauma fades with time. But what if it doesn't? What if our minds remember what our bodies do not? Studies in neuropsychology and genetics show that stressful experiences can alter how genes function through a process called epigenetics, where chemical marks like DNA methylation can silence or activate genes that regulate stress. Over the years, survivors of war, displacement, and violence often pass on not just their stories, but their stress biology. Yet in countries like Bangladesh, the biological side of generational trauma remains almost unexplored. That's the gap this study aims to bridge. Imagine a child who has never seen war, yet their body reacts to stress as if they had. Could their cells still carry their parents' pain? I began with a haunting question. Can trauma be inherited? To answer these questions, I will explore how trauma-induced DNA methylation affects stress regulation genes linked to PTSD, what structural and functional changes occur in the amygdala, hippocampus, and prefrontal cortex across generations, and whether interventions that build psychological resilience can help reverse these effects. To answer these questions, I propose a comparative case control study, which involves a qualitative phase and a quantitative phase. For the qualitative phase, I will identify measurable patterns of intergenerational trauma, analyze DNA methylation markers like NR3C1 and FKBP5 and cortisol reactivity from blood and saliva, and use the Connor-Davidson Resilience Scale and PCL5 to assess resilience and PTSD symptoms. For the quantitative phase, I will collect personal interviews through semi-structured interviews, explore experiences of trauma, resilience, and family history, and highlight cultural and intergenerational influences on coping. Combining them will enable the research to place biological results in the context of PTSD. This research redefines trauma, not only as a psychological wound, but as a biological echo. By studying the epigenetic signatures of trauma, we can help create early interventions for vulnerable populations, strengthen mental health care, and most importantly, recognize that healing must occur at both emotional and biological levels. The story of 1971 survivors and of many like them worldwide reminds us that pain can be inherited, but understanding it means we can finally break the endless cycle. My goal is simple: to turn inherited pain into a pathway for healing and to ensure that what one generation endures does not define the next. Thank you. I am Anaya, and this is my video pitch for International Academic Research Competition.
Hello everyone, I'm Ervin Gomes from SFX International School. I'm in category junior and from Bangladesh, and I'm here to present my research on increasing shelf life using herbal method, comparative analysis on natural fixatives as replacement for formalin. So the contents of the research are introduction, research problems, research question, literature review, research methodology, and conclusion. At first, we are here at the introduction. In developing countries like Bangladesh, toxic chemicals such as formalin are often used to preserve foods like fish and fruits. Vendors use it to make their products look fresh and last longer. Even though formalin is known as carcinogen that causes cancer, organ damage, and respiratory issues, despite being illegal, weak enforcement and lack of awareness make this practice widespread. To address this, our research introduces Harbuchil, a safe plant-based preservative made from neem, turmeric, and clove oil. Combined with simple low-temperature storage, it aims to be a non-toxic, affordable, and eco-friendly alternative to formalin. Then we have research problems. Formalin use continues because it's cheap, effective, and unregulated, but it's slowly poisoning the population. The challenge is to find a natural preservative that is both effective and practical for small-scale farmers and vendors who rely on this method for income. Next, we have research questions. Our main question has many sub-questions. The main questions are: how does the preservative efficacy of Harbuchil compare directly to traditional formalin treatment for specific foods? Then the next one is: what is the synergistic effect of combining this plant extracts with low temperature storage on preservation outcomes? And the last one is the proposed Harbuchil method economically feasible and practical for implementation by small-scale farmers and vendors in Bangladesh? And for these research questions, we have the following literature review. Studies show extremely high levels of formalin in everyday food, for example up to 23.3 mg per kg in certain fish and 94% of mangoes in one study. Continuous exposure can cause severe stomach and tissue damage, although researchers have tested alternatives like ethanol or glycerin. These were either too expensive or less effective. In contrast, plant-based extracts like neem, turmeric, and clove oil have strong antimicrobial and antioxidant properties, making them promising candidates for safer preservation. After that, we have the research methodologies which we use for this research. This study will follow a mixed methods approach. The first one is a quantitative one. We'll test tomatoes or fish treated with Harbuchil under controlled lab conditions, comparing results to formalin-treated and untreated samples. We'll measure microbial growth, texture, color, and shelf life over 10 days. Then the next one is qualitative. We'll conduct interviews with local farmers, vendors, and officials to understand their views on formalin use and the practicality of adopting Harbuchil. Data will be analyzed statistically and thematically to evaluate both performance and acceptance. Then we have the project practicalities. This project will run for 6 months. The first 2 months focus on reviewing research and preparing materials, followed by lab experiments in months 3 and 4. In month 5, we'll conduct interviews and analyze data. The final month will be used to compile the report. We'll use basic lab equipment and natural ingredients like neem turmeric and clove oil. All safety and ethical standards will be followed, including careful handling of formalin and informed consent for participants. Overall, the plan is practical, time-bound, and ethically sound. Finally, we have the conclusion. Our findings could mark a turning point in food safety for developing nations. Arbushiel offers a safer, eco-friendly, and accessible solution that protects public health while supporting ethical trade. Though it may not last as long as formalin, its safety, affordability, and simplicity makes it ideal for community-level use. In the future, refining it for different foods and promoting it through agricultural network could help eliminate toxic preservatives altogether. Thank you for your time to view my research. I hope you like it.
What if AP Calculus could identify 2.32 billion in missed opportunities for Starbucks? I turned classroom mathematics into a corporate financial analysis. Let me show you how. Managing 35,000 Starbucks locations means thousands of daily decisions. Should lattes cost $4.50 or $5? When does advertising hit diminishing returns? How do you forecast wildly fluctuating seasonal demand? Most executives use gut feeling, but intuition costs billions. I asked, what if we replaced guesswork with mathematical proof? So, I analysed 5 years of Starbucks financial data using calculus. I extracted data from every Starbucks SEC 10K filing from 2019 to 2023, transaction volumes, pricing variations, advertising spend, and seasonal patterns. Then I built 3 mathematical models: derivatives for pricing optimization, exponential functions for advertising returns, and trigonometric integration for seasonal forecasting. The critical step, validation. Every model had to predict actual historical performance. If the math couldn't explain the past, it was worthless for the future. For espresso beverages, I built this demand function from their market data. Watch the revenue curve. Every point is a different price. Too low, money left on table. Too high, customers vanish. Taking the derivative and setting it to 0 reveals the mathematical maximum, $39.73. Starbucks charges $34.50 on average, leaving 18% of revenue uncaptured. Scaling this across their own full portfolio using multivariable calculus, $1.8 billion in missed annual revenue. I validated this against historical pricing experiments. It predicted actual results with 3% accuracy. Here's the counterintuitive finding. This curve shows advertising spend versus sales. It's exponential with saturation. Using marginal analysis, I found Starbucks is actually underspending. They're here on the steep curve, where each dollar generates over $2 return. The math says increased daily spending 44% from $45,000 to $64,736. At that point, marginal return equals exactly $1 per cent. That's the mathematical optimum. Result, an additional $340 million in annual profit, validated against historical ROI at 94% accuracy. Seasonal demand looks chaotic, but watch what happens with trigonometric functions. This isn't curve fitting. These functions capture the natural rhythm. Using integration, I calculated exact quarterly sales by finding the area under this curve. The validation, traditional forecasting, 67% accuracy. My calculus model, 89.7% accuracy. That 22% accuracy improvement means $180 million in annual savings from reduced waste and optimized inventory. Total it all up, and you've saved $2.32 billion annually. This isn't theoretical. Pricing models predicted within 3%. Advertising models matched.
historical ROI at 94%. Forecasting exceeded traditional methods by over 20 percentage points. These are mathematical proofs tested against reality. I proved calculus isn't an academic exercise, it's quantitative superpower. Companies using mathematical optimization outperform competitors by 15 to 20% consistently. These methods apply across retail, hospitality, and consumer brands. The future belongs to those who turn data into decisions and equations into competitive advantage.
Assalamu alaikum. Let's explore waves. My research proposal for today would be to observe waves in different viscosities of liquid, a simulation study using MATLAB and ANSYS. My name is Farhan Abrar. I'm from Presidency International School. We see that traditional or conventional researchers often prefer conventional methods or empirical data more than data from simulations or computational fluid dynamics. So my research is to prove that adaptation of computational fluid dynamics can produce fruitful result. The research background is liquids of different viscosities exhibit varying damping behavior when waves propagate. So my experiment is used to determine how viscosity influences energy loss, amplitude decay, and wave stability. And as traditional laboratory observation is difficult due to control and visualization limit. Hence, numerical simulation using ANSYS and MATLAB is used to quantify and compare behaviors. Research objective. Our primary goal is to analyze and compare wave propagation characteristics, frequency, damping, energy dissipation in liquids of different viscosities using simulation data. Our sub-objectives is to simulate wave behavior in ANSYS under identical boundary conditions for each liquid. We would import the simulation output, surface elevation versus time, into MATLAB, then calculate and compare damping coefficient, dominant wave frequency, and energy dissipation rate. So the methodology of the theoretical framework includes these three equations: the wave equation, the amplitude decay relation, and the energy per unit area. The wave equation would be used to figure out the damping constant and the damping coefficient. The amplitude decay relation would be to compare the different viscosities of liquid, how they damp, and the energy per unit area. Equation is to find out the energy per unit area. The simulation setup using ANSYS Fluent. The geometry uses rectangular tank, example 1 meter into 0.3 meters into 0.3 meters. Our initial condition would be to use small surface disturbance at one end to generate waves. The boundary conditions would be no slip walls, pressure outlet at top surface, gravity enabled 9.81 meter per second square. These are the materials we would be using, and the turbulence model is the laminar by Aaria Rahman. Solver type would be transient and volume of fluid, and time step would be 0.01001 seconds for a total time of 5 seconds. Meshing and validation. We would use ANSYS meshing model. We would structure the mesh with fine elements on near free surface and grid independence verified by halving mesh size. If the results are unchanged, it's validated. Typical element count would be around 150,000 to 200,000. The current number would be 1 for numerical stability. Data export and MATLAB processing. So the methodology of this research goes by these processes. First, we would use ANSYS, then we would arrange the data in CSV, and then use MATLAB to compute it. Then we would come to a result or a conclusion. The exported data from ANSYS CFD post would have the parameters free surface height versus time, and the format would be CSV for each liquid. Then we would import it into MATLAB using read table. Then we would use time series analyzed to extract peak amplitudes, damping fit, for damping fit, and then FFT spectrum for dominant frequency, and then amplitude decay for energy dissipation. So for our plant study, we are looking for a result like this. For water, it would have underdamping or minimal damping. For oil, it would have critical damping. For glycerin, it would have overdamping, the expected observation. And then the discussion and validation. So for the validation, the results need to be consistent with literature, like past research methods and past research papers. We would and then it should also confirm that viscous damping dominates energy loss in surface waves, and it should also confirm that MATLAB results match theoretical exponential decay model, which means R square equals to 0.98. And then we would also confirm the numerical stability and physical realism of simulation, the conclusion and future work. So we are looking to come to these conclusions. The damping coefficient increases with viscosity. The dominant frequency slightly decreases as viscosity rises, and energy dissipation strongly correlated with viscous effects. The future work would be to include surface tension effects, test with non-Newtonian fluids, and validate the results experimentally using wave tank setup. Thank you. I'm Farhan Abrar again from President's International School.
Imagine a world where satellites from companies like SpaceX, Starlink provide global internet access, but also hold the potential for strategic military advantage. Satellites that help us communicate, navigate, and monitor climate are quietly shaping global power. Today, I will take you into the near space, a frontier where technology and geopolitics converge, and explain why this matters for the global south.
Hello everyone, myself Atma Shahnaz, a grade 12 student from India, and I'm presenting my research on the topic of weaponization of near space and the geopolitical implications of the dual-use civilian satellites in the global south. My study has three main objectives, such as analyze dual-use capabilities of civilian satellites, explore geopolitical and security implications for global south nations such as Nigeria, Argentina, as well as Iran, provide policy recommendations for balancing innovation and security. So the main key questions include: how are the civilian satellites being used for the dual purposes? What all risk does near-space militarization pose for the global south? How can these nations leverage technology responsibly while mitigating threats?
And yes, finally, how can emerging nations secure both access and autonomy in this rapidly evolving space domain? This question looks for balanced strategies, political, technological, and diplomatic, and to participate in space development without being overshadowed by global powers. Together, these questions help bridge the gap between technology and geopolitics, turning the debate over near space into a broader reflection on sovereignty, security, and equality in the 21st century.
Most of this research focuses on major powers such as USA, China, Russia. But while companies like SpaceX are redefining near space capabilities, so Starlink's global networks shows how commercial satellites can carry dual-use potential, affecting not only advanced nations but also emerging economies. So my research fills a gap by analyzing these implications specifically for the global south. In order to achieve these objectives, I've used a qualitative approach. I've referred case studies of Argentina, Iran, and Nigeria, and their interactions with commercial satellites like Starlink. I've done policy analysis of space governance, frameworks, and international treaties, and expert interviews in space policy, defense, and technology. This allowed me to capture both technological specifics and strategic implications.
There were several limitations such as restricted access to classified data and rapidly evolving satellite technology. However, publicly available sources and expert insights provide reliable information. Dual-use satellites, including commercial networks like Starlink, SpaceX, offer enormous benefits but also hidden strategic risk, because understanding these dynamics enables global South nations to adopt satellite technology responsibly, protect national security, and navigate international pressures.
Near space is no longer distant. It shapes our present and future. Civilian satellites promise connectivity, growth, and innovation. But yet, they also carry strategic risk and challenges. Because platforms like Starlink illustrate how commercial technologies can influence geopolitics. And my research aims to illuminate this frontier, helping the global South navigate near space wisely. Because in the skies above, the balance of power is being written silently, one satellite at a time. Thank you for your time and have a nice day.
Hello everyone, my name is Firdavs Khusenov and I'm a student of Presidential School in Aoi. I will be presenting my research proposal titled Consumer Trust and Perceptions of Reliability in Internet, Gas, and Household Services. Hello everyone, my name is Firdavs Khusenov and I'm a student of Presidential School in Aoi. I will be presenting my research proposal titled Consumer Trust and Perceptions of Reliability in Internet, Gas, and Household Services in Uzbekistan. Have you ever lost your internet connection right in the middle of an online important class? Or faced a gas shortage on a freezer winter morning? Unfortunately, for a reasonable amount of people in Uzbekistan, these are not rare events. They happen often. Reliable services are the backbone of our daily lives, but when people stop trusting these essential services, satisfaction drops and progress slows down. Thus, my research focused on consumer trust and reliability in three key sectors: internet, gas, and household services in Uzbekistan. In 2025, Uzbekistan's internet penetration reached almost 89% of the population, but the quality of the connection often remains inconsistent. Similarly, gas and electricity disruptions, especially in cold winters, have led to strong public criticism. Previous studies have explored trust in banks and media, but there is no empirical research study on these three key sectors. That's the gap my research aims to fill. There are three main research questions that the study aims to answer. The first one being, what are consumers' perceived reliability levels for internet service, natural gas supply, and household utilities? Second one, which sector exhibits the largest trust gap? And third one being, what factors most strongly influence trust in each sector, and what improvements would consumers prioritize? The goal is not to only measure trust, but to understand what truly builds it. To explore this, I will use a mixed methods approach combining both quantitative and qualitative data. A total of 500 participants will be selected through stratified sampling to ensure fair representation of different regions and demographics. Each participant will complete the questionnaire written statements such as, my internet connection is stable and rarely disconnects, or I trust my gas company to provide a reliable service, on a Likert scale from 1 to 5. Surveys will be conducted both online and offline to reach as many people as possible. After collecting data, I will use descriptive statistics to summarize the results and ANOVA regression models to compare levels of reliability and trust across the three sectors. Finally, open-ended answers will be analyzed thematically to understand what specific changes people suggest. During the potential benefits of study, I expect to identify which service, internet, gas, or household utilities faces the greatest trust gap, and what improvements would most effectively rebuild consumer confidence. Thus, this research aims to make contribution in service quality, policy guidance, economic impact, academic contribution, and of course, long-term development. These findings can help policymakers, companies, and consumers work together to improve reliability, satisfaction, and overall quality of life. In conclusion, the study fills a key gap in understanding consumer trust and service reliability in Uzbekistan. Using surveys and analysis, it explores how people view the stability and quality of essential services. The results will identify where the biggest trust gap exists and suggest solutions to improve satisfaction, reliability, and public confidence. Thanks for watching.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kamal Ahmed, and I am from Ismailia STEM High School in Egypt. Today, I'll be presenting my research project titled mRNA-based delivery of D subprotein for accurate radioprotection in human cells without genomic alteration. Let's begin with the basics. What is cancer? Cancer is a disease in which cells grow uncontrollably and spread to other parts of the body. It remains one of the most life-threatening illnesses worldwide, ranking as the second leading cause of death. To treat cancer, several major therapies are used: surgery to remove localized tumors, chemotherapy, which destroys rapidly dividing cells using drugs, immunotherapy, which helps the immune system recognize and attack cancer cells, targeted therapy, which focuses on specific mutations in cancer cells, and finally, radiation therapy, which uses high-energy radiation to kill cancer cells. However, while radiation therapy is very effective, it also comes with major side effects, and that's where my research comes in. Radiotherapy, also called radiation therapy, is used in about half all cancer cases. It works by damaging the DNA inside cancer cells, preventing them from dividing and growing. But here is the challenge. Healthy cells that are near the tumor also receive radiation. This can cause several side effects, such as skin irritation and fatigue, hair loss and nausea, organ damage, and even an increased risk of developing another type of cancer later in life. Because of these side effects, researchers have been looking for ways to protect healthy cells during radiotherapy, and that search led to one of the most fascinating organisms on Earth, the tardigrade. Tardigrades, also known as water bears or moss piglets, are microscopic animals less than 1 millimeter long. They are famous for surviving conditions that would kill almost any other organism. Tardigrades can survive complete dehydration by entering a dormant state called cryptobiosis, withstand the vacuum of outer space. They were even sent to space by the European Space Agency and survived. And most impressively, they can endure radiation doses thousands of times higher than humans. This incredible resistance inspired scientists to explore what makes tardigrades so resilient. Tardigrades have several ways to tolerate radiation. One major mechanism is DNA repair. Even though radiation damages their DNA, tardigrades activate extremely powerful repair systems that fix broken strands quickly. Recent research found a unique protein called TDR1 that helps reassemble fragmented DNA by binding to it and forming protective structures. In addition, tardigrades possesses antioxidant systems and protective states like cryptobiosis, which all work together to minimize radiation damage. But the most important discovery for my project is a special protein called damage suppressor protein, or DSUP. DSUP was first identified in the tardigrade species Rhamazothius variomatis and Hypsibius exemplaris. It binds directly to DNA and shields it from radiation and reactive oxygen species. To understand how it works, we should first look at DNA packaging. Inside the nucleus, DNA wraps around histone proteins to form structures called nucleosomes, like beads on a string. These nucleosomes coil and fold to form a chromatin, which further condenses into chromosomes. DSUP bends to these nucleosomes, forming a flexible shield that protects DNA from being broken by radiation. This makes DSUP a potential biological radioprotectant, and my research explores how to deliver it safely into human cells. In my research, I proposed using synthetic messenger RNA to deliver the DSUP protein into human cells. This allows temporary expression of the protective protein without altering the human genome. In vitro experiments with the human HEK293 cells, DSUP expression reduced radiation-induced DNA damage by around 40 to 50%. In vivo studies on mice, mRNA injections showed high transfection efficiency and significant protection of tissues exposed to radiation. Protein expression peaked at around 24 to 48 hours, providing short-term but effective radioprotection. Interestingly, DSUP's DNA binding mechanism is similar to certain human proteins, known as HMGN proteins, which also bind to chromatin. This similarity suggests that DSUP uses a conserved biological mechanism, which makes it highly compatible with human cellular systems. Computational studies confirmed that DSUP forms a fuzzy complex with DNA, staying flexible while still shielding it from damage. In conclusion, my research demonstrates that mRNA-based delivery of the DSUP protein could be a powerful method to protect healthy human cells from radiation damage. without any genomic modification. This approach could greatly benefit cancer patients undergoing radiotherapy, medical workers exposed to radiation, and even astronauts facing cosmic radiation in space. By combining molecular biology, nanotechnology, and computational modeling, this project opens new doors for safe, effective, and temporary radioprotection in human cells. Thank you for listening. I would be happy to answer any questions.
AI is transforming classrooms around the world. In Bangladesh, AI tools are helping students learn in smarter and more personalized ways. However, how effectively these tools are used and their real impact is not fully understood. From virtual tutors to smart learning platforms, AI can make education more interactive and inclusive. Yet, in Bangladesh, especially in Dhaka's universities, we still need to understand how well these tools actually work in real classrooms. Hello, I am M Rahat Nabi from Little Jewel School, Bangladesh, and I am thrilled to present my research proposal on how AI can personalize learning in higher education, focusing on a case study in Dhaka. The research problem. We know that AI is transforming education globally. However, there is limited evidence from Bangladesh. So, there is an urgent need for local data driven understanding about this. AI based learning tools are revolutionizing education worldwide, improving engagement, providing adaptive feedback, and helping learners stay motivated. However, most of this research comes from high income countries. In Bangladesh, especially in Dhaka's universities, we don't know yet whether these tools really improve learning outcomes. That's the research gap my study aims to address. Research aim and question. Aim: explore how AI supports personalized learning in higher education in Dhaka. Research question: how does the implementation of AI-enabled personalized learning tools affect student engagement, academic performance, and satisfaction, and what factors influence these effects? While AI offers great potential, its success depends on context. In Bangladesh, challenges like unequal access to technology, limited teacher training, and ethical concerns such as algorithmic bias or academic integrity make AI adoption complex. By studying these issues with Dhaka's higher education environment, this research will help us understand what works, what doesn't, and why, leading to more equitable and effective AI policies for education in developing countries. Methodology. This research will be conducted using a mixed method case study. Quantitative: surveys from 200 students. Qualitative: 20 interviews with students and faculty. Analysis: SPSS for data, thematic coding for insights. To answer my research question, I will use a mixed methods approach combining both numbers and narratives. I will start with quantitative surveys from about 200 students across different universities randomly in Dhaka to measure engagement, performance, and satisfaction. Then I will conduct 20 in-depth interviews with students and faculty to understand their personal experiences with AI-based tools like ChatGPT, adaptive learning platforms, or AI-integrated LMS systems. The survey data will be analyzed using SPSS and interview responses will be examined through thematic analysis. I expect to identify both benefits, such as increased engagement and motivation, and challenges like lack of infrastructure or ethical concerns. In conclusion, this research bridges the gap between global AI innovation and Bangladesh's educational reality. By studying how AI impacts students and teachers in Dhaka, we can shape smarter, fairer, and more inclusive learning systems. Thank you for your time and for joining me in envisioning an AI powered future where every learner matters.
Approximately every 14 seconds, a woman somewhere in this world is diagnosed with a form of breast cancer. While many survive the initial battle, what truly threatens their lives is what comes after, which is metastasis. Now, what if we could stop this not by destroying the cancer cells, but by keeping them asleep?
As I'm sure many of you have realized, breast cancer cells can travel to distant organs, such as the liver, long before the main tumor grows. There, they can enter a dormant state, lying inactive for months or even years before suddenly reactivating and forming metastases. The probability of reactivation of the disseminated breast cancer cells depends on various factors that affect the tumor microenvironment, which in this case is the liver. Recent studies have proven that the tumor microenvironment plays an essential role in tumor progression. But as of right now, there remains little to no papers exploring the role of the TME in disseminated cancer cells reactivation and dormancy. Thus, my research question addresses the effect of sympathetic neurotransmitters on the hepatic metastatic niche to regulate dormancy and the reactivation of disseminated breast cancer cells. This research will contribute to 3 key areas of scientific advancements. The first one is obviously to address the research gap, and the second one is that it will allow further research on the biological mechanistic interactions between sympathetic neurotransmitters and the hepatic metastatic microenvironment, which will allow scientists to explore the therapeutic possibilities in exploring whether targeting neurotransmitter-mediated pathways can reduce the risk of metastatic relapse. This study will make use of laboratory-based research. The independent variable in this experiment is the neurotransmitter exposure, and the dependent variables are the dormancy and reactivation markers produced by the TNBC cells. The first phase is cell preparation. First, we have to obtain the different cells needed, which are the TNBC cell line and cells to mimic the hepatic TME, which may consist of hepatocytes, Kupffer cells, stellate cells, and endothelial cells. And the next thing we have to do is to prepare the media. The next step is to thaw and culture the different cells in a cell culture flask. Then we maintain the cultures at 37 degrees in a humidified incubator with 5% CO2. And then we have to consistently monitor cell confluency daily and do subcultures when cells have reached 80 to 90% confluence. Then, once a sufficient amount of cells are grown, harvest the TNBC cells by adding trypsin and then centrifuge to separate. Then step 7, count the viable cells using a hemocytometer and estimate the total amount of cells per unit volume. Then seed 100,000 cells per well in a 12-well plate with 1 milliliter of media per well and incubate under the same conditions for 24 hours to allow cell adherence. Okay, so the next phase is the neurotransmitter treatment. The first thing we have to do is we must prepare the stock solutions of norepinephrine, epinephrine, and acetylcholine. Then we carry out dilutions to obtain concentrations of 10 micromolars, 5 micromolars, and 2.5 micromolars for each neurotransmitter. And then we add the neurotransmitters according to this mapping on slides in the 12-well plate that contains the co-culture setup just now. And then finally, we have to incubate for 24 to 48 hours. Okay, so the next phase is the data collection phase. To collect our dependent variable, which are the intracellular dormancy and reactivation proteins, or biomarkers, the culture media along with the hepatocytes will be carefully removed, leaving only the adherent TBC cells attached to the base of each well. And then step 3. A lysis solution will be added to each well to release the dormancy and reactivation proteins. And finally, a Western blot will be done to identify the proteins, and an image analysis software will be used to quantify the proteins. The final phase is data analysis. The software ImageJ will be used to quantify the band intensities or the abundance of each type of protein identified by the Western blot. Then a one-way ANOVA will test for significant differences between the abundance of a type of protein in the treatment groups. Next, the p-value for each ANOVA test will be calculated with the Excel software. The statistical significance will be set at p less than 0.05. The p-value is less than 0.05. Individual t-tests will be done for that specific protein type, and each t-test will result in another p-value. Once all of the data have been processed and analyzed, we can observe the trend, which basically helps us interpret what each neurotransmitter is doing to the TME and the TNBC cells. As a conclusion, this research aims to reveal how sympathetic neurotransmitters shape the liver's metastatic niche and influence whether disseminated breast cancer cells stay dormant or reactivate. By understanding this, we can move closer to preventing relapse before it actually begins, and just as importantly, to stop overtreating patients who may never experience metastasis in the first place. Many women undergo harsh chemotherapy after surgery out of fear of what might happen. This study offers hope for a future where treatment is guided by precision and not precaution, and where healing comes with both confidence and compassion as well.
Hello, my name is Houssam Essaadi, a 12th grade student at Lycée Ibn Battuta in Morocco. I'm presenting my research pitch to IARCO, Optimizing Irregular Tiling Patterns for Spatial Coverage, a symbolic framework for design efficiency. Imagine designing a mosaic, arranging solar panels or cutting materials, and realizing your shapes just don't fit. Wasted space piles up, time is lost, and efficiency drops. My project tackles this problem head-on, using symbolic logic to turn messy layouts into efficient, repeatable patterns. The problem is simple to describe, but hard to solve. Irregular shapes, like concave polygons, trapezoids, and polygons with holes, rarely fit together neatly. Traditional methods such as greedy or random placement often leave gaps, wasting materials and time in real-world applications like manufacturing or architecture. My research question is, how can symbolic modeling through trigger sheets encoding placement rules improve tiling efficiency and stability under spatial constraints? This approach blends logic with experimentation, aiming to make irregular layouts both efficient and predictable. To explore this, I'll compare three baseline strategies: grid alignments, greedy placement, and stochastic sampling, against layouts guided by symbolic trigger sheets. Each shape is normalized for consistency and evaluation using the Tiling Efficiency Index, balancing coverage, gaps, and runtime. I hypothesize that layouts guided by symbolic triggers will achieve higher efficiency scores than baselines, show lower variance across trials, and perform better under stricter placement constraints. The framework could help designers, architects, and engineers maximize space use while reducing waste. Beyond technical results, this project has been a learning journey, from literature review to coding and testing symbolic triggers. Each phase taught me how abstract logic can guide real-world design by anticipating potential failures and automating solutions. I learned not just problem-solving, but how to think systematically about design efficiency. This submission to IARCO represents my effort to merge symbolic logic and optimization for real-world tiling challenges. Thank you for your time.
Have you ever wondered what powers the AI we use every single day and what it costs our planet? Hi, my name is Hrishitaa Punjabi from Christ Junior College, Bangalore, India, and my research explores a question we rarely ask. What is the environmental cost of artificial intelligence? We use AI to create, work, and innovate, but behind every chatbot and algorithm are huge data centers burning electricity, producing heat, and consuming million liters of water. In 2023, training one AI model like ChatGPT-3 emitted over 550 tons of carbon dioxide, which is the same as flying from New York to Tokyo 550 times. But here's the problem. We talk about AI's intelligence, not its impact. So here's my comprehensive analysis of AI research. Most existing research only focuses on AI's technological process, economic benefits of innovation. Very few studies examine the environmental impact, especially in smart cities, and compare energy and water usage across them. This gap is exactly where my research steps in. That's why I'm asking, how does the growing use of AI affect energy consumption, and especially in smart cities? My research plan? To answer this, I will review studies on AI, carbon and water footprint, analyze smart cities using AI at scale, and explore future solutions like green AI and energy sufficient computing. Here is the data how I would collect and how I would analyze it quantitatively and quantitatively. AI is powerful, but now it can become ethical, responsible, and green. Because AI is shaping our future, but innovation without responsibility is dangerous. Thank you.
How do social media influencers perform authenticity in the post pandemic context, and what are the sociological dynamics and consequences for influencer culture, audience perception, and symbolical capital?
Hello everyone, my name is Huda Hassan, a grade 11 student from Zaitun International Girls Campus. It is privileged to share my research on performing authenticity in post-pandemic influencer culture. Over the past few years, influencer culture has been transformed dramatically, especially in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. Formerly polished and meticulously curated, influencer content has shifted towards open displays of relatability and authenticity. This culture shift raises profound sociological questions. How real is realness and online, and what happens when authenticity itself becomes something to be staged and commodified?
Performing authenticity in post-pandemic influencer culture research aims examining performance to examine how authenticity is constructed and performed by social media influencer in the post-pandemic landscape. Explore boundaries to explore the negotiation of boundaries between sincerity and strategic self-marketing in digital influencer culture. Integrate perspectives to address gaps by integrating both influencer and audience perspective across major platforms like TikTok, Instagram, YouTube. Core research questions. Our study focused on the sociological dynamics of realness in the evolving digital space. First question, how is authenticity performed? Second, sociological dynamics and consequences. Third, audience trust negotiation. Mixed method approach, data collection. A robust mixed method strategy ensures comprehensive data from both context and human perspectives. Context analysis, in-depth interviews, audience survey. Content analysis focus, emotional labor. The content analysis will specifically score for key elements of performance, vulnerability, and emotional labor across platforms. Theoretical frameworks. Our research is grounded in established sociological theories to provide a rigorous analysis of digital performance. First one, Goffman's dramaturgy. Second, Bourdieu's capital theory. Third, Hochschild's emotional labor. Audience perspective, trust and engagement. 100 survey respondents, 20 follower interviews, 3 major platforms. Across digital platforms, influencers share glimpses of their lives, performing authenticity through everyday moments and emotional openness. Audience respond enthusiastically to what feel real. But how do creators construct in this sense of authenticity? Influencers continuously balance the desire to appear genuine with the need to maintain a marketable image. Sociologist Ervin Gomes describes social life as a performance, a balance between our front stage and backstage selves.
Proposed solution and significance. This research does not merely analyze. It aims to propose actionable solutions. It advocates for more ethical practices among influencers and move towards a greater transparency and conscious engagement with audiences. It provides insights for brands and marketers to foster genuine long-term relationships rather than superficial transactional interactions. Finally, it offers guidance for audiences to become more informed and critical consumers of influencer culture, helping them discern between sincere self-expression and strategical performance. In summary, understanding how authenticity is performed and negotiated online is vital for everyone engaging with influencer culture, rather as a participant, a follower, a critical observer. By recognizing the complexity of digital realness, we take a step closer to more meaningful and ethical digital interaction for all. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Hurain Farsuha and I'm submitting this pitch to International Academic Research Competition 2025. Let me ask you something. What if the solution to one of Earth's biggest pollution problems has been growing beneath our feet all along? Right now, 8 million tons of plastic enter our oceans every year. But here's what most people don't know. Soil contains 4 to 23 times more microplastic than the ocean. And we are dumping 300 million tons of new plastic into this crisis annually. The clock is ticking. Plastic takes 500 to 1,000 years to decompose. During this time, it breaks into microplastics that infiltrate our food chain, from soil bacteria all the way up to the humans. These particles have been found in human blood, lungs, and even placental tissue. Why current solutions fail? The scope. Over 150 million tons of plastic currently pollute our soil globally. In Bangladesh alone, plastic waste generation reached 3,000 tons per day in 2024. The stats. If we don't act by 2050, soil microplastic concentration will triple, compromising agricultural productivity and food safety for 2 billion people who depend on that soil. The gap. Here's the critical issue. Fungi like Pleurotus ostreatus have shown incredible plastic degradation abilities in laboratories. Multiple studies confirm this, but there's virtually zero data on how these fungi perform in actual contaminated environments. Lab conditions can't replicate real soil complexity, competing microorganisms, or variable weather conditions. The research question is as follows. Can selected plastic degrading fungi species effectively reduce microplastic concentration in naturally contaminated soil when deployed in situ, and what environmental factors most significantly influence their degradation rates? I'm using a 3-phase field-based approach. Phase 1. I'll assess a contaminated site near an industrial area in Chittagong. Phase 2. Deploy fungi in controlled treatment plots versus control plots. Phase 3. Monitor degradation rates and environmental conditions weekly over 12 weeks.
fungal plots, each 1 meter square, inoculating them with mycelium grown on agricultural waste substrate. I'll maintain 3 control plots with no fungal treatment. The fungi will be supplemented with nitrogen-based nutrients every 2 weeks to support enzyme production. Why this approach? Insider treatment is exactly where current research stops. Lab studies use sterile conditions, but real soil, it has competing bacteria, variable moisture, temperature fluctuations, and complex chemistry. My approach tests whether fungi can compete and survive in this reality. What it will give me? I'll collect soil samples every 2 weeks to monitor plastic degradation rate using weight loss analysis and FTIR spectroscopy to track polymer chain breakdown. Simultaneously, I'll monitor soil pH, temperature, moisture, and fungal colonization rate using microscopy. This will give me a correlation between environmental factors and degradation success. Here's my acknowledgement. My 12-week study won't capture seasonal variations. That's why I'm also documenting every environmental variable meticulously so that future researchers can extend this work across different seasons and climates. This is the starting point, not the ending point.
Sleep deprivation is a detrimental condition that has severe impacts on the psychological and physical health of an individual. It may not seem concerning at first, especially in the first 1 or 2 weeks, but soon symptoms such as fatigueness, dizziness, and brain fog will start to appear. All around the world, sleep deprivation has become very common yet overlooked. People, especially in developing countries, are sleep deprived. However, the purpose of our research is to assess the issue and suggest solutions while also using the research methodology to demonstrate how much impact sleep deprivation has on the people. The key research objectives for our research are the following. So our first objective is to provide sufficient amount of information regarding the impacts of sleep deprivation. Our second objective is to examine past researches and to fill in the gaps in previous research. Our third objective is to highlight the effects of sleep deprivation on the psychological and physical health, and also to discuss its academic and economic effects. And finally, our fourth objective is to suggest strategies that are easy to implement and are crucial for mitigating the issues of sleep deprivation. So the key research questions for this research are: what is sleep deprivation and what are its causes and effects that have severe impacts on the psychological and physical health of the adolescents and adults? Then the second question is: why should proper detail-rich research be conducted on this subject of sleep deprivation? And third, there is: what are the major obstacles in mitigating the effects of sleep deprivation and how can we solve it? And the solutions are discussed in this video. And finally, the fourth question is: what strategies can be implemented to mitigate the impacts of sleep deprivation and to raise awareness in people to prioritize their health, which is also discussed in this video. Hours of usage of smartphones, tablets, and other devices, especially at night, result in lack of sleep as they emit a short frequency light called the blue light, which disrupts the sleep mechanism of an individual. Overwork and anxiety are also key factors contributing to sleep deprivation. This is mostly common in adolescents and adults who work overtime. Our research methodology has been divided into two parts. The first is research among the adolescents and the second is research among the adults. For the research among the adolescents, the methodology is given step by step. So at first there will be 50 students of the same class. Out of them, 25 are sleep deprived and the other 25 students have a healthy sleep routine. A short written test will be provided to them to complete within a specified time limit, and an estimate of 70% of the healthy students are expected to yield better results than the students who are sleep deprived, and they are also expected to complete the test within the given time limit. And then on day 2, a second test will be conducted, and this will be a physical test to determine the students' physical condition based on their sleep. And here the students who have a poor sleep routine will struggle, and the students who have a healthy sleep routine will be able to do the test with less problems. And finally, a survey will be provided to the students about their daily habits and hobbies, and based on that, the causes of sleep deprivations can be determined. Next up, we have our second part of the research methodology, and that is the research among the adults. Here, at first, there will be 20 adult individuals working in professions such as office work and documenting tasks, and they are to take part in a practical writing test within a time limit. And out of these individuals, 10 individuals will have an unhealthy sleep routine, and the other 10 individuals will have a healthy sleep routine. And this test will determine the average logical and critical thinking of the adult individuals, both sleep deprived and healthy. And the healthy individuals are expected to have much more practical answers than the sleep deprived individuals. A survey will then be provided to the individuals, asking them about their physical and psychological conditions, and finally the results will be used to determine their performance quality based on sleep, and the survey will help to determine their working conditions and how it affects their sleep. And finally, here an overview of the project practicalities and the timeline are given. Some solutions to mitigate the issues of sleep deprivation are given on screen, and overall, by reducing screen time and the amount of work, this can reduce sleep deprivation, and by supporting this research we can raise awareness in people to prioritize their health, especially their sleep, over their work life.
Hello everyone, my name is Insana Karymsakova and I am participating in International Academic Research Competition 2025. What happens when the number of individuals diagnosed with autism continues to increase, yet their integration into society remains incomplete? This question defines the focus of my research: public perception of people with autism spectrum disorder and their families in Kazakhstan. Autism spectrum disorder, or ASD, is a neurodevelopmental condition that affects communication, behavior, and social interaction. According to recent global analysis, the median prevalence of ASD is approximately 100 per 10,000 individuals, or about 1% of the global population. Despite the steady growth in diagnosis and visibility, social inclusion remains a persistent challenge. In Kazakhstan, many individuals with autism and their families continue to face misunderstanding, social isolation, and a lack of coordinated support systems. This discrepancy between medical recognition and societal understanding represents one of the key barriers to inclusion. The central problem this research addresses is the low level of public awareness and the persistence of misconception about autism. Autism is often perceived not as a natural variation in human development, but as a form of abnormality or illness. Such views shape behavior, hinder empathy, and affect how people interact with individuals on the spectrum in schools, workplaces, and communities. Addressing this issue is crucial because social perception determines not only attitudes but also access to education, employment, and healthcare. The aim of this study is to examine how public perception influences the integration and well-being of individuals with ASD and their families in Kazakhstan. It also seeks to identify what specific steps can be taken by society and government to create a more inclusive environment. This research is guided by two main questions. How does social perception of ACD affect the everyday inclusion and well-being of individuals with autism and their families? And what action can improve understanding, reduce stigma, and promote inclusion? The objectives include identifying existing attitudes and stereotypes, analyzing how they influence social behavior, and outlining steps to enhance awareness and inclusion. This research also expands the focus to adults with ACD, acknowledging autism as a lifelong condition that requires continuous support and recognition. To answer this question, the study adopted a mixed methods research design, combining quantitative and qualitative approaches to capture both the measurable patterns of public attitudes and the lived experience behind them. The target population represented different educational, social, and professional backgrounds. The quantitative phase employed probability sampling with elements of stratified selection, ensuring diversity across age and gender. For the qualitative phase, purposive sampling was used to select participants directly related to autism awareness, primarily parents of children with ACD and university students. This approach allowed the inclusion of both experiential knowledge from families and social perspective from the general public. All participants gave informed consent, and ethical standards were maintained. Participation was voluntary, and sensitive topics were addressed with empathy and respect. The research design was constructed to minimize bias, both statistical and emotional, while recognizing that the perspectives of parents might reflect lived stress and social pressure. The quantitative component consisted of descriptive survey distributed online via Google Forms in both Kazakh and Russian languages. The questionnaire contained 3 thematic blocks: demographic data, age, gender, education, and professional background, cognitive assessment, statements evaluating participant knowledge and understanding of autism, and behavioral orientation, hypothetical everyday situations involving interaction with both children and adults with ACD. The main analytical techniques included descriptive statistics to summarize frequencies and trends, and independent sample t-tests to compare responses between two groups, those who personally knew someone with ACD and those who did not. To complement the survey, the qualitative phase applied a phenomenological approach aiming to understand how people interpret and experience autism within social and cultural contexts. 5 semi-structured interviews were conducted, 3 with parents raising children with ACD and 2 with university students. The interviews explored themes such as personal attitudes, emotional responses, perceived social barriers, and expectation of inclusion. Each interview was analyzed through thematic analysis. In conclusion, this research underscores that while the number of people with autism is growing, the problem of integration remains unsolved. This research provides empirical evidence that can inform public education, teacher training, and inclusion policy in Kazakhstan. At the end, to build an inclusive society, it's not enough to raise awareness. We must cultivate knowledge that transforms perception, knowledge that is empathetic, evidence-based, and respectful of diversity. Thank you for your attention.
Planet Earth, housing its 9 billion residents, is set alight by the sheer number of different forms of lighting we use at night. These lights, whose number alone makes the Earth glitter in the absolute darkness of space, is just one of the many things we need electricity for. And that comes at a cost. Hello, this is Abdullah Rahman and I am submitting this pitch to IARCO. For years, we have relied on coal and similar non-renewable fuels to derive our energy from. We have scarred apart the surface of the world and doused our cities in thick, black smoke. Worse yet, our resources are slowly dwindling, but our reliance on non-renewable energy is not. Back when the Industrial Revolution just started, we needed energy and we needed it desperately. Now, however, the cost is hardly an issue. In fact, organizations like IRENA claim it's cheaper. The issue is risk. Investors only want reliable, safe investments, and in most parts of the world still reliant on non-renewables, renewable energy does not meet that criteria. That's where mathematical modeling comes into play. Optimal control theory is a well-renowned branch of applied mathematics that deals with steering a dynamic system from one state to another. And our goal is to steer the world towards renewable energy, starting from a national level. It consists of three elements: the dynamic system, the control variable, and the objective function. The following equations will be used to model the profitability of such a transition by attempting selected strategies shown as I of t and determining the total cumulative profit shown as the integral j. As for the other parameters, they are as follows. The model mentioned above maintains a healthy balance of realism and simplicity by incorporating irreversible market saturation and risk-adjusted depreciation, which severely penalizes a smaller grid, and it ensures transparency via its relative simplicity, a factor that has been proven to be essential to persuade decisions in the business world. After all, distrust amongst investors in large, complicated models is common enough to be given its own name, a black box problem. As for the strategies themselves, three will be considered. They are front-loaded, constant, and delayed. To ensure fair comparison of the three strategies, the total budget, maximum, and minimum investments will be fixed. Data will be obtained from reputable data repositories such as the World Bank and the IEA, ensuring that they are for a correct context. Overall, this proposal aims to strike a balance between prediction accuracy and ease of comprehension to help ensure a successful transition towards renewable energy.
Fentanyl. What's the first thing that comes to your mind? Maybe drug overdoses, maybe drug addicts. Well, fentanyls are classified under opioids as they bind to opioid receptors in our brains and our organs. Now let's talk about another drug, oxycodone. Oxycodone is primarily used to alleviate severe levels of pain for people to function. Well, what are these drugs called? Opioids. And who uses opioids? Drug addicts. Well, these drugs are actually used by people who are chronically in pain. They may be people who you stumble across in your daily lives. It could be one of your colleagues, it could be someone you buy groceries from, or it could be someone staring right at you. So, if you see someone that looks just like any of us and learn that they are on opioids, what would you think? Are they addicts? Should they be forced to not take them? Well, this conflation has caused detrimental effects to people who are chronically in pain. For this reason, a study about the impacts of the false narrative revolving around opioids is crucial. I am Jarif Wasif, and this is my submission to IARCO 2025 on opioid hysteria and the social prejudice against the chronically ill. In 2023, 24.3% of US adults suffered from chronic pain. People with conditions such as fibromyalgia, Crohn's disease, Ehlers-Danlos, CRPS has turned to opioids as a lifeline for functioning. However, the public perception of opioids as dangerous addictive drugs has created stigma, discrimination, and treatment barriers for these patients. To get a better understanding, we will answer whether societal fearmongering correlates with declining mental health and whether suppression of prescription results in a lower overdose. According to a study by SSM Population Health, 18.4% of Americans with chronic pain reported mistreatment in healthcare facilities, which led to severe stress and decreased trust in medical professionals. Moreover, multiple literature has shown that physicians often refuse to prescribe opioids due to regulatory pressures, even when patients require these meds. Even though many studies have brought up this issue, There still exists a lack of data on whether restricting prescriptions are actually decreasing death from overdose, and how stigma against opioids and the people taking them has impacted patients' mental health. For our study, we have taken a mixed method approach, combining both qualitative and quantitative analysis to get an in-depth understanding on the image of opioids and their subsequent effect on the people taking them. Samples are selected from chronic pain patients residing in the USA who will be given surveys along with interviews. Questions will revolve around the following: personal experiences with opioid prescriptions, barriers to accessing pain medications, perceptions of opioid regulation and stigma, emotional and mental health impact due to restricted pain reliefs, opinions on current public health approaches to opioid use. Interviews are conducted to provide deeper, qualitative insights that go beyond typical survey responses. Archival data will be collected from CDC Wonder, Statista, PubMed on the followings: the number of prescription opioids dispensed, prescription opioid overdose mortality rate, total opioid overdose mortality rate. For analysis, we'll be using SPSS for the following: descriptive statistics, to observe trends and patterns of patients' experiences with stigma, mental health, and doctors' tendencies towards opioid prescriptions. Primary and secondary data comparative analysis, to compare survey results with historical trends from secondary datasets. Correlation and regression analysis, to examine relationships between opioid prescription rates and fatal overdoses from prescribed and non-prescribed opioids. In vivo will be used for qualitative coding of interviews and open-ended responses. In the first week, existing literature will be completed. Pilot testing will be done on the second week, while survey distribution, interview scheduling, and secondary data collection will be completed within week 3 and 4. In week 5, interview will be conducted, and within week 6 and 7, data will be cleaned and analyzed. Week 8 will include data interpretation and proposal finalization, and at week 9, the proposal will be submitted. To conclude, stigma and restriction may result in discrimination, untreated pain, and hopelessness. Restrictions may not result in a decrease in overdoses and instead may increase the use of illicit opioids. Education plus reform is crucial to separate medical use from misuse. This was my proposal. Thank you for the opportunity.
Hello everyone, I'm Kashfia Anjum Arisha, and today I'm going to be presenting my research proposal. Integrating molecular markers and clinical factors with treatment adherence to uncover patterns of malignant brain tumor recurrence in Bangladesh. A retrospective cohort study on glioblastoma multiforme. This proposal aims to find patterns from existing data, so we can improve treatment and further research in a country with limited exposure and resources. As we are researching on glioblastoma, our dependent variable for this study, what is glioblastoma? GBM is one of the most aggressive variants of malignant brain tumors. It is life-threatening and it ruins lives. It is a rapidly growing tumor and can attack healthy brain cells and disrupt vital brain functions. It is classified as a grade 4 glioma by the World Health Organization. And unfortunately, it grows back despite surgery, chemotherapy, and radiotherapy. So how do we treat such a dangerous tumor? The global standard treatment for GBM is the STUPP protocol. It has been adopted globally and has proven effective in many cases. The protocol aims to slow tumor growth and increase survival. However, in countries like Bangladesh, it is difficult to adhere to full-term treatment due to limitations in resources, poor management, lack of awareness, and even economic constraints. This deteriorates healthcare and makes it very difficult for researchers to collect sufficient data. It is crucial to monitor patient conditions and different treatment stages so we can find out shortcomings and modify these protocols accordingly. Now that we are over the disease and its treatment, let's look at the molecular markers. These are crucial in providing insights on how GBM behaves and its patterns. They can predict growth rate and response to treatment. The respective effects of each of these variables has been shown on the screen. Although these are data collected from various studies, we are yet to know whether they can reflect the case in Bangladesh. Moving on from our dependent and independent variables, let's talk about why this study is important. The cause and cure for GBM is largely unknown, yet so many people suffer and lose their lives yearly due to GBM. Although research has advanced and healthcare in Bangladesh advanced as well, it relies on research that might not align with the patient profiles in Bangladesh, as genetics, ethnicity, and environmental factors are involved. Moreover, treatment adherence in Bangladesh is significantly less. This study is important so that we can develop protocols that serve our citizens with limited facilities and also serve as a foundation for larger scale, in depth domestic and global research. Which brings me to my next step, research questions. How do molecular markers affect the likelihood of GBM recurrence in Bangladeshi patients? What are the combined effects of these markers on the GBM prognosis? Are global data consistent with Bangladeshi patient profiles? How can individual data be used to increase median post-operative survival probability? Are current treatment protocols appropriate for varying marker combinations and profiles? To obtain tangible information to answer these questions, a retrospective cohort study is proposed. The methodology, obstacles, and the shortcomings are listed on the screen. It is imperative that we analyze existing data to provide Bangladesh specific guidance for healthcare providers and further our understanding of GBM. This next slide shows a visual representation of what one of the survival analysis could look like. This is a curve, and it helps us understand and interpret data, as we can see the numbers visually. Deep understanding of existing data can open doors to pioneering research in brain tumors. So it is crucial that we analyze visual representations of data. In conclusion, the study is the crucial first step to improving and bringing attention to the patients of Bangladesh, as well as research in the departments of neurology and oncology. Humans from all across the world deserve promising healthcare that fulfills their requirements. This study will serve as a reference, not for a treatment protocol and prognosis that is generalized and based on the standards of Western European and higher income countries, but one that serves the people of Bangladesh, from patients to researchers to healthcare providers, who adjust to the limitations of low and medium income countries every single day. Deep understanding of the existing data will open doors to pioneering research in brain tumors and might help us find cure in the future. Thank you for your
Hello, my name is Katharina Alt and I am representing Munich International School in Germany in the International Academic Research Competition 2025. My research proposal is titled Assessing Bias in AI-Driven Credit Scoring Against Non-EU Immigrants in Germany. With artificial intelligence increasingly shaping who gets access to credit, it is critical to understand whether these algorithms unintentionally replicate existing inequalities. The goal of my research is to test whether AI-based credit scoring systems in Germany produce biased outcomes for non-EU immigrants and to identify which variables might indirectly contribute to these disparities. My project centers around two guiding questions. First, do AI-based credit scoring models produce measurable differences in loan approval outcomes between non-EU immigrants and EU native applicants? Secondly, which features in credit scoring models function as proxy variables that indirectly influence approval outcomes and contribute to disparities for non-EU immigrants? This flowchart illustrates the overall data pipeline I'll analyze. Application information is collected, stored, and processed through AI models, which then produce credit decisions. However, within this model, features like postal code or documentation type can unintentionally act as proxies for immigrant status, embedding bias invisibly into automated systems. For instance, studies on the Italian mortgage approval rates found that immigrant applicants had around a 2.7% lower approval rate compared to natives, even after controlling for income and credit history, potentially reflecting similar results in the German credit scoring system. Although regulators have identified risks of bias, no one has empirically tested whether AI-driven credit scoring in Germany disadvantages non-EU immigrants. We also don't know which indirect features actually encode this bias, and despite new legal requirements under the AI Act and the German Data Protection Regulation, there's still no data-driven method to measure fairness in practice. My research study will be able to directly address these gaps. To test for bias in AI-driven credit scoring, I combined two complementary data sources. The first is my survey of 500 recent credit applicants in Germany, half from the EU countries and half non-EU immigrants. It captures both financial information and documentation type. Each participant will report whether their loan was approved or denied, which will become the dependent variable. To ensure reliability, I'll replicate my analysis using the UIC German credit dataset, a well-known benchmark used in fairness studies. This comparison helps confirm that any observed bias isn't unique to my sample but reflects broader structural patterns. This is the logistic regression model, which I will use to test my first hypothesis, whether non-EU immigrant status reduces probability of loan approval after controlling for financial stability. The dependent variable is whether a loan is approved or denied, and the predictors include both financial indicators, like the debt to disposable income ratio, and credit history as well as nationality. The coefficient beta 1 measures the effect of being a non-EU immigrant, with a negative value indicating bias or discrimination effects. To make sure this result is reliable and specific, I will use k-fold cross-validation, dividing the data into several parts and rotating which subset is used for testing. This ensures the model performs consistently and fairly across data splits. Having established that non-EU immigrant status could potentially reduce loan approval odds, Hypothesis 2 will explore why this happened and whether other variables act as proxies that indirectly encode immigrant identity. I will extend the regression framework by adding postal code, marital status, and documentation type step by step. If the immigrant coefficient shrinks as these features are added, it shows that part of the bias is transmitted through them. For instance, a large drop after adding documentation type would indicate that documentation acts as a proxy, not a real risk factor. To reinforce this, I will replicate the analysis using the UIC benchmark dataset and complement it with interviews from non-EU immigrants to understand how these statistical effects actually appear in real life. This project will run over 12 weeks in 4 main phases, in which week 1 to 3 will focus on designing and distributing a survey. Week 4 to 6 will involve interviews with non-EU immigrants, while weeks 7 to 9 I will analyze the data used in the regression models and cross-check it with the UIC German credit dataset, and in the final weeks I will dedicate it to integrating findings and preparing the report. Based on the model structure, I expect to find that non-EU immigrant status lowers the probability of loan approval even after controlling for financial indicators. When postal code, marital status, and documentation type are added step by step, the immigrant coefficient should shrink. Also, documentation type is likely the strongest proxy, as temporary permits may signal perceived instability in credit systems. In conclusion, this project highlights how algorithmic credit systems, though designed for efficiency, can unintentionally mirror social inequalities. The model I propose aims to trace where bias originates, not only where it exists. By combining regression analysis with qualitative interviews, the study provides both statistical and human perspective on discrimination in credit access.
Hi, my name is Kazi Nafisul Bashar. This presentation focuses on my research regarding the barriers to CRISPR genome editing in Bangladesh. While many countries are advancing rapidly in this field, Bangladesh remains behind. This study investigates the reasons for that delay and proposes actionable solutions to overcome it. The research has 3 main aims: to identify the key obstacles preventing the adoption of CRISPR in Bangladesh, to analyze why earlier biotechnology projects such as golden rice were unsuccessful, to suggest realistic measures that can make genome editing both feasible and ethically sound in Bangladesh. CRISPR has transformed global biotechnology. It is an efficient, low-cost, and precise gene editing tool. Around the world, it is being used to improve agriculture, cure genetic diseases, and advance medical science. In Bangladesh, however, the lack of infrastructure, unclear policies, and social hesitation toward genetic research has slowed its progress. This research seeks to understand that gap and how it can be closed. The research is guided by these following questions. Why is the laboratory infrastructure insufficient for genome editing? Why do research projects often stop halfway? Why do ethical concerns, religious interpretations, and misinformation influence public opinion? What structural reforms are necessary to implement CRISPR successfully in Bangladesh? This topic is not only a scientific priority but also a national priority. CRISPR can help Bangladesh strengthen food security, enhance agricultural production, and improve healthcare. If these opportunities are ignored, the country will remain dependent on imported technologies and will miss the economic benefits of biotechnology. The literature review highlights three major challenges: inadequate infrastructure. Most research institutes lack advanced equipment, weak regulatory policy. Existing laws are outdated or poorly implemented. Low public awareness. Misconceptions about gene editing discourage acceptance. Together, these factors explain why biotechnology projects in Bangladesh rarely succeed. The research applies both qualitative and quantitative approaches. More than 30 interviews were conducted with scientists, policymakers, and educators to collect expert perspectives. A separate survey was distributed among biology and biotechnology professionals to assess awareness and readiness for CRISPR. This mixed method design ensures both depth and measurable accuracy. Interview data are analyzed using in vivo software to identify recurring themes. Survey results are processed to SPSS to establish correlations between institutional conditions and attitudes toward CRISPR. This dual analysis highlights where reform efforts will be most effective. The three main findings can be such as governance is fragmented, there is no central authority responsible for genetic research coordination, laboratory resources and funding remains far below international standards, public mistrust is rising due to misinformation and lack of scientific communication. These factors reinforce each other and create a continuous barrier to innovation. The 12-week timeline is organized as follows. CRISPR technology holds immense potential for Bangladesh. It can strengthen agriculture, improve healthcare, and expand scientific capacity. To realize this potential, the country must invest in laboratories, establish a clear national policy framework, and promote accurate public communication about genome editing. Bangladesh possesses talented scientists and ambitious students. With proper structure and collaboration, the country can move from observing biotechnology to leading it. Thank you.
This is Mars. Mars is often seen as humanity's next home, and for good reason. It's close to us and it has similar gravity to Earth's. It's around the same size and it used to have a habitable surface. But there's a major problem with this. See, Mars is currently operating at a terrible temperature for life. And the only way that humans would ever be able to inhabit it would be if we were to make it warmer. Somehow. So, the plan for my project, we are assessing the potential use of solar-powered heating satellites for targeted greenhouse warming of the Martian surface. My name is Kelly-Emmanuel Pierre, and I'm, of course, the one presenting today. So, the challenge. The Martian challenge is an engineering problem. The average surface temperature is negative 65 degrees Celsius, and there is a limited atmosphere. There's minimal surface water. If there is liquid surface water, there's minimal of it. All the surface water is frozen at the poles. So the goal, create a self-sustaining greenhouse effect to raise the mean temperature to a habitable 15 degrees Celsius. Sorry. So, the question, what is the most effective engineered solution to deliver the necessary energy to the Martian poles to sublimate the ice and other gases found there into the atmosphere to create this greenhouse effect? So, two things we are looking at here. We have the energy and climate quantification. We will be calculating the energy needed to evaporate the polar CO2 and H2O and get that into the atmosphere, then modeling the atmospheric pressure and changes for a positive net change in temperature over time. Once those figures are worked out, then the engineering comes in, where multiple designs will be tested and theorized to see what would work best. Of course, all the orbital mechanics would also be a part of the engineering aspect of this project. Expanding on that, so the methodology, we're modeling using a 2D redactive convective climate model to determine atmospheric requirements, quantifying the latent heat of sublimation to find the total energy needed, and then of course the engineering design using the figures that we found prior, developing and evaluating orbital concept based on efficiency, cost, and time frame. The project aims to be not only give a solution, but one that could potentially be used in the near future, even though terraforming is a long-term process. So the plan for this research project, it would last around 10 weeks. Weeks 1 through 4 would be data collection and climate simulation, figuring out the numbers. 5 through 7 would be engineering, R&D, and concept selection. Typically, I would assume we'd narrow down to around 3 concepts and then go from there. And then the final report, engineering outline with all the specifications for the actual satellite and how it would work, what design it would be, all that. Now, why do we care? Well, first thing is attaining knowledge is something that humanity is very good at, and that's one of the reasons we have an edge. The next thing is that the project tackles many valuable areas that are tied directly to the continued success of humanity. Understanding these things has many impacts on the future. Bridging theory and practice is very important. We can theorize all the time, but if we don't understand it, it never will work. It's grounded in known physics, and it will give us a quantitative roadmap to how we could use this in real life. Essentially, it would be the foundation for humanity's future on Mars. So, conclusion, thank you for taking the time to consider this project. Take care and always look towards the stars.
This video pitch is for representing a research proposal for the International Academic Research Competition. So, let's start it with a brief introduction of myself. I am Tuj Zohora Dina from Patel Government Women's College, and I am honored to present my research proposal titled Symbolic Regression in Calculus and Particle Physics, and it is submitted to the International Academic Research Competition. This study focuses on applying symbolic regression to the Maclaurin series for the function f of x equal e to the power x and Desjardins' equation, aiming to uncover mathematical relationships that connect calculus with quantum physics. Having successfully completed the NASA Open Science curriculum, I have developed strong research and open science skills. Earning an ARCO ID reflects my identity as an open researcher who enjoys exploring new areas of knowledge and discovery. I am deeply grateful to the International Academic Research Competition for providing this incredible opportunity to present my proposal and share my passion for scientific exploration. Thank you. So, with that, I am proceeding to the research proposal. Hope you find it enjoyable and exploratory. Let me introduce you to a bit about symbolic regression. Symbolic regression is like teaching a computer to be a scientist. It looks at data and discovers the equations that best describe it. Instead of just fitting numbers, it finds clear interpretable formulas, revealing the hidden mathematical rules behind the data. It's when machine learning meets pure math inside. Now, let's have a clear and concise introduction of my research proposal. We are here mainly focusing on the application of symbolic regression to mathematics and quantum physics. In case of mathematics, we're focusing on the Maclaurin series of e to the power x. The purpose of this proposal is to automatically discover concise, human understandable mathematical laws from data, uncovering the relationships between variables in physics and mathematics. And the objective for this proposal is to use symbolic regression to identify new insights in calculus and quantum mechanics, enhancing both mathematical modeling and physical interpretation through data-driven discovery. Now, we're all familiar with the infiniteness of the Maclaurin series in calculus, and of course, the basement of the equations of quantum physics, the Schrodinger's equation. Now, let's have a glimpse at both of them. Now, before applying symbolic regression to these particular equations, we need to understand the aims and the key questions of this research proposal. This research proposal aims to address the following key questions. First, how can symbolic regression can transform complex equations to the simple forms? By utilizing symbolic regression techniques, this research seeks to identify patterns of relationships within complex equations that allow for their simplification. The goal is to make these equations more accessible, interpretable, and computationally efficient. Next, how can we develop a computational model for these questions? The study will investigate methods to construct computational models that accurately represent simplified versions of these equations. This involves developing algorithms capable of performing symbolic regression to derive expressions that preserve the integrity of the original equations while reducing computational complexity. Well, we can expect the contribution as by achieving these objectives. This research aims to contribute to the fields of calculus and particle physics by providing tools and methodologies that enhance understanding, modeling, and application of these fundamental equations. Now it's time for explaining the methodologies. This study employs PYSR PYSR, which stands for Python Symbolic Regression, a tool by Miles Cranmer to simplify complex equations using symbolic regression. PYSR utilizes generative programming to discover mathematical expressions that best fit a dataset, making it ideal for this research. We need to use Python implementations here. We need to develop Python scripts to automate data generation and symbolic regression using PYSR, which optimizes search for simple forms of complex equations. I think now it's about time. Well, to illustrate the impact of symbolic regression on complex mathematical expressions, I will now demonstrate a simplified animation showing the transformation of the Maclaurin series as Schrodinger's equation before and after applying symbolic regression. While tools like PYSR are typically used for this purpose, they require high-performance computing resources, which I don't have available currently. So, therefore, I've used Google Colab to create a lightweight version that captures the essence of how symbolic regression refines and simplifies these expressions. So let's see ultimately, we see the following outcomes. Well, the benefits for the Maclaurin series here are as follows. It simplifies complex functions for easier analysis, and it automates series derivation, and it boosts efficiency and reduces errors. And also, it enhances mathematical modeling and solution development. As for this Arrhenius equation, it offers insights into quantum mechanics and particle behavior. Also, it automates solutions, accelerating research and discovery. To conclude, this research opens avenues for extending symbolic regression techniques to broader mathematical and physical models, enhancing computational efficiency and accessibility. With that, this video pitch comes to an end. I'm here sharing the references that I received assistance from as well. So, thank you very much for your patience. And again, I convey my finest gratitude to this International Academic Research Competition.
Let's start a small village, tucked between lush green hills, where chewing areca nut is more than a habit. It is a tradition, a story passed down through generations. Every bite, every chew carries more than a flavor. It carries risk of a silent enemy that hardens the mouth, still smiles, and robs the elderly of the joy of eating. I'm Nia, and what you will see is our solution to change this story, to bring health, hope, and smiles back to these communities. Oral mucous fibrosis, or OSMF, is a condition that creeps silently. It gradually hardens the tissue in the mouth, making it painful to eat, speak, or even smile. In villages where areca nut chewing remains common, detection is often late. By the time someone seeks help, treatment is expensive, nutrition is compromised, and daily life is restricted. For many elderly, this means malnutrition, weakened immunity, and a significant decline in quality of life. Yet, the good news is early detection can stop this progression, saving both lives and smile if only the right tools reach these communities. This is why we create the Smart Oral Health Guard, a simple, affordable, and non-invasive kit that empowers communities. It combines a saliva-based screening strip and a daily mouse-thread device designed for elders and caregivers. In just a few minutes each day, people can check their oral health at home, see a risk indicator, and follow preventive exercise. It is low-cost, easy to use, and specifically tailored for communities who need it the most. Our mission is clear: detect early, act fast, and prevent the silent suffering caused by OSMF. And why does this solution matter? First, it is non-invasive. No painful biopsies or clinic visit required. Second, it is affordable. Each kit designed to reach even remote villages. Third, it is preventive. Daily exercise and early prevention reduce the risk of severe OSMF and oral cancer. Fourth, it is easy to use. Elderly individuals and caregivers can manage it with minimal training. In short, it brings detection, prevention, and hope directly to those who need it most. Now, imagine scaling this program to 1,000 villages across Indonesia. Early detection, preventive exercise, and nutritional support, all at minimal cost per person. The impact? Tens of thousands of lives saved, healthier elders, and empowered communities. This is not just a product, it's a movement ready to be rolled out in Puskesmas, Posyandu, and community health program nationwide. Together, we can make a measurable difference in public health. We are seeking partners for a pilot, local health center, sponsors, and production teams. I think that's all from me. This is the end of my presentation. I close. Thank you.
Hello, judges. I'm Lai Hong Anh from National High School for the Gifted. Let's begin with the questions. Why can a startup model thrive in one country but fail in another? Even when the product technology are identical, finance and entrepreneurship are not only about numbers. They are shaped by culture and history, the invisible force defining how people innovate, judge, and invest. Most VC analyses study valuations and markets but ignore the why behind regional differences in startup behavior. My research looks beyond metric, connecting Confucian values, colonial legacies, and state policies to the ways founders, consumers, and investors behave in East Asia. Well, about research questions and objective, this research aims to reveal how shared philosophies like Confucian respect, collective harmony, or colonial pragmatisms explain why innovation clusters differ between Singapore, Vietnam, and Japan. I combine three key theories: half state matters, traits like power distance, and individualisms. Holt explains communications and trust, and Confucianism adds moral order and harmony. Together, they form the cultural economic model, showing how national values translate into economic patterns. Using comparative case analysis, I examined data sets from CB Insights, PitchBook, and Startup Genome. Qualitatively, I reviewed curriculum documents and founder interview to trace how educations and culture shape entrepreneurial attitudes. Quantitatively, I map VC flows by sector to see how risk appetite translates into real funding. Culture influence founder risk and perceptions and investor confidence. Vietnamese founders value purpose over profit. Japanese founders seek perfections over speed. These values create distinct consumer patterns that VCs respond to. Founder behavior mirror national cycle. Well, Vietnamese startups prioritize missions and adoption. Singaporean founders navigate regulations and strategy confidence. Japanese entrepreneurs obsess over quality. Consumer also vary. Singaporeans adopt early. Japanese prefer cautions. Vietnamese community just a social referral. These patterns feed into which products succeed where. In 2023, China led with 51 billions in VC flows, followed by Singapore and Japan. Vietnam, through thought smaller, grew faster, 35% year on year, especially in edtech and green tech. These flows reflect not just opportunity but investor confidence in culture, regulations, and institutional support. Well, here's my proposed timeline for my research executions from quarter 1 2025 to quarter 4 2025 with four state, starting with the state number one, literature review and data collections, and it will end at the state on publications and policy recommendations. Looking forward, culture will continue guiding the foreign tech sectors. In Singapore, green tech and biotech are rising. In Vietnam, socials and education startups remain strong. China and Korea will pushing AI and semiconductor breakthroughs. Recognizing culture fits help investors spot the right opportunity at the right. Here's the model I test and I found through my research. Cultural value shapes founder mindset and consumer preference. These in turn shape which markets gain traction. Investors allocate based on perceived feed of due so ecosystem involve unique sector strengths. In Singapore, institutional judged by fintech. In Vietnam, social judge underpins ethic. In Japan, reliability underwrite robotic ventures. To conclude, culture is not soft power; it's infrastructure. choices in tech, product, and capital are rooted in history and values. By linking culture to investment logic, we can foster more sustainable innovations and more confidence capital. Thank you for considering this work for international academic research competitions IARCO 2025. Thank you.
Kia ora, my name is Leo Powdrill, and my research will explore the potential role of social media in strengthening Indigenous public health and the limitations of alternate current mediums, a case study of modern New Zealand. This will be submitted to the IARCO Competition 2025. The current state of public health for Indigenous Māori in New Zealand is bleak, with a large number of inequalities creating disparities in living conditions and health outcomes. Many health issues disproportionately affect the Indigenous population of New Zealand, showing the need for adequate means of health promotion. Current methods by the Ministry of Health include community action, sector partnerships, health policy advocacy, and national media campaigns. Social media is being used, but on a comparatively small scale to the effect it could have, with around 80 to 95% of New Zealanders using some form of social media. It will be compared to other methods used at the government, organisation and community levels to achieve the same goals, in hopes of determining the best strategy to assist Indigenous health outcomes in Aotearoa. Research questions. Number 1. To access health information, support networks and wellbeing resources, how do Indigenous communities in New Zealand currently use social media? Number 2. When engaging with existing mediums to healthcare, what barriers or risks do Indigenous people face? Number 3. In what ways do Indigenous youth and adults perceive social media as a tool for strengthening their cultural identity and promoting public health? Number 4. How could social media platforms be adapted or created to address the limitations of current public health communication strategies for Indigenous communities? My preliminary literature review highlights major gaps in current research, particularly the lack of studies focusing on Māori and their response to health promotion through social media. While some research exists on other Indigenous populations, like in Australia, these findings cannot be directly applied to New Zealand due to differing contexts. There is limited exploration of social media's role and little understanding of Māori attitudes toward online interaction, where trust is a key factor. Filling these gaps could guide governments and organisations to use social media more effectively for Indigenous health promotion. Methodology. This study will use a mixed methods approach to examine the potential role of social media in benefiting Indigenous public health. The quantitative phase will involve a structured survey conducted with a representative sample of 400 Indigenous people across New Zealand, stratified by age to ensure diversity. This survey will assess social media usage patterns, engagement with health-related content, and the level of trust in this information. The qualitative phase will use semi-structured interviews with 50 respondents to focus on their experiences with social media as a health resource, their barriers to engagement, and the effectiveness of current mediums. Interview data will be analysed to identify recurring themes and ideas, including what makes a medium culturally trustworthy or engaging. Combining both methods will give a well-rounded picture of how social media is currently being used and how it could evolve. Project practicalities. Data collection will occur over a 12-week period. Weeks 1 to 3 will involve creating and distributing the survey and developing interview scripts. Weeks 4 to 6 will include conducting interviews, and weeks 7 to 9 will focus on gathering and analysing preliminary data. Finally, weeks 10 to 12 will focus on interpretation and report writing. The interviews will either strengthen or contradict the analysis gained from the surveys, and therefore help to make a conclusion on the research. With the involvement of Indigenous peoples, ethics will be strictly adhered to throughout the study, ensuring data privacy and no misappropriation. In summary, this research aims to explore the role of current mediums for Indigenous health promotion and the potential that social media holds to revolutionise this area. In an increasingly digital world, Indigenous voices must be supported, not left behind. This research could provide the Ministry of Health with the evidence needed to invest in strategies that are more effective, equitable and culturally grounded, strengthening Māori health and well-being across Aotearoa, and then potentially Indigenous communities across the globe. Ngā mihi, thank you.
Art used to be the purest expression of being human, but today a machine can create in seconds what took us centuries to learn. My name is Manuel Soto Adris from Chile, and my research explores how artificial intelligence is transforming digital art, reshaping authorships, ethics, and the meaning of creativity. Tools like DALL-E and Midjourney make art accessible to everyone, but they also raise new questions, like who owns the art, the artist, the algorithm, or the data that taught it. This isn't just a technical issue, it's an ethical one. Through surveys and interviews with digital artists worldwide, my study explores how creators perceive AI, with their fear, what they embrace, and how we can protect human creativity in the age of algorithms. This research seeks balance, a world where humans and AI can create side by side without replacing one another. It's about rethinking what art means when the brush is shared with a machine. If we can teach machines to create, we must also learn how to stay human.
Oxytocin, it is most commonly known as the hormone that bonds mothers to infants and friends to one another. It has even earned the nickname the love hormone. But here's the question: could the same hormone that builds trust also play a role in breaking societal rules? Essentially, oxytocin is a peptide molecule targeting regions in the brain that include the amygdala and hippocampus, allowing it to influence human behaviors such as generosity and empathy. But here's the twist. Oxytocin isn't always as sweet as it sounds. While it is often associated with trust, this trust is only limited within those of the same group, which in return will lead to favoritism and even racial violence, giving rise to antisocial behaviors including misconduct. Indonesia stands fourth as the country with the highest crime rates in the entirety of Southeast Asia, with a crime index of 46. That number may not sound striking, but it's much closer to Cambodia's 51.3 than Singapore's 22.6. These statistics emphasize the question: what is the relationship between different oxytocin concentration and the tendency to engage in criminal violence? Although we must consider external factors like environment, culture, or socioeconomic status, understanding how our own biology might influence crime could give us a more holistic view of these criminals. And by such observation, we may even be able to develop more crime preventive measures, not just in Indonesia, but around the world. Now, allow me to explain our proposed methodology. This study will have 150 participants, which will be equally divided into two main groups, the control group and the experimental group, each consisting of 75 individuals. The experimental group consists of individuals with a known history of criminal aggression, while the control group consists of those with no criminal record and will be recruited through advertisements. All participants will be between 18 and 25 years old, and both males and females will be included to observe possible gender differences in oxytocin concentration. We will be excluding those with psychological disorders that include schizophrenia, and bipolar disorders, as well as people that are under medication which may disrupt hormone levels. Before joining the study, it is required for all participants to complete a consent form that will ensure their right to withdraw and their willingness to get involved in this investigation. This study will be done with a quasi-experimental design where participants will not be randomly assigned to groups. This is to ensure we can observe and determine the relationship between oxytocin concentration and aggressive behaviors. Once the participants are selected, a screening procedure will be carried out. Here, everyone will have to complete a structured health screening form, ensuring that they are in perfect health to participate. Next, we will examine past criminal records through legal documents and databases to confirm the right groupings. We will also be conducting urine tests to check any recent alcohol consumption, as participants will have to abstain from caffeine, alcohol, and drugs for 48 hours before the test and 24 hours after. Now, as for oxytocin extraction, it will be measured through a standardized enzyme-linked immunosorbent assay kit, where 7 ml of blood samples are collected between 9 to 11 a.m. and immediately stored on ice. They will be frozen at around -70 degrees Celsius until they are ready to be analyzed. Then, the aggression level of participants will be assessed through the Bus-Perry Aggression Questionnaire and the Taylor Aggression Paradigm. The Bus-Perry Aggression Questionnaire is essentially a self-report scale that measures physical and verbal aggression, while the Taylor Aggression Paradigm is where participants are able to set the intensity of shock as punishment, and this will act as the index for aggressive behavior. All data analysis will be done using the IBM SPSS Statistics version 29.0. Now, let's talk about ethics. This study emphasizes on the adherence to strict ethical guidelines, where participants will all be provided with a consent form given with detailed information regarding the study's aims and procedures. They will be ensured anonymity and the right to withdraw whenever they want. They will be debriefed after the study has concluded, and all extraction of biological samples will follow medical safety protocols. In evaluation, our study explores the biological factors of crime that often go unnoticed. Oxytocin, the so-called love hormone, may not be as innocent as what it's known to be, and by examining its role in aggression, this study hopes to deepen the understanding of human nature and create more understanding communities.
Hello everyone, I am Mashtura Haidar Promita, currently an AS level student. This is my official research speech submission to International Research Academic Competition 2025. The title of my proposal is The Need for Introducing Research Skills in Early Academic Years and Their Effects on Later Achievements. It will be a case study of Bangladesh. As I will proceed with the presentation, these will be the topics I will be talking about. And here's a little info about me. So, what is the research problem? As you can see on the graph, in Bangladesh, structured research skills are not taught until students reach university level. By contrast, many developed countries expose children to inquiry-based learning much earlier, improving their critical thinking and academic performance. So, the question may arise, why should children in Bangladesh start to learn research skills earlier? As research builds critical thinking and problem-solving skills, students in developed countries start inquiry by grade 1 to 5, whereas Bangladeshi students start them at a higher level, usually at university levels. So this gap limits confidence, curiosity, and academic independence. Early training can boost future academic success and creativity. Bangladeshi students get research exposure very late, as I've already said. Therefore, my research investigates whether introducing research skills early in primary school can improve long-term academic achievements and essentially 21st century skills in Bangladeshi students. As you all can see on the next slide, my study aims to answer 4 main research questions. First, what impact does early exposure to research skills have on students' academic performance and critical thinking? Secondly, what specific classroom tasks help develop these skills in young learners? Third of all, how do parents and teachers view the strengths and challenges of introducing research earlier? And finally, how do non-academic traits like motivation and confidence influence students' success in research learning skills? Previous studies from Estonia, Turkey, and Bangladesh show that early inquiry-based learning can boost language, problem-solving, and critical thinking skills. For instance, Nahar and Machado found significant improvements in Bangladeshi middle school students who were exposed to inquiry-based learning. However, no study yet explores how teaching research skills at primary level in Bangladesh have effects in long-term achievements. Therefore, my study aims to fill this gap by answering 4 main research questions as it was showed before. Moving on towards the methodology that will be used in this project, I will use a mixed method approach where both qualitative and quantitative data will be collected. In quantitative data, I will work with 300 primary students from both urban and outside urban area schools. These area students will be my prime focus, out of which 150 will receive inquiry-based activities while the other 150 will follow the national curriculum. Pre and post tests will measure academic performance and critical thinking, while on the other hand, to collect qualitative data, I will conduct interviews with 20 teachers, 20 parents, and 10 administrators, and students' focus group and class observations will explore engagement and perceptions. Further, I will analyze data using regression, descriptive statistic, and thematical analysis by Nivo software. My study will be conducted within 12 weeks. During week 1 to 3, I will prepare materials and recruit schools. From week 4 to 8, I will implement inquiry-based learning, observe classroom, and conduct pretest. In week 9 and 10, I will carry out interviews and focus groups. Finally, week 11 to 12, I will focus on collecting data analysis and report writing. I will strictly follow ethical guidance, obtaining consent from all participants, maintaining anonymity, and securing all data appropriately. Overall, by introducing structured research activities earlier, we can close the critical thinking and skill gap between Bangladeshi students and those in developed countries. My aim will provide actionable data for curriculum designers and policymakers to support inquiry-based education in primary school. Ultimately, the goal is to nurture confident, self-regulated learners who can better prepare for higher education and future career.
So, my final take on this would be empowering young minds through inquiry is the best path to equity.
Thank you all for listening to me.
Imagine a classroom where learning is adapted to each and every student, guided by artificial intelligence. I am Naim Molla from Bangladesh, and today I will present my research, High School Students' Attitudes on AI-based Self-Learning Adoption across urban and outskirt areas of Dhaka. This study is my submission for the International Academic Research Competition 2025. Here is a quick overview of my presentation. I will begin with the introduction and literature review, followed by the research questions, goals, methodology, and timeline. Finally, I will highlight the research impacts, future directions, and conclude with key takeaways. Artificial intelligence is surely reshaping the world, and education is no exception to this global trend. With personalized learning features and instant feedback, AI has the power to revolutionize how students learn. But in developing countries like Bangladesh, especially between urban and outskirt areas, access and attitudes toward these technologies vary significantly. My study explores how high school students from both regions of Dhaka perceive AI-based self-learning, what drives them to accept or reject AI-based self-learning as well. Research from developed countries like Finland and Singapore shows how AI-based learning programs can enhance digital literacy and adaptive education. However, in Bangladesh, studies on AI adoption and self-learning readiness are still very limited. This research addresses that gap by examining 500 students, high school students basically, exploring what factors influence their attitudes toward AI-based self-learning adoption. Here are some questions the study aims to find answers. It will evaluate the challenges the students face, differences between urban and outskirts students, the level of awareness, and the benefits they perceive. Finally, it seeks to provide recommendations for promoting equitable adoption of AI-based learning across all regions. Based on the questions mentioned in the previous slide, the research fixes 4 major goals, that is, to examine high school students' attitudes toward AI-based self-learning in both urban and outskirt areas of Dhaka, compare how demographic and awareness factors influence their readiness, and identify challenges and opportunities for AI integration. This study follows a mixed method design as for the methodology part, combining both qualitative and quantitative approaches. It targets high school students from grades 9 to 12 in Dhaka's urban and outskirts schools using random sampling. 500 students will participate in the surveys, while 50 students will be purposely selected for interviews. This approach will help capture both measurable insights and personal perspectives on AI-based self-learning. As said, the methodology is divided into 2 segments. For the quantitative part, a structured questionnaire was designed using multiple choice and 5-point Likert scale questions, which will be distributed through Google Forms. The survey explores factors like tool uses, frequency, learning motivation, teacher encouragement, and barriers such as limited internet access or device availability, providing a clear-cut statistical view of students' readiness for AI-based education. For the qualitative part, semi-structured interviews and small focus group discussions will be conducted with 50 students, 25 from urban areas and 25 from outskirts. This section explores students' personal experiences, perceptions, and challenges with AI-based self-learning, as well as how cultural and educational factors influence their ability and readiness to adopt such tools. Overall, the research is estimated to take around 5 to 6 months to conclude, as you can see the timeline here. So if we go further for the research impact, the research will offer guidance for teachers, insights for policymakers, and supports Bangladesh's vision for inclusive tech-driven education. The findings also provide valuable local data and encourage collaboration among educators, researchers, and technology developers for sustainable AI adoption. The research has several auspicious impacts on future initiatives. Based on this study, other future research can expand beyond Dhaka to include diverse regions across Bangladesh for broader context, including teachers and parents' perspectives, and comparing different educational systems like English medium and madrasa will also provide a more holistic view of AI adoption in education. In conclusion, this study reveals how Dhaka's high school students view and experience AI-based self-learning, uncovering key challenges and opportunities. The findings bridge a vital research gap and lay the foundation for more inclusive, tech-driven education in Bangladesh. Finally, thank you for your time and attention. I truly appreciate your interest in my research, and I hope it inspires further discussions on the future of AI in education.
Yep, that's how we lose our personal information, card details, and all that just by clicking a link or logging into random websites. And the next time we know, our saved passwords, photos, email, all are public. Every day, thousands of people fall for these traps, and not just people, different companies, organizations also face this problem. So, why are people still getting scammed, and can AI actually help us fight back? I am Mridul Hasan, and my research dives right into this. Bangladesh has gone digital faster than anyone ever imagined, from only 3.7% internet users to 44.5% in 2023. But fast digitalization also brings huge risk. A 2023 survey found 59% of people didn't even know what the word phishing means. So while the world upgrades with AI-powered protections, we are still clicking on links that offers us cashback from Bikash. And we have to close this dangerous awareness gap to find out why this actually happens in the first place. My research tackles this problem head-on. We are not just asking if people are aware, but we are investigating the critical gap between what people think they know and what they actually do. This brings us to 4 major questions. How good are we really at spotting a phishing attempt? What specific cultural and social factor make us trusting and therefore more vulnerable? How does our level of digital literacy affect trust in AI security systems? What must we do to make AI defenses not just smart, but also trusted and effective for us? To find the answers, we are using a mixed method design. First, I will collect and analyze quantitative data, then use the qualitative and interviews to explain the results. This combination gives both the numbers and the human stories behind them, making the findings more meaningful and reliable. In the quantitative phase, I will run a survey with enough participants from different age groups and regions. This survey covers demographics, phishing awareness, security habits, real phishing detection tests through scenario-based questions. Then I will select around 40 to 50 participants for short interviews, representing all level of digital literacy. This conversation will explore their digital real experiences and emotion when facing phishing to understand why people react the way they do. I will use descriptive, inferential, and factor analysis to discover patterns and relationships in the data. Finally, I will combine everything to build 2 frameworks. A cultural vulnerability framework, showing what unique risk we face as Bangladeshis, and an AI trust model, showing how to improve user confidence in smart security systems. The data collection will be conducted over the period of 2 months, ensuring a sufficient participant engagement and response rate. Since my participants come from different ages, cities, and digital literacy levels, the analysis will be diverse and well balanced. So what will this build? Our findings will inform culturally framed cybersecurity educations that our people can actually understand and use. They will guide the design of AI security tools that are built for our context, earning the trust of our communities. And they will provide actionable policy recommendation to protect our most vulnerable users. The insights won't just help Bangladesh, they will serve as a key model for every fast digitalizing nation facing the same threats. The research builds a bridge between people and technology, where trust is the strongest pillar because the safest internet isn't built by tech alone, it's built by people who understand it.
For many, help arrives too late. 13 people die every day on the organ wait list. We can do better. What if we could print patient-specific cardiac tissue with vessels planned by AI directly from MRI scans? Hi, my name is Mrinal Yoligary. I'm from Ober de Tompkins High School. I'm in 10th grade. I'm in the United States of America, and I'm submitting this pitch for IARCO. So what are the worldwide problems? Cardiovascular disease and organ transplantation related problems are one of the leading causes of death worldwide. 3D bioprinting technology offers a promising solution for these issues. However, there are many bottlenecks and there are also many issues with this technology before it can be implemented in the real world. And one of this is functional vasculature and mapping. And this is because vessels are extremely intricate and highly individualized, which makes it extremely hard for models to map it out and for it to be ready for 3D bioprinting. And without vessels, of course, printed tissue fails. So my research question is, how can an AI model pipeline automate the segmentation and mapping of vascular networks of heart and convert cardiac MRI scans to a bioprint-ready vascular format? So 3D bioprinting, of course, is an emerging technology that uses additive manufacturing to create three-dimensional structure of organic materials. And as I discussed earlier, one application is heart disease, where it can allow for the restoration of parts of the heart, the myocardium and aorta, to effectively tackle various complications of heart disease by preventing heart failure. So what is the novelty of my project? While many previous pipelines in the past have employed deep learning to map vasculature networks, vascular segmentation, this novel computation model, it integrates previous models for bioprinting purposes to create a fully 3D bioprinted construct using vascular segmentation from MRI scans. Additionally, most cardiac MRI pipelines do not address overlapping metrics and don't enforce bioprinting requirements. So outputs of these traditional models cannot be used for bioprinting purposes, which is exactly what this proposal aims to solve. So let's look at the pipeline overview. So first we have the input, which is for MRI scans. So we have pre-processing to make the data uniform, and then we have segmentation, which is the model, and then we have 3D modeling, which is the outputs, and then we have finally 3D bioprinting. So what are the measurable objectives? We are using CL dice, and we're trying to achieve 95%. We are trying to get hazard dive distance minimized, and we are trying to have mesh breaks less than 2%. We're trying to have a bioprintable pass. And these are all just these standards and regulations in order for bioprinting to occur. So let's look at data training plan evaluation. After segmentation, the model is able to clean the mask, generate a watertight STL, and smooth where safe using 3D slicer and blender to enforce constraints before export. So what is a printing strategy? We're using extrusion bioprinting, which is for the bulk myocardium and large vessels, and also fresh bioprinting, which is for the micro vessels and capillaries. So here's a rough timeline. So from week 1 to 4, we'll focus on data collections and standards, which is from the data sets, and we also split the training sets. From week 3 to 10, we'll have model training and evaluation. From week 9 to 10, we have post-processing to watertight STL. We'll focus on that part. And then we have from week 11 to 12, we have a testing cycle. So what are the impacts? It addresses the transportation limitations and supports patient-specific cardiac models. It accelerates drug testing and disease modeling, such as organ-on-chip. It can bridge imaging, print technology, preserving mask, and printability, check SD outputs. And it also is built for feasibility, where known data sets and open source stacks are used on a feasible GPU. I thank you for listening to my presentation.
This is Muhammad Abrar from Bangladesh presenting our research proposal to IARCO 2025. The proposed title of my research is Artificial Intelligence Supported Decision Framework for Sustainable Urban Planning to Improve Air Quality in Dhaka City. Dhaka is one of the fastest growing megacities in the world that faces a silent crisis. Air pollution here ranks top 5 polluted cities in the world that is severely affecting public health, productivity, and quality of life. Among the different sources of air pollution such as brick-kilns, dusts, vehicles, lead, biomass burning, the brick-kilns is the biggest source of particulate matter, 2.5 air pollution. Traditional urban planning approaches have struggled to keep pace with this challenge. To address this, my project proposes an AI-supported decision framework, a smart, data-driven system that integrates real-time air quality data, urban land use patterns, traffic flow, and meteorological information to guide sustainable city planning decisions. The specific aim of the research is to develop and validate an artificial intelligence supported decision framework that integrates air quality data, urban activity patterns, and policy scenarios to guide sustainable urban planning interventions in Dhaka city. Our goal is not just cleaner air, but a healthier, more livable Dhaka city. The AI decision framework that integrates multi-source data, predicts pollution patterns, and supports evidence-based planning, which will serve as a blueprint for sustainable urban planning in other developing cities facing similar environmental challenges. The research questions of my proposal are: number 1, how can artificial intelligence can be incorporated into a decision support framework for sustainable urban planning policies to enhance air quality in Dhaka city? Number 2, what combinations of data sources can be effectively fused using AI to generate reliable, high-resolution air quality information for Dhaka? Number 3, how can AI and hybrid CDN AI surrogate models be designed to simulate and forecast the impacts of urban planning scenarios on air quality Dhaka? Number 4, what institutional mechanisms and governance structures are needed to embed an AI-supported decision framework into Dhaka's urban planning processes to ensure long-term sustainability and accountability? This research will adopt a mixed method approach that will integrate environmental monitoring, urban planning datasets, and advanced AI techniques to build an interpretable, policy-relevant tool for Dhaka city. We are collecting data from air quality data, urban and transport data, and socio-demographic data, and we are modeling using baseline air quality simulation, AI surrogate model development, and explainable AI integration. Scenario development for urban planning includes transport scenarios, industrial scenarios, land use planning. The software used for quantitative data analysis are open source tools, which include Python and PostGIS for geospatial databases, and visualization, which includes QGIS, ArcGIS, or web-based dashboards. Data driven from different sources such as air quality data, urban and transport data, socio-demographic data will enter into a hybrid CDM AI model. The analyzed data will generate a framework that will show AI decision and policy relevant tool for development of urban planning to improve the air quality in Dhaka city. The research project will be implemented over a period of 12 months. And the expected outcome of research project will be improved air quality forecasting in Dhaka city, identification of pollution hotspots, policy-ready urban planning recommendations. Therefore, the output of my research project will help to build healthier citizens, sustainable growth, scalable model for other cities in Bangladesh as well as globally. Together with innovation and technology, we can reimagine Dhaka as a smart, sustainable, and breathable city for future generations. Join us in building a data-driven path toward clean air and urban resilience, Dhaka city.
Hello, judges and fellow researchers. My name is Myungjin Song, and I'm honored to present my project titled Improving Paragolo Polyethylenamine Fire-Resistant Coatings on Tree Bark via Low-Dose Phytic Acid. Wildfires have become one of the most devastating consequences of climate change. Over the past decade, their frequency and intensity has drastically increased, destroying forests, releasing massive carbon emissions, and threatening human lives and infrastructure. Traditional flame retardants, such as halogenated or organophosphate systems, were designed to mitigate fire spread. However, these compounds are toxic, environmentally persistent, and often release hazardous fumes when burned. As environmental regulations tighten, the world urgently needs eco-friendly, non-toxic, and effective wildfire prevention materials. My motivation for this project comes from witnessing how vulnerable forest ecosystems and even urban areas near them remain to fire. I wanted to create a sustainable and biocompatible coating that could protect natural substrates like tree bark, which is often the first surface to ignite in wildfires. The focus of my research is a bio-inspired coating made from pyrogalol and polyethylenamine, or PGPEI. This system is empowered by the chemistry of muscle adhesion and plant polyphenols. PG, a trihydroxybenzene compound, is structurally related to gallic acid, a common plant polyphenol. It provides a multiple reactive sites that help form a stable graphitic char layer when burned. PEI, on the other hand, contributes amine groups that cross-link with PG through oxidative cross-linking, forming a durable adhesive network. Together, PG and PEI create a water-based, non-toxic flame retardant coating that can be spray applied directly onto tree bark. When exposed to fire, the coating forms a charred honeycomb-like barrier that prevents heat and oxygen from penetrating, effectively slowing down combustion. However, the challenge was that PGPEI coatings alone still have limited char yield and moderate heat resistance compared to commercial flame retardants. To address this, I introduced this research question. Does incorporating low-dose fatty acid about 0.1 to 0.5% into a PEI coating system enhance its flame retardant performance on tree bark by catalyzing char formation and improving thermal shielding while preserving the eco-friendliness necessary for wildfire mitigation? My project will have three big steps shown here: preparation, analysis, and comparison. Specifically for methodology, I prepared several formations by mixing PG, PEI, and PA in water, and then spray-coated them on red pine wood blocks, chosen for their cellulose-rich structure similar to living tree bark. I conducted a series of analyses to evaluate structural, thermal, and biological performance. First, for structural and compositional analysis, I'll conduct X-ray photoelectron spectroscopy and scanning electron microscopy to analyze surface bonding and elemental composition before and after burning. Second, for thermal and flame retardant assessment, I'll conduct thermogravimetric analysis to quantify weight loss and char yield up to 800 degrees Celsius, and cone colorimeter tests to measure key fire metrics such as peak heat release rates and total heat release under controlled 35 kilowatts per meter squared heat flux following ISO 56602-1 standards. I'll also conduct laser flash analysis to determine the coating's ability to block heat transfer by measuring thermal conductivity and diffusivity. Lastly, for toxicity evaluation, I'll perform cytotoxicity tests to ensure environmental safety where composition ashes were tested on human skin fibroblast cells using Pester Blue viability assay. This last slide summarizes the expected outcomes and overall impact of my research. At the base of the pyramid, we begin with the data-driven proof of synergy between PA, PG, and PEI, confirming measurable improvements in char yield, heat insulation, and overall flame retardancy. Moving upward, I'll also ensure biocompatibility and eco-friendliness, also enhance char formation and thermal shielding. And finally, at the top, we reach a scalable wildfire prevention technology, a water-based spray deployable system that can be applied directly to trees and wooden structures in wildfire-prone regions. Overall, this pyramid represents how each level builds toward one goal: creating a sustainable high-performance coating that protects ecosystems and infrastructure while aligning with global sustainability goals, climate action, sustainable cities, and innovation. In conclusion, this project aims to demonstrate that sustainability and performance can coexist in new flame retardant technology. Integrating PG-PEI system with low-dose PA, we can create a coating that is eco-friendly, efficient, and applicable to organisms. As wildfire continue to threaten both nature and humanity, I believe this research prevents one step closer to the safer, greener future. Thank you for listening.
Greetings everyone, this is my video pitch for the International Academic Research Competition 2025. I am Naim Molla and the name of my institution is Motichil Government Boys High School. I'm in the 12th grade, which falls under the junior category, and I'm from the country Bangladesh. Today I'm going to explain about my research topic, which is SEHS, Stellar Energy Harnessing Satellites. So let's move on to the next part of this video pitch, which are the research problems. So the first problem that we face is the global demand for energy is rising drastically, pushing us towards a global energy crisis. So we all know that the usage of natural gas and crude oil is increasing day by day, which is resulting in an energy crisis globally. So the second problem here is the usage of fossil fuels is harming our environment in countless ways. So when we use fossil fuels, we all know that they release greenhouse gases, which is super harmful for our environment. It also generates a lot of waste, which pollutes the ground and everything else, water pollution, air pollution, everything happens in here. So the third problem is that the effects of climate change are increasing day by day, making it a great challenge for humanity itself. So we have all heard of climate change, but how severe is it? Climate change has taken a big turn, which is causing natural disasters, earthquakes, floods, river erosions, droughts, and wildfires, and whatnot. Climate change is reshaping our whole entire planet, which is putting the coastal regions in huge risk of getting flooded away. Desertification is also a huge issue. So the next problems are that the usage of solar and wind energy are very much dependent on location, weather, and time. And the last problem is that we are yet to possess a clean, sustainable energy source, which is unlimited. So solar panels are a very good way to get renewable energy, but they do not function at night times or while cloudy weather, so it's quite inconvenient. So that's where my research proposal, the SEHS, comes in. So what is the SEHS? The concept of it is that a satellite will be placed in the geostationary orbit of our planet Earth, which will continuously 24/7 collect sun ray and convert it into microwaves, which will be sent to the Earth via microwave beams, and it will result in us getting a 24/7 energy source. So now let's move on to the research aims, which is that we are going to include the involvement of societal, political, and ethical aspects of a global scale SEHS deployment, which has never been done before. This is a gap in the literature review. So after that, we are going to state the environmental benefits along with the reduction of greenhouse gas emission. We are going to evolve the technical feasibility of SEHS. We're going to analyze the efficiency and the safety of microwave power transmission, and many more points.
So now let's move on to the most important part of a research paper or a proposal, which is obviously the research methodology. So my research proposal actually follows a 4-step methodology, which includes a qualitative phase, a quantitative phase, a data analysis stage, and a separate stage for taking legal considerations and ethical considerations, which is all that boring stuff which we will talk about later.
So the first phase of my research methodology is going to be the qualitative phase, where we will be interviewing and talking with the stakeholders of this whole project. We're going to gain more insight and ideas into this whole concept. The second phase is going to be the quantitative phase, where we will be doing a lot of technical stuff like theoretical modeling and power transmission simulations, so that we can make sure that our whole project idea and model is flawless. We're going to create prototypes and we're going to test things within simulations to make sure that our idea and concept is flawless and our calculations are all good. And speaking of calculations, the data analysis stage is the next one, which is pretty self-explanatory, and the last one is ethical considerations and project feasibility approach. So that is all for my research proposal video pitch. If executed properly, this would reshape humanity forever. Let's power the Earth from the stars. Thank you.
As AI is developing and students are increasingly use it, it's important to investigate the effects it has on our critical thinking and our mental well-being as a whole, and what social implications does AI usage hold. As ChatGPT has developed from 3 to 5, it's developed its ability to interpret not only text but images to either assist students or, in this case, deter them. As this technology has been advancing, it kind of lessens the burden on students to have independent thought. As different assignments such as making posters can now be achieved by ChatGPT, students don't have to think as critically and focus on how to get the assignments done themselves. But how does this development actually affect political beliefs, or does it at all? Before we determine the effect it has on political beliefs, or if it even has any, let's take a look back. We've noticed that in the last year, 7% of teens, increasingly compared to the last 20 years, believe that they have more conservative beliefs than their parents. This is saying something because typically Generation Z, or the teenagers of today's age, are thought to be a cohesively, relatively liberal group of individuals. But in this graph, we can see that they're becoming increasingly conservative. At the same time, we notice that ChatGPT usage within students has doubled in percentage within the last year from 13 to 26%. Now it's up to us, or me, to try and figure out if this is a correlative effect or causative. Let's look at some literature that analyzes stuff in the specific field and what it's missing to answer our research question of does AI usage actually increase conservative beliefs. First, from Gerlich, we have a study that was conducted to figure out does AI reliance actually decrease critical thinking, and it's found a correlative effect between these two variables, but we can look to other literature to understand why truly does this effect happen. And this researcher named Du has calculated and found out that one particular reason why it can demonstrate a lack of critical thinking is because these chatbots have friendly features. What this means is the way in which you word a prompt to a ChatGPT bot or like a similar bot has a strong impact on how they respond to you. These friendly features are aimed to please you, not educate you. The chatbot often responds to give you information you already agree with based on your tone, which limits your experience and limits your exposure to different perspectives. In comparison, without AI usage or without ChatGPT, if you asked your teacher something, they might even challenge your perspective and push you to think further ahead. Now, onto relating critical thinking to conservative beliefs, the researchers Fording and Schramm did this by surveying different people and first assessing how high their level of political knowledge is and having the users themselves assess how high their need for cognition is or how comfortable they are putting in effort for different problems and processes. Once they've gathered this information, they figured out that people with low political knowledge often correlate with a low need for cognition, or they don't feel like they have to put in effort or like to put in effort when thinking about certain topics. These infos are labeled as low information voters by these two researchers, and they found that these voters often rely on emotional appeals, such as Donald Trump's campaigns, which prey on fears of different people. After going through all of this literature, I noticed the main holes was putting this all together, putting the AI usage correlating with a lower need for cognition and that relating to conservative beliefs, putting that all into one study and testing it out. That doesn't exist yet, which is what I want to solve. So the methodology I'll be using is first methods approach. So first I'll be surveying different people with a 1 to 7 Likert scale, and I'll be asking them about their AI usage, how often they use it, how long they use it at a time, and what they're using it for in the first place, whether it's for educational purposes or entertainment. Along with their AI usage, I'll be asking them about their perceived political alignment, and also, like the other Fording and Schramm study, seeing how much their self-assessed need for cognition is. Do they like to put an effort into different problems and processes, and how much value do they place on struggling to think about different problems and critically thinking? After I gain this survey, After doing the survey and taking into account the responses, I'll separate them into a control group and an experimental group. The control group will consist of people who selected 1 to 3 on the Likert scale for basically 0 to low AI usage as a whole. And this is the test group, whereas the higher AI usage group is going to be experimental, and we're going to see how much their political beliefs differ from the control group. And to create the experimental group, I'll use stratified random sampling based on how long they use AI, why they use it, and ensuring there's an equal amount from these different subcategories of high AI users, and making sure there's the same group size as is in the control group. And what's going to happen in both groups is that they're both interviewed on one-on-one interviews, so it's not influenced by any group peer pressure, and the interviewer is disguised, so you don't know who it looks like, so you're also not influenced by the interviewer themselves. They're asked the same questions, and they're asked specifically political questions about what do you think about this political topic, and how would you oppose this political topic or go against these views. That question specifically will focus on how critically these interviewees are able to think when having to rebuttal against a preconceived notion. The predicted response that I believe is that when you're using AI, as I was speaking before, you're less accustomed to experiencing different perspectives. So higher AI usage would probably make you worse at rebuttaling different political opinions. And I predict that these rebuttals from these lower info users or people with lower need for cognition would be more emotional and rely on emotional appeal, probably allowing them to lean more conservatively where those campaigns prey on irrational fears.
Hello everyone, my name is Nur Hisham, and this video is my official research submission to IARCO. For centuries, the night sky has been a window to discovery, imagination, and science. But today, something unexpected is happening. Our view of space is being silently obstructed. This is a very urgent matter because, without observatories and the images that they provide, exoplanets, distant galaxies, observed cosmic phenomena like black holes and supernova would have never been discovered. This is all crucial to our understanding of the universe and the future of humanity. If we don't find solutions soon, these discoveries and our ability to study the cosmos could be permanently at risk. This is why my research asks the central question: how do large satellite constellations, such as Starlink, affect the quality of ground-based astronomical observations in the visible and infrared spectrum, and what solutions are possible to mitigate this impact? Current studies by ESO, NORLab, and researchers like McDowell, Haino, and Williams show that satellite trails can ruin entire observations. Over 26,000 satellites are projected to interfere with telescope data, yet very few studies focus on solutions or even preventive strategies. This gap is exactly what my research aims to address. To explore this issue, I will use a qualitative research approach combining multiple sources of data to ensure a comprehensive understanding of the problem. Firstly, I will review peer-reviewed studies and official reports to identify impacts of satellite constellations on astronomical observations, including both optical and infrared data. This will provide a solid foundation of existing knowledge and highlight gaps where solutions are still needed. Secondly, by analyzing transparency reports, technical specifications, and public statements from companies like SpaceX, OneWeb, and Amazon, I will evaluate their awareness of the problem and current preventative strategies, if any. Thirdly, I will use real-time satellite tracking data to quantify the number and position of satellites in low Earth orbit. This will allow me to cross-reference the reported interference with actual satellite activity and understand the scale of this issue. And lastly, I will make an online survey of 100 participants. I will gather public perspective on the importance of the night sky and the visibility of stars. This will include astronomers, students, and general citizens, providing insights into cultural and societal consequences of losing access to a natural night sky. My analysis will also focus on three main angles: a visual impact, documenting how satellite trails affect stargazing, astrophotography, and the overall visibility of celestial objects; a scientific impact by assessing how satellite constellations interfere with long-exposure imaging, optical and infrared data, and radio astronomy; and a cultural impact, exploring how the gradual loss of access to a natural night sky affects education, inspiration, and humanity's connection to the universe. To mitigate the impact of satellite constellations on astronomy, several strategies can be implemented. For example, technical solutions using anti-reflective coatings or darksats to make satellites less bright, adjust their orientation to avoid reflection, and limit deployments in sensitive orbits. We can also work on astronomical solutions where astronomers can use filters and correction softwares to remove trails, plan observations when satellites are invisible, and coordinate with operators for real-time data. And lastly, we can create international brightness standards, protect key sky zones, and raise public awareness to ensure technology and astronomy coexist sustainably. This research is urgent because astronomy relies on observation. If we lose that window, we lose our ability to understand the universe, make groundbreaking discoveries, and inspire future generations. By analyzing the impacts of satellites and exploring mitigation strategies, this project contributes to scientific awareness, informs policy decisions, and helps protect humanity's shared celestial heritage. In conclusion, the night sky belongs to everyone, whether scientists, dreamers, and future generations. Supporting this research means protecting our ability to explore the universe and maintain our connection to it. Together, we can keep the stars a source of wonder, knowledge, and inspiration, because protecting the sky is preserving discovery.
Good evening everyone, I am Naim Molla and I'm presenting my research proposal titled Optimization of Hybrid Microgrid Systems with Real-Time Integration of Load Shedding Mitigation in Bangladesh. I'm submitting this speech to International Academic Research Competition. This research was born out of a very real and urgent crisis. Imagine factories halting production, students studying by candlelight, and hospitals delaying critical care, all because the lights went out. That's not just an inconvenience, it's an obstacle to progress. This research aims to turn that challenge into an opportunity. Let's get into the next slide. Bangladesh faces a severe energy challenge, frequent load shedding caused by rising demand and an overstrained grid. It disrupts homes, education, and industries, slowing national growth. Although hybrid microgrids exist globally, most rely on outdated, fixed models that overlook Bangladesh's unique realities. My research introduces a real-time adaptive framework designed specifically for our energy landscape. On to the next slide. This study is guided by three powerful questions. First, how can real-time monitoring and data integration increase the efficiency and reliability of hybrid microgrids in Bangladesh? Second, what are the technical, economic, and infrastructural challenges in applying these systems to address load shedding? And third, what optimized framework can combine real-time monitoring with hybrid microgrids to ensure reliable, cost-effective, and sustainable electricity for all? These aren't just research questions. They are the backbone of a solution Bangladesh needs. So, what does the current literature say? Previous studies on hybrid microgrids show strong promise. Real-time monitoring supported by advanced control methods like fuzzy logic, model predictive control, and deep reinforcement learning has improved stability in many countries. In Bangladesh, studies proved techno-economic feasibility, particularly in PV biomass and tidal hybrid systems. But these are fixed simulations focused on cost. What's missing is real-time integration into the national grid. My research builds on these findings to bridge simulation and real-world adaptability. This leads me to my next point, which is without real-time adaptability, even the best microgrid systems are vulnerable to sudden demand spikes and renewable intermittency. A system that can't adjust in real time is a system that fails when it's needed most. This isn't just about upgrading technology, it's about future-proofing Bangladesh's power grid. A real-time optimized framework can reduce blackouts, boost efficiency, and build resilience. Most importantly, it can light up homes, schools, and hospitals without interruption. Then how do we solve this? To bridge this gap, I'll use a mixed method approach. Quantitatively, I'll analyze key studies to extract performance metrics like levelized cost of energy, net present cost, renewable fraction, and reliability. Qualitatively, I'll interview energy experts to identify real-world constraints and opportunities. By combining these insights, the framework won't just be theoretical, it will be engineered for direct implementation in Bangladesh's energy grid. Now, let's get specific. My quantitative analysis will focus on 4 core metrics to build the evidence: levelized cost of energy and net present cost for cost effectiveness, renewable fraction for sustainability, reliability metrics like system average interruption duration index and system average interruption frequency index for system uptime. Comparing this across grid types will clearly show the performance gap that real-time optimization can close. Now let's turn to the actionable plan. This is my 8-week project plan, which is both rigorous and realistic. The final stage is crucial. Integrated data analysis. Here, I will use a technique called triangulation to weave together the quantitative trends from the literature with the qualitative context from the experts. This ensures my findings are not just statistically sound, but also deeply relevant to the practical realities in Bangladesh. But how is this data put into action? Let me briefly deep dive into the engine of this solution. Real-time monitoring. Why is it so important? Because renewable like solar and wind are intermittent. Advanced controls powered by IoT-driven real-time data allow a microgrid to dynamically balance supply and demand. This makes hybrid systems more stable and efficient than traditional setups. While challenges like cybersecurity remain, the potential for loss reduction and improved reliability is immense. In conclusion, this research aims to deliver 3 outcomes: greater efficiency, stronger reliability, and a clear path to sustainable growth. The vision is a Bangladesh that moves from isolated case studies to a unified national framework, integrating smart hybrid microgrids through data-driven decisions, paving the way to a load-shedding-free future. Thank you for your time.
A recurrent disaster frequently appears on Bangladesh's news headlines: fire accidents. These accidents have consistently ravaged our industrial and commercial sectors, claiming hundreds of lives each year. Headlines like Fatal Fire kills 112 in Bangladesh and Garment Fire claims 50 workers in Naranganj fail to convey the true gravity of this situation. The tragic human stories behind these events are often overshadowed by the statistic. Why have these accidents persisted? Who or what is responsible for them? Can we reduce the fatalities associated with these incidents? I'm Nusrat Sultana Muntasir, presenting my research proposal which seeks to find answers to these questions. My study is called Probabilistic Assessment of Mortality Risk Factors in Industrial and Commercial Fire Incidents, a mixed method study in urban Bangladesh. This presentation is part of my research proposal submitted to International Academic Research Competition Fire. In fact, the majority of these fire incidents show recurrent factors like the lack of fire exits and extinguishing resources, delay of response time, weak infrastructure, organizational negligence, etc. My research aims to identify and categorize key risk factors, contextualize the probabilistic method in Bangladesh, collect and synthesize historical data to imply an effective model, recommend possible policy and safety changes, analyze the systemic barriers in implementing fire safety measures. Problem statement. Scope of the study. This research will concentrate on fire incident data from 2010 to 2024 in urban Bangladesh, specifically in industrial and commercial regions like Dhaka and Chittagong, to reflect urban safety management, infrastructure planning, and enforcement of fire regulations. This study is established within the framework of disaster risk reduction and urban safety governance. Relevance of the study. By providing quantitative evidence and contextual explanations, this study holds a common ground for policymakers, regulators, and future planners. This research will guide risk-based inspection while demonstrating administrative and governance gaps. This research asks which factors in each category, building, human, fire, response, systemic, consistently rank higher in causing more deaths. How effective are the existing probabilistic models in the context of Bangladesh? What are the systemic barriers to enforcing fire safety regulations? Based on the result of the proposed model, what possible changes to possible policies will reduce mortality risk in commercial and industrial fire incidents? Literature review. Past research insight. Fire risk management employs 4 criteria: checklists, narratives, indexing, and probabilistic methods. Western studies have taken probabilistic approaches to analyze wild and nuclear fires. These researchers have exploited event trees, logistic regressions, and Bayesian networks while analyzing risk factors in fire disasters. However, studies in Bangladesh have primarily focused on narrative and checklist methods. Gaps in prior research. Despite countless studies in fire risk evolution, Bangladeshi studies have never conducted probabilistic analysis. Furthermore, most of the studies fail to show any categorization and ranking of these factors. There are also limitations in victim and survivor perspectives, often resulting in the understatement of organizational negligence. Methodology. This study will be utilized a mixed method approach in assessing the mortality risk in commercial and industrial fire accidents. Qualitative data, 15 to 20 semi-structured interviews will be taken from samples representing the victims, firefighters, and safety professionals having direct exposure to any of the 3 major fire accidents. Quantitative data, inclusion of fire accidents in industrial and commercial fatalities, garment factories, malls, restaurants, marketplaces in urban areas with fatalities greater than 5 of the last 15 years will be considered from sources like Bangladesh Fire Service and Civil Defense, media archives, NGO reports. Quantitative analysis. Bayesian network modeling would be used to account for the interdependency of the factors. A logistic regression model will be employed to estimate the probability of high fatality, which means greater than 25 deaths incidents. Qualitative analysis. Interviews will be reviewed for recurrent themes. In vivo will be used to code and analyze patterns schematically. All participants will give informed consent. The actual identities of organizations associated with systemic factors will be anonymized. A 12-month timeline is needed for this research. 3 to 4 months for collecting quantitative data, months 5 to 6 for analyzing those, months 7 to 8 for qualitative data collection, documentation, months 9 to 10 for qualitative analysis and comparing case findings with quantitative model outcomes, month 11 to 12 for completing the research report and preparing policy recommendations. Outcomes. A probabilistic model utilizing a Bayesian network will be developed to address the unique infrastructure vulnerabilities, socioeconomic conditions present in Bangladesh. Additionally, if this study is carried out, it will not only benefit Bangladesh but also other nations with similar economic conditions. As this study categorizes risk factors and proposes a probabilistic model, urban safety measures will become at least 20% more readily available. The quantifiable insights provided by this research can inform targeted safety precautions that reduce fatalities and conserve financial resources. Thank you.
Greetings everyone, I'm Nusrat Nawar from Bangladesh. I'm going to present my research proposal on the Rohingya dilemma, human rights, repatriation, and refugee challenges in Bangladesh to the International Academic Research Competition 2025. So let's get into it. The Rohingyas are a Muslim ethnic group from Myanmar's Rakhine state and are widely recognized as the world's largest stateless refugee community. They have faced brutal violence and persecution since Myanmar's independence in 1948. Before 1982, Rohingyas had voting rights, and even representation in parliament. But the citizenship law took away these rights. Consequently, this led to a large number of Rohingyas moving to Bangladesh as refugees, over 745,000 in 2017. Today, more than 1 million Rohingyas live in refugee camps in Teknaf, though only about 50,000 hold official refugee status. Now, let's take a closer look at the humanitarian conditions in the camp. Imagine being forced to leave your home or losing loved ones in a sudden attack and having to escape to another country. No proper sanitation, no schools. It may sound like a horror story, but this is the reality the Rohingyas face. Children are deprived of education, their growth constantly interrupted. Limited access to clean water, sanitation, and healthcare makes everyday life even more difficult. Many children suffer from malnutrition and diseases, while adults struggle with trauma, anxiety, and depression. The COVID-19 pandemic has worsened health. Families live in fear, uncertainty, and extreme vulnerability, never knowing if life will ever get better. Over the years, as shown in this graph, Rohingya refugees have entered Bangladesh in several waves. Each wave highlights escalating violence, systematic denial of rights, and the urgent humanitarian challenges these communities face. Now, moving on to the research aim. This research aims to examine the human, social, political, and environmental challenges of the Rohingya crisis in Bangladesh and to understand the local and global political factors behind their repatriation, document the struggles faced by the Bangladeshi government, NGOs, and NGOs in this process, especially their roles in providing education and healthcare, collect primary data from the Rohingya camps to understand their concern about health, education, and shelter, develop sustainable and voluntary repatriation strategies, identify the main barriers and suggest practical solutions that ensure the safety, dignity, and rights of the Rohingya people. And finally, provide policy recommendations and guidance for safe return, resettlement, and international cooperation to ensure the future of the Rohingya community. The research problems are clear. The Rohingya crisis is one of the world's largest stateless refugee situations. Over 1.3 million people have fled to Bangladesh, yet only a small fraction hold official refugee status. Efforts to repatriate them to Myanmar have failed. Refugees fear persecution, distrust the process, and have no guarantees of safety or citizenship. The crisis creates serious social, economical, and environmental challenges in Bangladesh. Overcrowding, resource scarcity, and deforestation are just some of the impacts. Existing agreements and policies have not been enough. Local NGOs, INGOs, and the Bangladeshi government continue to struggle to provide sustainable support for the refugees. Living conditions in the camps are poor. Refugees face overcrowding, limited access to healthcare and education, poor sanitation, and mental health challenges. Finally, very little research has explored what is needed for safe, dignified, and sustainable repatriation. This study is important to guide policy and humanitarian solutions. Now, based on these problems, let's look at the main research questions. First, how have successive waves of Rohingya influxes impacted Bangladesh socially, economically, and environmentally? Second, what are the main forms of human rights violation experienced by Rohingyas in Myanmar since 1981? And how have these violations affected their access to basic rights and security? Third, what factors have contributed to the failure of Rohingya repatriation attempts? Fourth, what strategies implemented by NGOs and the Bangladeshi government have been most successful in improving living conditions and supporting repatriation efforts? And finally, in what ways can international cooperation reduce the burden on Bangladesh while ensuring the rights and welfare of refugees? This research will use a mixed methods design combining both qualitative and quantitative data. A concise version of the methodology is shown on the slide. This research will be carried out over 12 weeks, and a week-by-week roadmap is shown on the slide. Now, we'll look at the expected impacts of this research. These points show how the study could make a difference. This crisis over the repatriation of the Rohingya is a reminder of how international protection and diplomacy have failed to resolve one of the world's worst cases of persecution. This is not just Bangladesh's problem, it is a global issue, and the Rohingyas' human rights must be protected. This research will examine how local and international efforts can contribute to improving their lives. Our goal is to provide guidance for a safe, dignified, and successful repatriation.
Every second, a child in Bangladesh goes online to learn, to play, connect. But have you ever wondered who's really protecting them in this vast, unfiltered digital world? What happens when youthful curiosity turns into a vulnerability? When a screen meant for learning becomes a gateway into exploitation and harm? Internet use amongst children in Bangladesh has skyrocketed.
Teenagers are spending hours a day on social media, gaming, and online chatting, often unsupervised. But unfortunately, this rapid growth has far outpaced the system meant to protect them. As a result, cases of online grooming and extortion, cyberbullying, rampant access to online harm, and all other sorts of harassment have reached an all-time high amongst minors. A rule-based child cyber abuse study in Bangladesh found that more than half the children surveyed experienced one or more types of online abuse, ranging from cyberbullying to exposure to explicit content. Another survey associating cyberbullying with major depressive disorder in female adolescents shows a direct relation between online bullying and long-lasting mental health effects. Behind every statistic is a story of grooming, extortion, and online harm. The question isn't whether we need laws, it is whether the laws we currently have are sufficient enough in protecting our minors. Are these laws built for children, or are they just based on children? Bangladesh does have cybersecurity laws. Vague definitions, weak enforcement, and lack of awareness make these laws and protections fragile. They are vague, ambiguous, and not child-oriented. So it is necessary to design a comprehensive and ironclad child safety-focused cybersecurity policy for Bangladeshi youth. These laws should not only safeguard children's rights, but they should also respect their autonomy. Transparency International warns that the proposed Cybersecurity Act 2024 lacks clarity in child-focused protection. That's not just a legal flaw, that is a serious gap in protection. While many studies do urge for stronger enforcement of the law and greater criminalization of certain offenses, they do not offer empirically grounded new legal statutes. These studies establish both the prevalence of online harm and its associated risks. These studies lack legal designs and studies on preventative measures, specifically on what child cybersecurity safety acts would look like, specifically for holding criminals accountable while also protecting child rights. These new frameworks are extremely important due to the rapidly changing digital landscape. These laws must develop as cybercriminals adapt to circumvent the current laws. This proposal asks a simple yet powerful question. How can Bangladesh design robust, child-centered cybersecurity laws that are empirically backed by the lived experiences of victims of online abuse, to effectively prevent and mitigate cybercrimes while protecting child rights and autonomy? To conduct this research, I'll use a mixed methods approach, combining quantitative, qualitative, and policy review. In this phase, I'll survey over 1,000 children and 500 caregivers across Bangladesh, using stratified sampling to ensure fair representation. The questionnaire will measure internet usage habits, exposure to harm, digital literacy, and mental health, using standardized tools like PHQ-9 and GAD-7. Responses will follow a 5-point Likert scale to ensure cohesiveness. Data will be analyzed with regression, chi-square, and ANOVA test. Phase will include in-depth interviews and focus groups with 50 minors, 20 caregivers, and 20 stakeholders such as teachers and policymakers. These discussions will reveal how current laws are experienced in real life, as well as measuring the usefulness of preventative measures like age verification or online restrictions through questions like, how willing are you to lie about your age online? Or would banning minors from social media deter you from accessing such sites? Finally, I'll conduct a policy review comparing Bangladesh's laws with international standards to identify best practices and existing gaps. Ethical safeguards and considerations. When researching minors, ethics must always come first. Every participant's identity must remain anonymous. The researcher should avoid collecting identifying data unnecessarily. The child's safety must remain a number one priority, and any reports of abuse or harm must immediately be reported to the concerned authority. Bangladesh stands at a digital crossroad. The internet can both empower and endanger our youth, and it's up to us to decide which future we choose. Bangladesh's development depends on equipping the future generation with the skills to properly and confidently navigate through the internet. Current legal frameworks in place are not sufficient enough to ensure this. This proposal is specifically focused on minors, a group often marginalized in discussions pertaining cybersecurity, especially in the case of preserving civil rights in addition to protecting rights, even though the future of digital development is dependent on the youth. This research is not just academic, it is actionable. By listening to real experiences and designing laws around them, we can protect these children without silencing them. Because the future of Bangladesh is digital, but it must also be safe, so it is imperative that we take action, and soon.
This pitch is to IARCO. Did you know that osteoporosis affects over 200 million people worldwide, causing more than 9 million fractures each year? By 2050, more than half of all hip fractures are projected to occur in Asia, and in Thailand alone, over 21% of post-menopausal women are already affected. Beyond the human suffering, the healthcare system spends nearly $400 billion annually on osteoporosis treatment. With our aging population rising, this problem will only grow. Clearly, bone health is something we need to prioritize. Current treatments like medication, calcium, vitamin D, and exercise can help, but they often start too late and rarely focus on prevention. This is where low-magnitude mechanical stimulation, or LMMS, shows potential. It uses gentle vibrations to strengthen bone by stimulating bone-building cells and reducing bone breakdown. However, most LMMS devices are session-based, bulky, and standardized. They don't adapt to individual users, which limits long-term impact. This brings us to our research question. Can a wearable LMMS-based garment system demonstrate technical feasibility, usability, and the personalized ability to monitor bone health for individuals with osteopenia while overcoming the limitations of current treatment approaches? To answer this question, our research project, Bone Max Vest, was created with these 4 objectives. 1. We wanted to create a lightweight, flexible vest with embedded LMMS modules targeting the hip and thigh regions. We also wanted to develop an AI model that predicts bone mineral density trends and generate tailored recommendations. Thirdly, we wanted to validate the system's technical accuracy and usability in both lab and pilot simulations. And lastly, we wanted it to be able to connect with a device. This is to explore scalability for future deployment in healthcare. The Bone Max Vest is designed as a comfortable garment with vibration modules placed at the hip and thigh regions. These deliver gentle mechanical signals that activate bone remodeling through mechanotransduction. A Raspberry Pi 5 acts as the main control unit, adjusting vibration frequency and duration in real time. The vest communicates with the smartphone app via Bluetooth. The app logs each session, visualizes usage, and offers personalized feedback generated by AI models. For the user, the process is simple. Wear the vest during daily routines, receive passive bone-strengthening stimulation, and check the app for progress updates and recommendations. This transforms LMMS from a session-based therapy into a seamless wearable. We developed this system using stimulated data for proof of concept. Baseline bone density and demographic data came from the NHANES public dataset, focusing on individuals aged 50 to 75 with osteopenia or osteoporosis. We then stimulated logs of activity and vest usage, including walking time, exercise frequency, and LMMS session duration. These data were processed, cleaned, and fed into 2 predictive AI models, a random forest regressor to capture complex relationships, and an LSTM neural network to account for temporal usage patterns. Our models showed promising accuracy. The random forest reached an R-squared of 0.84. The LSTM achieved 0.82. Stimulated adherence was approximately 92%, and usability, assessed through a 5-point Likert framework, scored 4.2 on average. Importantly, personalized recommendations generated by the AI were consistent and feasible in 85% of scenarios. Of course, this study has limitations. Most notably, usage and activity data were stimulated, and we did not collect clinical outcomes such as post-intervention bone scans. Usability was also evaluated conceptually rather than with real participant feedback. Future work will involve real testing with elderly users, integration of actual vest usage data, and validation against DEXA scans. Longer term, we will explore scalability of the system for healthcare deployment. In conclusion, the study demonstrates the feasibility of combining LMMS and AI in a wearable vest to support bone health. While preliminary, our results suggest that this approach could overcome the challenges of adherence and personalization seen in current treatments. Bone Max Vest represents a practical and preventative solution for bone health, which integrates seamlessly with everyone's daily lives.
Hello, my name is Bareera Ali from Srinton School, Thailand, grade 12. I am submitting my research piece to the IARCO Research Competition 2025. My project is titled From Bacterial Defense to Human Therapy, a theoretical exploration of CRISPR-Cas9 in biomedical innovation. This study explores how a natural bacterial immune system, CRISPR-Cas9, has evolved into a revolutionary genome editing tool that could transform modern medicine. Therapy, a theoretical exploration of CRISPR-Cas9 in biomedical innovation. This study explores how a natural bacterial immune system, CRISPR-Cas9, has evolved into a revolutionary genome editing tool that could transform modern medicine. Here is the outline of my presentation. I've begun with an abstract and introduction, present my research question and hypothesis, review key literature, explain my methodology and conceptual framework, and conclude with insights and future outlook. Genetic diseases affect millions worldwide and remain difficult to cure. CRISPR-Cas9, first discovered as a bacterial defense system, offers a precise way to repair DNA at its source. This research explores how that natural mechanism evolved in a programmable editing platform, revealing how nature's defenses can guide human innovation. This study asks, how has CRISPR-Cas9 transitioned from a bacterial immune system to a programmable genome editing tool for biomedical use? I hypothesize that improving accuracy and delivery will make gene therapies safer and more effective, that new tools such as base and prime editing will enhance precision, and that ethical and accessibility challenges will continue to shape its responsible application. To understand this transition, we first look at how CRISPR-Cas9 protects bacteria from viruses through three stages: adaptation, expression, and interference. When a virus injects its DNA into a bacterial cell, the bacterium uses the SARS1-SARS2 enzyme complex to capture a short fragment of that viral DNA near a PAM sequence. The fragment is inserted into a CRISPR array, a region of repeating DNA sequences, creating an immune memory for future defense. Next, the CRISPR array is transcribed into a long pre-cRNA. The tRNA binds to it and assists enzymes in trimming it into shorter guide RNAs. Each guide RNA loads onto the Cas9 enzyme, forming a defense complex programmed to recognize viral targets. When the same virus attacks again, the Cas9 gRNA complex scans the viral DNA for matching sequence beside a PAM site. Once matched, Cas9 cuts the viral DNA, destroying the invader. This precise recognition and cutting complete the CRISPR immune defense, the very precision that inspired its use in the genome editing. This slide presents the transition to genome editing. In 2012, scientists redesigned the bacterial system by creating synthetic guide RNA that direct Cas9 to any chosen DNA sequence. This breakthrough transformed CRISPR-Cas9 from a natural defense mechanism into a programmable genome editing tool, opening the door to modern biotechnology. CRISPR-Cas9 now drives real medical progress. In sickle cell disease, patient stem cells are edited ex vivo to repair the defective hemoglobin genes. In cancer therapy, T cells are engineered to be better recognize tumors. In inherited blindness, in vivo editing targets retinal cells to restore vision. Neural-based and prime editors make these treatments safer and more precise, proving that genome editing can move from concept to cure. This research follows a qualitative theoretical methodology. I analyzed peer-reviewed studies and organized them into key themes: bacterial immunity, gene editing principles, and biomedical relevance. Using annotated diagrams, I illustrated each stage of the bacterial defense mechanism to build a conceptual framework linking natural biology to responsible innovation. CRISPR-Cas9 has evolved from a bacterial immune system into a cornerstone of modern genome engineering. Understanding its natural mechanism reveals how nature's logic can guide medical breakthroughs, yet challenges in precision, delivery, and ethics remain. If used wisely, CRISPR-Cas9 will help us shape the future where biotechnology improves lives safely and responsibly. The story of CRISPR-Cas9 reminds us that the greatest innovation often begins in nature. By learning from how life protects itself, we can discover new ways to heal, to help, and to build a healthier world for everyone. These are the main scientific references that supported my research. This project was conducted independently as an individual study. Thank you to IARCO for the opportunity to share my work.
Two problems: energy scarcity and food waste, both born from the same disasters. So I ask myself, can one problem solve the other?
The Philippines, they suffer typhoons. You suffer typhoons on a routine basis. On average, about 20 tropical storms strike the Philippines each year, bringing heavy rain, strong winds, and deadly landslides.
When disaster strikes, we lose more than homes and belongings. We lose energy, and sometimes we lose hope. Because in a country that faces more than 20 typhoons every year, we cannot afford to waste anything. Not food, not energy, and not the chance to build something better. Hi, I'm Reno SB Tanya, a grade 11 scholar from the Philippine Science High School Soxergen Region campus, and this is my research proposal for the International Academic Research Competition 2025. The Philippines ranks first in the World Risk Index 2025, the most disaster-prone country in the world. After every typhoon or earthquake, thousands of families seek refuge in evacuation centers, places meant for safety but not always for comfort. Most of these centers lack electricity, cooking fuel, and reliable energy. Yet, at the same time, we face another crisis: food waste. Relief operations, no matter how efficient, still leave behind uneaten rice, spoiled canned goods, and discarded packaging. This waste releases methane, worsens sanitation, and contributes to global warming. This led me to my research question: how can food waste from evacuation centers through anaerobic digestion be harnessed as a sustainable source of emergency energy in disaster-prone Philippine communities? This study focuses on this specific relief food since different food waste digest differently with varying properties such as for rice, canned goods, noodles, and biscuits. These waste supply carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen, essential nutrients that microorganisms use to carry out anaerobic digestion, a biological process where organic matter breaks down in the absence of oxygen. Through stages of hydrolysis, acidogenesis, acetogenesis, and methanogenesis, microbes transform complex food compounds into simpler molecules, producing biogas, a renewable mixture primarily composed of methane, which is the key combustible component and acts as a biodegradable fuel. When it reacts with oxygen, it releases usable energy. This research uses a qualitative experimental feasibility design carried out in a controlled household environment to explore whether anaerobic digestion of relief food waste can produce combustible gas. An airtight plastic container serves as the digester, and an infusion set functions as the gas outlet, a simple system that stores and channels gas buildup for observations. All openings are tightly sealed to maintain oxygen-free anaerobic conditions. A slurry is prepared by combining relief food waste such as rice, noodles, canned goods, and biscuits, then mixing it with water. This mixture is then placed inside the digester and stored in a warm environment for 1 to 2 weeks, allowing microbes to naturally break down the organic material. During this period, the tubing will be regularly checked for gas buildup or inflation, early signs of biogas formation. Once enough pressure accumulates, a small supervised ignition test is conducted. If the released gas ignites, it confirms the presence of methane-rich biogas. Data will be purely qualitative, answering the questions whether gas formed in the tubing, whether ignition succeeded or failed, or the time when gas production first appeared. Each observation will be documented and photographed to evaluate the feasibility of converting food waste into biogas. Always remember that safety remains the top priority. Any combustibility testing will be done outdoors, under supervision, and using protective equipment.
So this is the digester setup I made at home. This is where the food waste is placed, and this serves as the gas outlet where any biogas produced accumulates over time. After a few days, I started noticing that the tubing expanded slightly. It appeared around the 8th day, where showing that anaerobic digestion was already taking place inside. Now for the moment of truth, I have here my father with me to guide me and help me test if it will ignite or not. And yes, it ignited. As you can see, there is a slow, steady flame, confirming that there is a biogas produced.
So to answer the key questions of this qualitative study, gas did form in the tubing, ignition was successful, and gas formation first appeared around the 8th day. Disasters take so much from us, but they don't take our ability to innovate. I'm Reno Wise V. Bitonio, and through this research, I hope to prove one thing. In every disaster, we already have the power to begin again.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yanti Pananwangi, an 11th grade student from Manlapan, Jakarta. I am excited to submit my pitch video for the International Academic Research Competition. Today, I will present my research proposal with the title of Urban AI, AI-based mapping of national rice surplus and deficit using LSTM neural networks algorithms for distribution optimization as food security. Strategic and socio-economic commodity. Rice is not just staple food for most Indonesians. It's also a major part of the economy, especially in rural areas where millions of people rely on rice farming and related activity for their livelihoods. This dual role makes rice a national strategic commodity crucial for both food security and providing millions of jobs. Instability in rice supply and price affect more than just food stability. It can reduce household purchasing powers, harm rural incomes, and even trigger social and political function. This is why maintaining a steady rice supply is fundamental for the Indonesian overall stability. Food security remains vulnerable despite national production stability. 13.23% of Indonesia districts are still classified as food insecure as of recent data reported by National Food Agency Bappenas in 2025. This indicates regional disparities where some areas struggle with rice availability even as the country produces enough overall. The rice supply chain in Indonesia is complex, requiring many actors from farmers, traders, retailers to consumers. Because of this complexity, efficient and affordable distribution strategies are essential to maintain price stability and ensure rice availability throughout the country. National surplus mass uneven provincial distribution. Based on data set from Report Linger 2024, Indonesia's rice consumption per capita ranks second globally at around 185 kilograms per year, just behind Vietnam. This high dependence on rice means even minor disruptions in supply or distribution quickly affect food security and prices for million people. Government's block programs aim to stabilize rice supply and prices, but faces structural challenges. Its fixed government purchase HPP price often does not align with market prices, reducing procurement flexibility. Bullock's operations are also heavily dependent on government's budget and loans, limiting its capacity to rapidly move rice during shortages. Artificial intelligence, particularly long short-term memory or LSTM networks, offers powerful capabilities to forecast rice surpluses and deficits based on historical time series data. These forecasts allow for proactive planning and faster responses to supply changes. My research combines LSTM prediction with minimum cost flow optimization and geospatial mapping to create actionable and efficient price distribution plans. Focused on Java Island, this integrated approach identifies the lowest cost transport routes and ensures that rice reaches deficit provinces efficiently, aiming to reduce regional imbalance and improve overall Indonesia food securities. The first study by Zhou et al. In 2023 aimed to predict district-level rice yields by using satellite data, modest remote sensing, and weather data, Era 5 temperature, combined with crop yield statistics. They used a hybrid AI model called CNN LSTM, which blends volitional neural networks and long short-term memory neural networks. This approach reduced the error RMSE by 20 to 46% compared to using CNN alone. However, this study did not include economic variable, which means it mainly focuses on where rice grows well, the market, or economic factors. This work is useful for spatial planning of rice production differences across regions. Second study compared two AI models, MLP, multilayered perceptron, and LSTM, to predict rice productivity based on official statistical productivity data from Indonesian Bureau of Statistics (BPS). The LSTM model was more accurate, capturing seasonal variations with 94.12% accuracy compared to 91.18% for the MLP. A limitation is that this study did not use spatial or remote sensing data, meaning it is more useful for national scale productivity planning than localized yield mapping. The third study by Hidayat and Bibi Sonia focused on forecasting rice prices using weather-related variables such as rainfall and temperature across several years, 2015 to 2033. They applied an LSTM model with 4 layers and achieved a low root mean square error or RMSE of 0.054. This model captured long-term seasonal patterns and climate impacts on prices. However, it did not account for spatial or policy factors, limiting its use for practical policy interventions. This research supports efforts for market stabilization and trading decisions. Research employs quantitative methods focusing on statistical and mathematical data analysis to ensure precise and objective results. We developed a predictive model that forecasts price surpluses and deficits for Indonesia's 34 provinces using annual data production from 2019 to 2024, obtained from Badan Pusat Statistik (BPS). To visualize this forecast and understand food distribution, we apply AI-based mapping techniques integrated with Geographical Information System (GIS). This allows us to create clear, insightful visual maps showing where rice supplies exceeds or falls short. All the data analysis and modeling processes are conducted using Python, specifically within Google Colab environment, which provide a flexible and collaborative platform for computational work. Project practicalities. In the model development phase, we first pre-process the annual rice production data through cleaning and normalization to ensure consistency and high quality. We then train and test long short-term memory or LSTM models on the time series data from 2019 to 2024. To evaluate forecast accuracy, we use the mean absolute percentage error or MAPE, which expresses errors as percentages, making sure easier to interpret across provinces with different production sizes. For optimization, we apply the mean cost flow algorithm to balance forecasted surpluses and deficits. Provinces with surplus rice act as a supply nodes, while deficit provinces serve as demand nodes. The model incorporates transport costs and capacity limits to reflect real-world logistics, and we run this optimization in Python within Google Colab to minimize overall distribution expenses. During evaluation, the LSTM forecasting model's accuracy is validated using MAPE on the test set and compared with baseline models like ARIMA and regression to show its superiority. The optimization outcomes are also validated by comparing distribution, cost, and balance before and after applying the mean cost flow, demonstrating the framework's effectiveness in addressing food security challenges. Risk management. In conducting this research, several potential risks were identified related to data availability, data quality, model overfitting, and biases in the data. To mitigate this risk, data is sourced from multiple reliable channels, including government and market reports, to ensure comprehensive coverage. Model overfitting is addressed by applying dropout layer to LSTM architecture. This method randomly turns off some neurons during training, preventing the model from over-memorizing specific data patterns, thus improving generalization. Furthermore, tackle bias. This study combines official government datasets with independent sources and openly discloses any biases found in the data, ensuring transparency and reliability in the analysis. Exploratory research used to analyze rice surplus and deficit patterns of rice consumption and production data from 2019 to 2024. Then, predictive research developed an LSTM-based forecast to predict rice demand or supply. Applied research by implementing optimization algorithms for distribution simulation and visualizing results. Java was selected as a sample region because it is Indonesia's economic center with strong infrastructure and is home to 56.10% of the country's population. This region remained the main economic center in 2021, making it suitable for analyzing rice supply and demand. While our model uses past data on rice production and consumption to make predictions, it can't fully predict unexpected things like the sudden change in government policies, bad weather, or imports and exports. These factors are also affect food security but are hard to guess ahead of time. LSTM models is good at finding patterns, but sometimes it focuses too much on the past data, which can cause errors when things change. To make sure it works well, we need to test it with the new data it hasn't seen before. Even though the model can make good predictions, using it in real life wasn't so easy. It needs many different organizations to work together. Problems with teamwork or roles can slow down how quick the model can help with distributing food.
Rural Bangladesh, where education is not a right, rather it's a privilege. Poverty, distance, and a lack of trained teachers make education a distant dream to these disadvantaged children. However, e-learning has opened new doors as it bridges world-class educational content created by digital platforms like 10-Minute School, Amar Pathshala, and many more to these remote villages. Yet, majority of these disadvantaged children fail to exploit these benefits due to some major challenges.
Hi, this is Raunak Morshid, and the research proposal that I submitted to International Academic Research Competition 2025, assessing the role of digital education rights in overcoming e-learning challenges in rural Bangladesh, seeks to answer the pressing question whether implementing digital education rights would help to combat the major challenges that makes e-learning inaccessible in rural Bangladesh. This research aims to answer this critical question by illustrating the challenges of e-learning faced in rural Bangladesh and how implementing digital education rights can help to combat these challenges. Furthermore, this research will propose legislative reforms, economic policies, and collaborations which would harness digital education rights and help to enhance e-learning in rural areas, which would make education more accessible in these disadvantaged areas. Upon investigation, a common theme of challenges emerged. The fundamental problem arises with connectivity itself. In many rural areas, students must travel 6 to 7 kilometers in order to access a stable internet connection. Another barrier arises in the form of accessing technologies. In many rural households, families share one device, if any, among the members of their families. And beyond access, there is a silent barrier: digital literacy. Many learners struggle not because they lack interest, but because they have never been taught how to use educational apps or platforms like Google Meet, Zoom, or even email. This prevents them from exploiting the opportunity of e-learning by accessing the materials available online. Now, let's go through the potential digital education rights which would help to overcome these challenges faced by the rural e-learners. Digital education rights are a simple idea. If learning now depends on the internet, devices, and digital skills, then every student from rural regions and disadvantaged backgrounds should be guaranteed access to all three. Without these rights, e-learning becomes a privilege. With them, it becomes a tool for true educational equality. To ground this study in real experiences rather than assumptions, I am using a two-phase mixed method approach. The research methodology is designed to ensure both accuracy and fairness. By combining a large-scale survey with in-depth interviews, it captures a comprehensive view of rural e-learners' experiences across two phases. The details of these two phases are depicted in this respective slide. The project practicalities and ethical considerations are clearly illustrated in this respective slide, while the expected outcome is that digital education rights will strengthen e-learning in rural Bangladesh, opening new doors to education for marginalized communities. To make digital education a reality across rural Bangladesh, our proposals focus on three key areas. First, legislative amendments to recognize digital education rights in the Constitution. Second, economic reforms to allocate more funds toward digital learning. And third, strong collaborations and subsidies partnering with NGOs such as Jago Foundation and UNICEF and organizations to expand internet access, digital tools, and vocational training. Together, these steps pave the way for an inclusive and equitable education through e-learning in rural Bangladesh.
Education is a gateway to opportunity, yet many children in rural Bangladesh face challenges in accessing it. This research is important because it explores how digital education rights can make e-learning more inclusive and accessible. By finding ways to overcome these barriers, we can make education equitable for each child, no matter where they live. It is now up to policymakers, communities, and educators to act, enacting these rights, driving policy changes, and fostering collaborations that ensure every child can fully benefit from digital learning.
Air is the most important thing for us, but it is being polluted by us. Air pollution is one of the most critical environmental challenges in urban area. Every day we breathe in harmful pollutants. Our research topic is solar power hybrid magnetic electrostatic device for urban particles air pollution reduction. This research aimed to evaluate the impact of air pollution on daily life and to test sustainable solutions including a solar power hybrid magnetic electrostatic device, low cost air purifier and plant-based air purifications method. My research focused on 4 key questions. First, what is the impact of air pollution on our productivity, concentration, and well-being? Second, how does exposure to PM2.5, PM10, and nitrogen oxide affect respiratory health and physical activities? Third, can a solar power hybrid magnetic electrostatic device reduce particles levels in homes and outsides? Fourth, how effective are low-cost air purifier like electrostatic or water-based system in improving indoor air quality? Major sources of air pollution included vehicle emissions, industrial activities, and brick kilns, which release large amount of harmful gases and particles matter. Construction dust and the burning of fossil fuels further worsened air quality. Additional household sources such as cooking with biomass fuels and waste burning contribute significantly to indoor and outdoor pollution. In Bangladesh, the situation is especially alarming. According to IQAir 2023, our country was ranked the most polluted in the world with PM2.5 levels almost 50 times higher than the WHO standard. Our research applied mixed method approach, focuses on both data measurement and participants' experience. I plan to conduct air quality measurements and survey in 100 households and offices selected using a stratifier sampling to represent different income groups and areas. Each site will be equipped with a solar power hybrid device and we will measure PM2.5, PM10 and nitrogen oxide level before and after installations. Participants will also rate their air quality, comfort and productivity on a 1 to 7 scales and some will take part in interviews to share their experience. Project is planned over approximately 8 weeks including design and planning, file testing and data collection and data analysis and reporting. Where there is a problem, there is also a solution. To address this issue, an air quality monitoring and feedback system will continuously track PM level and automatically adjust the device operation. We need to reduce vehicle emissions, control industrial pollutions, brick kiln regulations, dust and waste control. Major thing is public awareness. Educating the people about the health risks of air pollution is essential for a healthiest community. People should be encouraged to adopt eco-friendly habits such as using public transport, reducing waste, and conserving energy. Air pollution is not just an environmental problem, it's a human health crisis. But with innovative technologies like the solar power hybrid magnetic electrostatic device, we can take a big step towards cleaner, safer urban air. This research shows that combining technology, sustainability, and natural methods can offer affordability solutions to improve public health and quality of life. Together, we can build a cleaner, greener, and more resilient urban future. Thank you.
Welcome, I am Sajid Aman and I am very much glad and honored to present GNISQP, a quantum machine learning model for asteroid selection in space mining using spectral data. Let's talk about the outline of the presentation. I will start with the background and objectives, then discuss the methodology, and we'll finish with conclusion and call to action. Here comes the background. Near an asteroid, precious resources such as metals, volatiles, and water can be used for better Earth life and sustainable missions. Since over the time the amount of Earth-based resources are decreasing for the huge usage, to identify which asteroids are worth targeting, we rely on spectral data, mainly in the visible and near-infrared ranges. This data helps classify asteroids like M-type or C-type. However, since modern surveys produce massive datasets, manual analysis is no longer feasible, and that's where computational methods come in. Classical machine learning models such as support vector machines and convolutional neural networks already achieve good accuracy, around 85 to 95%, but they still suffer from high dimensional data and poor scalability when dealing with complex high-dimensional spectral data. As a result, efficiently identifying high-value asteroids remains a major challenge while using these models. This is where quantum computing offers a promising opportunity. Quantum machine learning, or QML, has the potential to deliver faster and more precise outcomes compared to purely classical systems. By adopting a hybrid approach combining classical preprocessing with quantum simulators, we can overcome the limitations of today's noisy and resource-limited quantum hardware known as NISQ devices. My proposed model, called GNISQB, introduces such a hybrid framework designed to optimize both computation time and accuracy. Now let's look at what previous studies tell us. Research by Popescu et al. Has already demonstrated the success of classical ML in asteroid taxonomy. Havlicek et al. Explored the benefit of QML for complex classification problems, showing clear computational advantages. More recently, Schultz and Killoran emphasized that hybrid QML models are most practical path forward under current hardware conditions. And finally, here's the research gap. So far, no existing model has successfully combined spectral preprocessing with the quantum machine learning framework for asteroid prospecting. That's precisely what GNISQB aims to achieve, bridging the gap between efficiency, precision, and scalability to support better resource yield prediction from near-Earth asteroids. Now, the objectives. The first one is to develop the GNISQB hybrid quantum classical model for efficient asteroid classification, optimize spectral data computation time through quantum enhanced processing, evaluate model performance using MIT SMAS2 spectral datasets, assess scalability and precision under NISQ conditions, design a framework adaptable to future quantum hardware implementations. Now, the methodology. Everything starts with data loading and initial clearing, then data preprocessing, model designing, training, evaluating, and ends with risks and mitigation. Understanding risks and mitigating those helps us build up a better model. The data we're going to use will be fetched from Small Mainbed Asteroid Spectroscopy Survey, which is open source to all. Data preprocessing includes steps such as outlier removal, scaling, continuum removal, dimension reduction, data splitting. That last, quantum encoding, what helps us to make this data able to be processed with a quantum hardware. We're going to use a variational quantum circuit as the model to be used in GNISQB. Now, the risks and the mitigations. First one is NISQ constraints, and the mitigation is they're going to be relaxed by cascade AER simulations. Second one is data misalignment. The mitigation is conducted through strict visual alignment verification. Third one is hardware availability, or QE time. Mitigation is executing locally on IBM cascade simulators prior to executing efficiency on real hardware. Fourth one is limited size of a sample / overfitting. Mitigation is performing dimensionality reduction, or PCA, to lower feature number and utilize cross-validation when training a model. We're going to use the following tools throughout the process. The pre-processing tools are Google Colab, Matplotlib, SciPy, Skitlearn, and Qiskit. The quantum computing tools are Qiskit, IBM Quantum, and Google Colab. We proposed a budget under $3,000 and the approximation is $2,300. This will be conducted within a 9-month time limit, and for each step there is a time of range proposed. Now we are quite close to the end. The conclusion: the JNI-SKP hybrid quantum classical model demonstrates potential to significantly accelerate asteroid selection while maintaining greater than 95% classification precision. The framework leverages MIT's master spectral datasets to produce a validated, scalable prototype. Despite current NISQ limitations, the simulator-based approach provides a blueprint for future quantum hardware implementation. This work contributes to efficient identification of high-value asteroids, supporting research optimization for space mining missions. Now, call to action. Let's turn this idea into real impact. So far, thank you very much.
Hello everyone, my name is Houssam Hassan. I'm from Agriculture University College. Today I'm presenting a cyber physical system for automated agriculture sorting, a project combining real-time object detection with robotic control. In this slide, we will quickly cover the introduction, existing system, our working principle, the merits and demerits, the real-world impact of our project, and so on. So, here in today's industry, time is a critical factor. Manual sorting of products like wrap and raw fruits require a loss of labor and time, which increases costs. Our project automates the sorting process based on the project states. So here is the existing systems. As you can see, automated sorting system already exists in large-scale operation. Our work aims to create an accessible and effective version of this technology. So here is the working principle. The process is simple. An object is placed on the conveyor belts. A camera captures its real-time objection, and our YOLO V8 AI model instantly detects if the fruit is wrapped. If yes, the servo arms activates and sort it. If not, it continues on the belt. So the proposed system integrates a conveyor belt, a servo motor, a microcontroller, a phone camera, and a laptop to create an intelligent sorting line. So here is the merits and demerits part. Standard conveyor belts reduce human energy but have major demerits. They lack intelligence. There is no object identification and no visual analysis. They simply move object from one place to another. So now this part will discuss the advantages and disadvantages. Our system advantages are clear. It sorts object by color, counts them, and completes the work in less time with less human labor. The main disadvantage is the initial cost for small-scale industries. So now the upgradation part. In this part, for the future, we plan to upgrade the system with a more advanced robotic arm and enhance the AI for more detailed quality control like advanced defect detection. So in this part, the impact in Bangladesh is significant. So the system can drastically reduce spoilage and waste. which in turn increases the marketable yield for farmers and boosts their income. So here's the last part of conclusion. In conclusion, this project demonstrates how automation can save considerable time and human effort in industries like food production. It's a practical step toward a more efficient future. So here is the presentation. Thank you everyone.
Hello everybody, Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the video. This is my page for the International Academic Research Competition. I am Samin Yasser. I study in grade 7 in Birseshta Munshi Abdullah Public College from Bangladesh. I am in the junior category and I am submitting to IARCO 2025. That was my introduction. Let's get on with the research. Alright, first of all, our research topic. It is privacy preserving, federated and differentially private deep learning for multi-center medical imaging. So let's move on now. So as you can see on the screen, we have like an agenda overview. We're going to study a lot of things today, including the research problem, prior research, research questions, methodology, expected challenges, timeline, expected outcomes, etc. First, privacy versus collaboration. A critical healthcare dilemma. This is the research problem. First, the paradox. AI in medical imaging needs large, diverse data sets to ensure accuracy and fairness. However, privacy laws such as GDPR and HIPAA prevent hospitals from freely sharing patient data. This creates a barrier to building strong collaborative AI models. The challenge is finding the right balance, ensuring strong privacy while keeping models accurate, fair, and practical for real-life hospital use. Hospitals often operate in silos, training local models with limited data, leading to poor generalizability. Now, the 3 core research questions, one of the main things of our presentation today. Can federated learning with differential privacy and secure aggregation match centralized models in accuracy while keeping the data private? How do personalization methods like fine-tuning interact with privacy noise, and what trade-offs appear across hospitals? What is the balance between stronger privacy and clinical accuracy, especially for smaller, underrepresented groups? Now, the methodology. First, the data sets. We have to utilize data sets such as the MIC, CXR, and BRA-TS or TCGA benchmark models from local only to centralized and test federated learning for privacy gains. Experiments run on cloud GPUs with realistic resource constraints, enabling scalable training and practical deployment insights for hospital IT environments. Expected challenges. Reducing the privacy parameter E improves patient protection but often lowers diagnostic accuracy, so acceptable thresholds must be identified. Local fine-tuning can boost site-specific performance but risks overfitting and privacy leakage require careful personalization strategies. Difference in scanners, imaging protocols, patient demographics create distribution shifts that affect fairness and convenience. So moving on, we have the 6-month research timeline. First month is going to be for data prepping and baselines. Second month for FL framework setup. Third month for the DP integration. Fourth month, we have the personalization module. Fifth month, experiments and sweeps. And for the 6th month, we have the analysis and reporting. Alright, moving on, is time for innovation. So innovation and novelty. The project combines federated learning and differential privacy and personalization into one framework using open source methods and real medical data sets. It systematically tests the trade-offs between privacy and accuracy across different privacy levels while optimizing cryptographic protocols to keep communication feasible for real hospital use. It also bridges theory and practice, offering results that hospitals can directly apply in real-world settings. Expected outcomes. Privacy utility curves showing impact of E on accuracy and fairness. Open source federated pipeline with DP plus secret aggregation. Evidence on whether multi-center AI can be accurate and privacy safe. Next, we will get the conclusion. We're coming to the end. First, comprehensive study of privacy accuracy trade-offs in multi-center medical imaging, scalable open source federated framework combining DP and personalization, establishes a foundation for future trustworthy AI that improves global patient care, and actionable guidelines for hospitals to deploy privacy-compliant AI safely. And thank you so much for seeing to the end of the video. I hope I was able to make my research concept clear. The pitch for IARCO is officially over now. Assalamu alaikum.
Hello everyone, it's Sani Rakib Soha. I'm from Midpur Cantonment Public School and College. I'm presenting my research topic on determining all the S2 stylings of the double branch cover of the sphere by regular spherical polygons and filling gaps of the Archimedean tilings and Johnson solids. The presentation will cover a few of the following things: research problem, aim of the research, importance of the research question, research method, quantitative and experimental component, integrative component, project intervention and evaluation, timeline, and conclusion. The research problem is mainly for the double branch cover of the sphere. Although there are many researches available on determining all the non-S2 edge and S2 styling of the double branch cover, it still has some gaps of the Archimedean tilings and Johnson fields. So the aim of the research is to fill up the remaining gaps of the Archimedean tilings and Johnson solids and check whether other tilings also work. The research is important because after filling all of these gaps of the Archimedean tilings and Johnson solids, our research will extend to enfold branched covers of the sphere. So it will contribute to the broader mathematical fields of geometry, topology, combinatorics, and crystallography. When we do tiling in the double branch cover of the sphere, do we need additional geometric constructions to do these tilings? Why do these tilings often fail to work in the double branch cover? What specific aspects we must take into account to do tilings of the double branch cover? Here are some research methods for this. The first one is qualitative and theoretical component. We will develop precise combinatorial and geometric frameworks governing vertex configurations and analyze their geometric feasibility under spherical constraints. The second one is quantitative and experimental component. In this component, we will implement algorithms, use computational models, visualize all geometric arrangements of the sphere, and verify consistency with spherical sine law, cosine law, and other spherical properties. In the integrative component, we will explore extensions to enfold branch covers of the sphere and check whether these patterns persist under high-order coverings. In the project intervention and evaluation component, we will collaborate with our peers, researchers, and other mathematical journals for formal publication. And we will have to ensure correctness and completeness of our proof by combinatorial and spherical properties. We will complete our research by dividing it into 4 months. In the first 3 months, we will formalize the tiling definitions. In the next months, we will analyze gaps in the Archimedean tilings, and in the next months, we will investigate the Johnson type vertex configurations. And in the remaining months, we will finalize our mathematical proofs and prepare the research publication. So to conclude, the research will expects to provide a complete classification of the S2 stylings of the double branch cover of the sphere. So it will inspire us to do further work in tiling theory and polyhedral geometry in the future. So this was my research topic. Thank you for your time and attention.
In Bangladesh, every drop of water tells a story of struggle, of resilience, and of the search for hope. What if the same soil that failed last year could bloom again, just by adding one natural compound? This is the story of Bangladesh. My research title is Biodegradable Hydrogels in Agricultural Crisis. I am Sarah Mushtaq, and I'm submitting my video pitch to IARCO 2025. The research question is titled, How effective are biodegradable natural hydrogels in improving soil water retention and reducing irrigation costs for Bangladesh's smallholder farmers? I wanted to explore how effective these natural polymers are and how economically viable they can be. Bangladesh has a growing water crisis. This is due to the groundwater depletion, the rising diesel pump irrigation costs, and, without change, the Bangladesh's food security and its farmers. Hydrogels are water-absorbing materials that derive from natural polymers. These help crops stay hydrated, they are eco-friendly, affordable, and most importantly, sustainable. There is a research gap between the hydrogel usage in India, Sub-Saharan Africa, and the West, and Bangladesh. My research methodology will be broken down into the quantitative phase, the qualitative phase, the safety and data analysis. Quantitative would mean the experimental field trials, qualitative would mean the structured interviews, and safety and data analysis would mean the regression models. The expected outcome would then be the higher soil moisture that will be calculated, lower irrigation costs, better crop yield, and the supports of UN SDG 2 and 13. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to my submission for the 2025 IARCO Research Competition. The Emerging World of UGC. With over 125 million internet users, social media platforms in Bangladesh have transformed into digital marketplaces where sellers can directly engage with customers. One of the ways they do this is through user-generated content. It can be defined as anything created by consumers rather than brands. It can come in the form of reviews, testimonials, social media posts, and short-form content. Hence, UGC can be a powerful tool for brands to attain higher engagement and reach while also building community. But how effectively does UGC influence purchase decisions? I hope to answer this question with this research. Let's take a look at the advantages of UGC. Bangladeshi online marketplace is riddled with scams and fraudulent sellers. Hence, UGC can significantly increase purchase decisions through greater consumer trust and authenticity. This can also lead to better brand image, as well articulated reviews can significantly improve brand perception. This might be particularly important for smaller scale businesses as they can directly shape trust in sellers. Lastly, ad fatigue. Many users use ad blockers or skip them entirely when they come up. So this marketing strategy might be very inefficient. Let's look at the mediating factors. Demographic differences may moderate the UGC as each consumer segment in Bangladesh is diverse. Young urban consumers may be more influenced by short-form videos on Instagram or TikTok, whereas rural consumers may rely more on Facebook and WhatsApp reviews. Consumers with higher digital literacy are also able to assess the credibility and authenticity of UGC. Moreover, Bangladesh's culture is collectivist. This cultural trait amplifies the influence of UGC as people are more likely to rely on social proof rather than brand messages. To successfully analyze the real impact of UGC on consumer behavior, we will be using experimental design approach using controlled exposure. The research can be divided into two phases. The first phase is where 3 groups of participants will be shown 3 different visual stimuli focusing on one product, including real UGC samples, branded content, and unrelated content to determine the baseline attitudes. Phase 2 is post-exposure survey. All participants will be then asked to complete the same survey containing questions based on what type of content they were most drawn to, purchase intention, and trust. The questions will be then rated on a 1 to 7 Likert scale. The total of number of participants will be 200 with approximately 65 people per group. They will be chosen from between 18 to 35 years from the mobile first generation. Now let's take a look at the sampling method. Stratified sampling would be used to ensure inclusion of all the mediating factors such as socioeconomic status and education. And t-tests would be used to ensure that participants have perceived the content shown as UGC versus branded content. Now, let's take a look at the implementation timeline. First, data analysis. We can use multi-group statistical methods such as ANOVA to compare the main differences across each group. Data collection may also be manageable in 1 to 2 months using proper online recruitment forms. And of course, ethical considerations. Mocked-up UGC may be used to avoid privacy issues, and consent must be ensured with participation, along with the right to withdraw at any time. This methodology will provide sufficient evidence to evaluate consumer response and measure purchase intention when exposed to UGC compared to branded content, and take into account all of the mediating factors. Research goals. We hope to highlight UGC as an emerging marketing tool for brands to utilize and develop community-driven strategies, and examine how consumer behavior is evolving in Bangladesh. We invite you to support us in this exciting venture. Thank you so much for watching.
Hello everyone, I'm Senoshi and I'm from Sri Lanka. And today I want to take you on a journey. One that begins each night when we close our eyes and drift into dreamy sleep. Wonder what? This is my research. This is about REM, sleep fingerprints. That is the secret to our brain health isn't hidden in a lab test or a doctor's report, but in a story your brain tells every single night through dreams, emotions, and rhythms of the electrical light. A story that reflects how you think, learn, and remember. But here is the problem. Our system doesn't listen to that story for something as personal as our brains. And our brains are unique. We can't rely on that. So we detect devastating diseases like Alzheimer's only when it is too late. And we ignore the richest, most natural brain data we already have. Guess what? That's sleep. My research changes that. I introduce you a concept I call REM fingerprint. It is a stable, personal signature of your brain's electrical activity during dream sleep. Think of it like your neutral ID, a unique pattern that reflects your cognitive strengths, your emotional memory style, and even your hidden risk of future brain decline. The brain predict how effectively your brain works. Can it reveal how you process emotions versus facts? And most importantly, can it whisper the first warnings of neurodegeneration long before the symptoms even appear? Here's what we expect to find. 1. The REM fingerprint is stable and individual. The second one, gamma brainwaves are the neural code of mental efficiency. Third one, we can visualize emotional memory processing. And the fourth and the last, when the steroid drug prednisone enters the system, it distorts this fingerprint, revealing its potential as an early warning system. The implications are huge. Clinically, this means early non-detection of risk. Theoretically, it bridges a major gap between sleep life and cognitive neuroscience. Pharmacologically, it exposes hidden drug side effects. And technologically, it paves the way for NeuroAge, a wearable that could monitor your brain health in real time from home. So, our roadmap is structured and rigorous. An 8-week timeline covering data pre-processing, analyzing, simulation, and validation. Every step takes us closer to translating pure science into human impact. Because this isn't just a research. Mark my words, it's a paradigm shift. We move from reacting to brain diseases to predicting and preventing it. From universal treatments to personalized neuroscience. Imagine a world where you sleep and your patterns guide your learning, your mental fitness, and your well-being across your entire life. So tonight, when you close your eyes, remember your brain isn't trusting, it's talking to you through its dreams, its rhythms, and its fingerprints. All you have to do is start listening. Thank you. So this is my IARCO research.
Plastic was once celebrated as a miracle material, light, durable, and affordable. It promised convenience, progress, and modernity. But decades later, that same innovation has become one of our planet's most persistent pollutants. Each year, over 400 million tons of plastic are produced globally, and nearly half of it is used only once before being discarded. In Bangladesh, the consequences are visible everywhere. Plastic waste clogs drains, chokes rivers, and seeps into the soil. During monsoon seasons, flooded streets and polluted waterways have become part of the daily life, affecting both urban communities and those who depend on fishing for their livelihoods. Plastic pollution is no longer just an environmental issue, it's a social and economic one too. Despite decades of recycling efforts, less than 10% of plastic waste is effectively recycled. Most of it ends up in landfills or is burned, releasing harmful toxins into the air. Clearly, traditional waste management methods cannot keep up with the scale of the problem. We need solutions that are faster, sustainable, and in harmony with nature. Approaches that tackle plastic pollution at its very source. This is where biotechnology offers a promising path forward. Scientists have discovered a bacterium called Ideonella sechensis, capable of breaking down PET plastics using two enzymes, PETase and MHETase. It's remarkable that something so microscopic can take on such a massive environmental challenge. However, its natural degradation rate is too slow to make a practical difference on a global scale. That's where research and innovation come in. Our study focuses on enhancing isokinesis through the CRISPR-Cas9 gene editing system to boost the efficiency of the PETase enzyme. In simple terms, a guide RNA directs the Cas9 protein to the PETase gene, allowing precise control modifications that enhance the enzyme's ability to break down PET plastic. To ensure accuracy and reliability, we include several control groups. Unmodified wild-type isokinesis, a group that undergoes the procedure without any genetic change, and for reference, a strain of E. coli that does not produce PETase at all. All experiments are conducted under identical conditions, maintaining consistent temperature, pH, nutrients, and PET samples. Over 14 days, we measure plastic degradation, enzyme activity, and bacterial growth, followed by statistical analysis to verify our findings. This design ensures that any observed improvements are the direct result of our genetic modification. All bacterial strains are handled in secure, contained environments to prevent any risk of release, and every stage is guided by experts in microbiology, environmental science, and bioethics. Imagine a future where plastic waste no longer clogs rivers or fills landfills, where enhanced eco-friendly microbes help restore balance to the environment. Through science, innovation, and responsibility, we can turn one of humanity's greatest challenges into a sustainable solution. By giving nature a helping hand, we can protect both Bangladesh and our planet for generations to come.
Hello, judges and viewers. My name is Anha Islam, and this is my research proposal for the IARCO 2025 research competition on assessing solar-powered FORO hybrid systems for sustainable drinking water in Bangladesh. Bangladesh faces an urgent drinking water crisis. According to official data from 2022, only 56% of people have access to safe drinking water in Bangladesh. Rising salinity in coastal areas, over-extraction of groundwater, and industrial pollution are contaminating traditional drinking water sources, leaving millions without safe water to drink. Reverse osmosis, or RO, is currently the most common desalination method. It forces water through a semi-permeable membrane under high pressure to remove salts. But this process is energy-intensive and prone to membrane fouling, especially in environments like coastal Bangladesh. Forward osmosis, or FO, works differently. It's a natural osmotic process that uses the concentration gradients rather than external pressure to pull water through a membrane. This means it uses less energy and is more gentle on the system, but it operates more slowly. By combining the two in a hybrid FORO system, we can get the best of both worlds. FO's energy efficiency and anti-fouling advantages, and reverse osmosis's higher recovery and output. This is the most sustainable solution for Bangladesh's unique challenges. Studies have shown FORO hybrids can lower operating costs by up to 56% compared to standalone seawater ROs. Yet, despite promising results internationally, very few studies have tested these systems for drinking water in the geomorphological context of a country like Bangladesh. This study will fill that gap. The study will evaluate three main research questions which affect the implementation of the system. First off, the technical aspect. How does water flux, salt rejection, and fouling resistance in solar-powered FORO hybrid compare with traditional grid-powered RO using Bangladesh-relevant saline water? Energy and environmental impact. To what extent does integrating solar power reduce energy consumption, life cycle carbon emissions, and brine discharge? And number 3, economic feasibility. What is the levelized cost of water for FORO hybrids versus conventional RO, and does it match household willingness to pay in Bangladesh? Now for the methodology, which we will conduct in 3 comprehensive steps. To assess the feasibility of the system, my research will combine laboratory experimentation, modeling, and field-level data collection. In the first phase, laboratory-scale experiments will be conducted with the pilot system using synthetic saline water representing Bangladesh's coastal groundwater conditions, ranging from 2,000 to 10,000 milligrams per liter of salinity. The FORO setup will be evaluated with parameters such as water flux, salt rejection, and fouling resistance. In the second phase, a techno-economic and environmental assessment will be carried out using modeling software. Energy and cost modeling will be performed in Homer Pro and MATLAB, while environmental impacts such as carbon emissions and brine discharge will be analyzed using OpenLCA. In the third phase, primary data will be collected through a household survey in saline-prone districts, including Khulna, Satkira, and Barguna, to understand water demand, affordability, and willingness to pay for improved drinking water solutions. Ethical guidelines will be followed for all field surveys, ensuring informed consent and confidentiality of participants. Finally, all the findings will be integrated using statistical regression models and comparative analysis to evaluate whether solar-powered FORO hybrid can truly rival the best desalination system Bangladesh currently offers today. The project will span 8 months. It begins with design and lab testing, followed by modeling, field surveys, and data analysis, ending with the complete report and presentation of the findings. A more detailed review is given in the slide presented now. The model we developed delivers safe drinking water while minimizing operational challenges. Our results highlight the potential of a renewable, low-fouling FORO desalination system, designed not just for Bangladesh, but as a blueprint for every developing nation battling water and energy scarcity. We've proven that innovation and sustainability don't compete. They collaborate. Less energy, lower cost, cleaner water. This isn't just the future of desalination. This is where it begins. Support this research to support access to clean drinking water for all.
Underprivileged people are very common in Bangladesh, and even as students, it is our responsibility to help them out.
Poverty has forever been a core problem in and amongst the people of Bangladesh.
The extent can be understood easily by looking at the 42% of multidimensional poverty in Bangladesh and around 15% of Bangladeshi people earning less than $2 a day. Also, in 2025, around 29% of Bangladeshi people live below the poverty line. These people are moreover devastated due to droughts and floods, which are very common in Bangladesh. However, they do not have many places to go to or many places to ask help from. Therefore, student-led organizations and initiatives should step in and help.
Therefore, I have based my research on this issue and hence will explore the effectiveness of student-led initiatives in helping underprivileged individuals in Bangladesh. According to my literature review, I found out that a lot of students do take part in projects orchestrated by NGOs. For example, a lot of students did take part in projects in Dhaka Slum Organized by BRAC and Create. And a lot of students and teens in today's youth also are good fundraisers to help provide mental health screenings, medical bill coverages, distribute basic short-term aids, fundraisings, etc. And these organizations also collaborated with like bigger state-controlled or government organizations to introduce digital libraries in suburban and rural Bangladesh. And students are also inspired by the works that are done by NGOs, and they also start their smaller scale projects like Protesta, Prerona, Shipashedai, etc. And also one of the core factors that main factors that I found in the literature review is that the research upon challenges, flaws, effectiveness, and the impact of the supports provided is very limited, which takes us to which means that we have to study this matter. Now, these are some examples of student volunteering initiatives in Bangladesh. And now comes the research aims. The research identifies, understands, and examines the effectiveness of the help provided by student-led or student-volunteered initiatives and community work organizations like nonprofits and received by underprivileged and needy individuals living in Bangladesh. So the main research aims are that emphasis on the type of assistance provided by student-led organizations and analyze the scope and reach of the initiatives taken, evaluate the extent to which the initiatives are effective, and understand further implications and improvements. These research aims are achieved by research questions, which are: how do student-led initiatives help disadvantaged individuals in Bangladesh? How effective is the support for the underprivileged population who receive assistance from these organizations? And what are the limitations in current student-led initiatives and how can they be improved? Now, this takes us to the methodology. So I implemented a mixed method approach, which means I combine both quantitative and qualitative research and data collected from these two types of researches. So for quantitative research, I mainly incorporated structured format of interviews and surveys, and I included Likert scales, MCQ, short Q&As, etc. And the emphasis points were details related to understanding the demographic, effectiveness of student-led initiatives, and what more can be done to help people like them. For qualitative research, I organized one-on-one semi-structured interviews, and I interviewed both selected disadvantaged people from quantitative research work and also people who participate or conduct student-led initiatives by themselves. So there are a few ethical considerations that I always maintain. For example, I always took interview consent before conducting the interview. I maintained interviewee confidentiality of their data and their identity, and I also get participant data and all.
For project practicalities or the timeline, I mainly needed 13 weeks to complete this research. The key findings include that through the provision of goods, materials, subsidiaries, and services, student initiatives help deprived individuals, and more than 80 to 90% of the total interviewed sample suggested that they received help, and more or less most of them did find it helpful. More than 50% of the population has also impact on their mental and psychological health due to these help. And the scope or reach of the initiatives are generally in urban location, which leaves behind disadvantaged people of suburban and especially rural areas. So a few proposed solution is that independent student initiatives can partner with NGOs or welfare organizations to increase the potential and effectiveness of itself, and also to increase the overall reach of the initiative. Public awareness campaigns can be introduced, and government incentives to NGOs and student-led or student-volunteered initiatives should be arranged to encourage more people to work on reducing school poverty. That's all from my side. Thank you.
I am Shifan Sarazakia. I'm submitting my pitch to International Academic Research Competition. A soldier stands at the edge of a parachute door, wind roaring, heartbeat steady, every second a test of courage. Now imagine that soldier is a woman, strong, disciplined, trained, and ready to defend her nation. But in Bangladesh today, that woman cannot take that leap, not because she lack of skill or bravery, but because the system says she cannot belong. This research challenges that system. Although women have served in Bangladesh Armed Force since the early 20s, they remain excluded from the country's elite paracommando brigade. My research topic is Women in Bangladesh Paracommando Unit, Structural Barrier to Participation and the National Payoff of Inclusion. The research investigates the structural, cultural, and policy barrier that prevent women from joining those elite forces, and more importantly, the national benefits we lose by keeping them out, because when half of our population is sidelined, our national strength is cut in half too. Therefore, the heart of my research lies in two questions. What barrier prevent women from participating in Paracommando Brigade? What national security, operational, and social payoff could result from their inclusion? To explore this, I adopted qualitative multi-source research. I analyzed official policies such as the National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security 2019 to 2025, and compared Bangladesh with four nations: the United States, Israel, Norway, and India. Each of those countries faced the same resistance, the same myth that women couldn't handle combat. But they overcome them. Norway created the Jägertrupper, the world's first all-female special operation unit. The US lifted its combat exclusion rule in 2015, and today report shows that mixed-gender team enhance unit performance. And recruitment diversity, Israel and India are following slowly but surely. My findings are clear. Women's exclusion from Paracommando Brigade stem from four intertwined barriers: policy restriction, institutional norms, cultural perceptions, and inadequate infrastructure. Women's participation would strengthen intelligence collection in conservative area, improve civil-military trust, and increase operational success. It would also project Bangladesh as a progressive nation that aligns with United Nations Resolution 1325 promoting women's role in peace and security. I recommend a pilot project, a small, highly trained female commando team supported infrastructure, mentorship, and policy revision. Not just about the research competition, it's about the society, it's about the mindset of people to change.
My name is Shivaj Dikshit, and today I'm going to be presenting graviton theory, a quantum interpretation of gravity beyond classical frameworks. I am submitting it to IARCO 2025, so let's start it without any wait. What is the first question? What is the research question? So in this research question, it's basically, can the gravity be reformulated as a quantum field such that we can say that the classical curvature is emergent effect of a quantum fluctuation. Yeah. Okay. So importance time. Okay, this I'll explain a bit because this is bit people don't understand how time is very important, and gravity and connected to much gravity. Everyone knows the space time and everything, and gravity also know, but it is not the only thing. Gravitons exist, which I have proved it mathematically. I predicted it mathematically, to be honest, not proved, right? So it exists, let's say. Okay, now think of a circle, think of a sphere, and the sphere is retaining the circle. Okay, understood? Now the circle's boundary is elastic. Now think of a light. Now it reflects, right? But it also protrudes the boundary, and this leads to an information leak into the higher dimension. Similar way, gravitons also protrudes and leaks to the higher dimension. So, but since the higher dimension is higher density and the lower dimension has lower density, the values change. The values change. Like the time it takes, like if it takes 2 minutes, it will take like 2 seconds or something like that. The values basically change. So, unification of forces, quantum computing, space exploration, philosophy, geophysics, navigation, medical imaging, communication, and daily effects of gravity. Everyone knows what it is. The last three are used in our daily life. So, gravity is very important. It is one of the major questions in physics right now. Okay, what is gravitational force or gravitational energy? Everyone knows this. Okay, now duality and gravitons, dilation and dimensions. Two state at once equal to duality. Example, photons. You know, photons both has particles and waves. Double slit experiment, everyone knows, simple experiment and one of the most famous experiments. Gravitons. Okay, gravitons are massless, spin to neutral charge. Okay, so this since it's massless, it can do at the speed of light. Thus, it can dilute into the higher dimension or dilate into higher dimension. Then it is basically a transfer of something to another dimension in this case, while also changing the qualities. I told you, explained you that. Okay. In 2016, LIGO discovered the gravitational waves. Wave fluctuations equal to quantum level of fields and energy. Okay. First equation. First equation is basically in a tiny ripples of water, like a water, you know, there are tiny ripples. Same way, in the tiny ripples of gravitational energy, all are carried out by gravitons. This proves that. Okay. The second equation the second equation is the equation by Einstein itself. Okay, it's the equation for the gravitational waves which have been already discovered, and it was predicted. That is the beauty of theoretical physics. We predicted before the technology is advanced. You understand me? If technology has to be advanced, but maths is already good enough, like not good enough, but like yeah. So then third equation is basically the quantum fluctuations. So basically that even if there is a nothingness in the universe, there will be slight microscopic tremors. Okay, then the last equation is basically where the matter and the energy bends the curvature. Okay, these four equations are fundamental. I hope everybody already knows it. If they don't, I've explained them easily. Okay, this is the thing I wanted to talk to you about. Theory of everything by me, Shwandishan. I've explained everything. I've explained dimension. I've created a dimensional entropic model with some quantum threads. I've explained quantum gravity. I've explained time in a new definition. I've explained everything from starting to end. I've explained concept of infinity as well. It's 57 pages. I know it's big. It's very big. But if you read through it, I tell you, I have mostly predicted everything by mathematical proofs, which Einstein left. I took it all and did it. Believe in me, this is the DOI, and if I am confident enough to publish it, I'm confident enough to say that I'm right. Okay. Now this over here, these are the equations from my, what do you say? These are the equations from my from my quantum gravity proof. Okay, the first equation is basically the subquantum threads and how they're related to the curvature. Subquantum threads are just filaments. They do not have energy or anything, but they carry the combinations and permutations of the information, right? And S equal to integration. This is basically nothing but this is the gravitational action. This combines the curvature with the model. Okay. The last one is which Einstein was writing, but he couldn't finish, which he couldn't understand. I added it into my model. I modified it a bit, and now this is complete, I can say. Okay, the last equation is basically by some proof in this equation, which is when you dequantize the quantum gravity, it creates it creates a mass. Okay, so this is just the equation to prove that. Okay, I actually just request all the professors, anyone who's looking through this, please go through a theory tag.
Hello, my name is Farhan Abrar, and I am in 10th grade at Vista Del Lago High School in the United States. I'm submitting this pitch to the International Academic Research Competition. When we address the crisis of anxiety and depression in adolescents, every solution and every treatment starts and ends right here. But for too long, we've been monitoring the wrong control room. The true command center for our mood and stress is 25 feet away in the core of our body, and I am talking about the gut-brain axis. This literature review confirms that science is solid. The gut-brain axis offers a plausible mechanism for psychobiotic interventions. However, studies on adolescents remain inconclusive. We see a critical lack of definite findings and extreme heterogeneity across trials in microbial stains, dosages, and measurement tools. This inconsistency prevents reliable translation in clinical guidelines. Therefore, a systematic review is not just justified, it is necessary to connect this fragmented evidence. The critical urgency leads directly to our central research question. How does current or existing scientific literature address the efficacy of probiotic and prebiotic intervention in improving mental health outcomes in adolescents? And what are the methodological limitations that prevent definite conclusions? However, this question is not a final output, it is an essential foundation. Our project uses a systematic review to execute two parts. First, synthesize the existing fragmented evidence, and second, construct the evidence-based roadmap needed to assess those limitations and guide all future intervention research. Our proposal offers a definite solution, a rigorous three-phase methodology designed to synthesize the global body of evidence. Our process strictly follows all PRISMA guidelines. Phase 1 involves a comprehensive study across PubMed, Scopus, Cochrane, and the Web of Science. We will use precise Boolean strategy of keywords, plus a search of gray literature like clinicaltrials.gov to ensure we cover everything. Studies will then be assessed using the PICO framework. We are focusing on the populations of 10 to 19 years old, interventions, probiotics and prebiotics, a comparator with a placebo, and an outcome, measurement using valid clinical assessments. This strict screening ensures only the highest quality evidence is included. The core value of this project is Phase 3. We will perform a narrative synthesis to summarize findings based on intervention, duration, and outcomes. Crucially, we will then conduct a gap analysis to evaluate the exact methodological limitations in current trials, identifying where the shortcomings lie. This analysis creates our evidence-based roadmap. The systematic review addresses a large void in current literature. Our primary significance is the creation of an evidence-based roadmap for future research. By identifying the methodological shortcomings, we provide specific recommendations on study design, standardization. In the long term, this project lays the foundation for new, safe, non-pharmaceutical therapies for adolescents, leading to a higher understanding of the gut-brain axis, which will help so many kids substantially. We are so close to achieving a massive breakthrough for children. All we need to do is follow the next steps laid out for us, and this systematic review is the next crucial one. Thank you.
Imagine waking up to waist-deep water flooding your home in Dhaka, Bangladesh's bustling capital. This isn't a rare disaster. It's a reality for over 10 million people, happening 5 to 10 times a year due to rapid urbanization, clogged drains, and climate change. Public health is hit hardest. Contaminated water spread cholera, typhoid, and dengue, with cases surging up to 300% after floods. Mental health suffers too, as families face endless stress and displacement. For livelihoods, picture informal workers like street vendors and rickshaw pullers, losing days of income, pushing vulnerable communities deeper into poverty. Despite government efforts like drainage project, this problem persists because policies ignore community voices and health links. Why does this keep happening? In Dhaka, which is the heart of Bangladesh, we need urgent research to find real impact and build real solutions. This isn't just about data. It's about saving lives in my home country. Hello everyone, my name is Stephen Neon Chonon from Glenridge International School from grade 11. Today, I'm proposing my research idea about urban flooding and its impact and proposing sustainable solution. This is my video pitch to IARCO. Existing studies touch on flood or health separately, but none fully connect the dot for Dhaka's unique challenges. At the core of my research is this question: how does urban flooding in Dhaka affect public health and livelihoods? And what sustainable mitigation strategies can reduce this impact? To understand this, first we need a clear understanding of health and economic impact of flooding in Dhaka. 2. Identify any gap or challenges in existing flood prevention strategies and infrastructure. 3. Develop viable community-based strategies for flood. 4. Contribute to discussion on urban climate change and public health for policymakers in Bangladesh. To answer this aim, I will explore 1. What are the primary public health consequences of flood in Dhaka? 2. How does flooding influence livelihood, income, and economic stability of the population? 3. What are the strengths and weaknesses of flood mitigation policies and infrastructure? And 4. How can climate-friendly and sustainable strategy be formulated and developed to reduce this impact of flooding? My methodology is made up of mixed method to ensure comprehensive insights. First, quantitatively, I will gather hospital data of flood-prone areas over the last 3 years to track disease surges. Then I will survey 400 households in the neighborhood, asking about economic losses and coping strategies using correlation to pinpoint vulnerabilities. Second, qualitatively, I will conduct a semi-interview with resident health workers and policymakers to capture personal stories and barriers. Then focus group will brainstorm community ideas like early warning system or green infrastructure. This human-centered approach will reveal what number alone miss. Analysis will use stats software for survey and thematic coding for interviews. This 12-week timeline starts with design and ethics, ensuring consent and anonymity. This builds straight from my proposal, making the research feasible, ethical, and impactful. To tackle flooding, we need sustainable solution. First, we can enhance drainage system by expanding and properly maintaining canals and drain. Additionally, we can implement green infrastructure such as rain gardens, permeable pavements, and green roofs. We can also develop community-based early warning to mitigate disaster and health risks. Ultimately, this research will map flood impacts, expose policy gaps, and deliver community-driven strategy. This research will influence national policies, protect millions, and showcase Bangladesh's resilience. Thank you, IARCO. Let's turn research into real change. Together, we can make Bangladesh great again.
Good day everyone, I'm Shubhavasudha Biswas from Bangladesh and I'm here to present my topic on a new innovation theory, the neuraxial band. So let's get started. Firstly, we're going to kick off with the flaws of anesthesia, which all have one thing in common: putting the body to a paralyzed sleep. This often causes serious harm like nerve damage, allergies, or respiratory collapse. Moreover, anesthesia application has conditions to meet for the body before appliance. So many seniors are left without surgery. So for low-income countries, this is a reasonable shift for everyone's betterment for neuraxial band to be real.
So is it all worth it to suffer when you just paid a lot of money and wanted to get better? I don't think so. That's where neuraxial band comes in, with new tech and harmless technology for anyone.
Here we are going to know about the main working principle of this. It's basically injected near the superficial nerve and itself latches onto it. and penetrates with the legs to absorb impulses of electric signal. Thus, it doesn't reach the brain. And as soon as it's done with the job, after a certain period of time, it begins to biodegrade itself to wrap around the nerve area with the penetrations.
Neurotechnology is starting to flourish, and with the use of basic prosthetics, we can determine what materials to use. The chip is of gallium nitride, which is harmless for the human body and doesn't react easily, and it's widely used for coding chips. The covering of the chip for protection is a material known as polyimide. Finally, the legs for penetration and shock absorb is of niobium, which is a good electricity conductor. These elements and compounds are widely available on the market.
In figure 1, we can see the structure of one single bot. So for them to work out, I put them in batches of 6 or 8 or 10 depending on how the injury is. The more bots, the more powerful is the absorbing force. NeuroShield band is safe for humans, and all materials are available in medical grade. It allows patients to be awake during surgery and prevents any kind of hazards that anesthesia usually causes. Most importantly, it doesn't disrupt the brain's activities. That's a risk-free solution for operations.
And these are a couple of reasons why it's better for everyone. It's safe, harmless, and affordable, unlike anesthesia.
Very recently, Brazilian scientists have found a way to regenerate the spinal cord, which is basically allowing paralyzed people to move again by injecting a special type of protein that is found in the placenta. And they even did it, so to become the world's first to ever make it happen. Similarly, my idea, the NeuroShield band, addresses its flaws and challenges enough to be real and deserve recognition, and research to be a safe alternative, leaving a positive impact on the humankind.
It's not just a theory, but an innovation which deserves scrutiny and attention to be real.
So that'll be all from me today about this topic. See you all again next time. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Aaria Islam, and my research topic is Advancing Green Transitions, Understanding the Adaptation and Challenges of Green Building Initiatives in Educational Institutions in Dhaka, Bangladesh. Dhaka, one of the fastest-growing cities in the world, has been facing an environmental crisis. Population growth has created a pressing need for infrastructure. The construction sector contributes to around 40% of the world's carbon emissions, which is why it's very important to implement green building initiatives which allow for a much lower consumption of energy and resources, leaving a positive effect on our environment. This is Dhaka, growing fast but not always sustainably. Every new building means more energy use, more waste, and less green space. If we keep expanding like this, progress might come at the cost of livability. That's why the change has to start small, right from our campuses. Educational institutions are the perfect place to start. They have a high operational footprint, large campuses that use massive resources every day, but they also represent a captive audience, people who are open to new ideas. If awareness is built here, it spreads. Graduates who learn sustainable practices today can continue them throughout their lives, and successful campus programs can even influence national policy. So by focusing on universities and schools, we don't just reduce campus emissions, we create future changemakers. Research has already proven that green buildings can reduce energy costs by 58.46% in 30 years, reduce carbon footprint by 28.85%, cut CO2 emissions significantly by using sustainable energy sources. However, a research gap exists in understanding the challenges faced in implementation of these practices, especially in the context of Bangladesh. This research focuses on finding the unique challenges that Bangladesh faces in implementing green campus initiatives in educational institutions. Through this research, we aim to provide insights into the successful development, launch, and adoption of green campuses, creating lasting effects on our environment. To achieve that, this study explores three key questions. To what extent have educational institutions in Dhaka implemented green building initiatives for their campus? What are the technical, financial, and policy challenges to adopting green building practices in educational institutions of Dhaka? What are the factors that contribute to stakeholders implementing green building initiatives in Dhaka? This research uses a mixed method approach. The quantitative method includes a survey that will be provided to a representative sample of stakeholders. The survey will focus on assessing the current awareness levels regarding the importance of green practices and their environmental effects. The qualitative method includes semi-structured interviews which will be conducted with stakeholders. It will aim to understand awareness levels and identify suggested strategies. By the end of this research, we should be able to identify the key barriers in implementing green building in Bangladesh. Quantitative and qualitative insights into attitudes and readiness for green transitions, practical recommendations based on Dhaka and its unique context, framework for action, a model roadmap for implementation of green campus designs across the country. This research aims to bridge environmental awareness and institutional change by providing a framework for sustainable design, behavior, and policy within educational institutions. With these findings, we can turn campuses into green campuses. Let's make Dhaka's campuses the blueprint for a greener Bangladesh. Thank you very much for your time.
Hello everyone, I am Surda Tashfiya Haq. I am from Halicross College, Bangladesh. My research is exploring women's perspectives on barriers to participation in Bangladesh's blue-collar workforce, a mixed method approach. Despite women's growing presence in professional and garment sectors, many still face social pressure, limited training, unsafe workplaces, and persistent gender stereotypes. These challenges hold them back from entering blue collar fields such as construction, transport, and other manual trades. This study aims to explore the reasons behind these barriers and highlight women's own perspectives, their experiences, challenges, and ideas for change, so that real progress can be built upon their voices rather than assumptions. This study stands on three key questions. Why do women show less interest in Bangladesh's blue collar jobs? What obstacles do women believe are preventing them from pursuing these jobs? Which practical or trade specific measures would women consider effective to increase female participation in this sector? Together, these questions aim to connect women's experiences with practical strategies that can strengthen Bangladesh's workforce. Existing research mostly focuses on women in garment or white collar sectors. They highlight how cultural expectations, family constraints, and safety issues hinder women's employment opportunities. However, most of these studies are quantitative, policy based, or statistical. Many research overlooks women's own thoughts and experiences, creating a crucial gap in truly understanding their challenges. Therefore, this study aims to fill that gap by bringing their voices forward, ensuring that this research truly reflects their reality. This study will adopt a mixed method approach using both quantitative and qualitative methods. In the quantitative phase, a survey will be conducted among 500 women from urban and semi-urban areas to collect data on education, family support, workplace safety, and social attitudes. In the qualitative phase, in-depth interviews and focus group discussions will be conducted with women who have tried or wish to work in blue-collar fields. The goal is to combine measurable data with real-life experiences. Survey results will be analyzed statistically, while interviews will be coded by themes such as stigma, safety, and training needs. The project will be conducted over 12 weeks, covering stages from survey design to interviews and data analysis. Each participant will take part voluntarily with informed consent and will have the right to withdraw at any stage. All data will be anonymized and stored securely, ensuring confidentiality of every participant. This research aims to amplify women's voices and turn existing barriers into pathways for inclusion. It will contribute to designing training programs, safer workplaces, and equitable policies that will contribute in enhancing their participation. This will support women's empowerment and improve their socioeconomic standing. Ultimately, this research gives women the microphone, letting their voices guide solutions. When opportunity meets determination, women build the change the world needs. Thank you all for listening.
Imagine a computer so powerful it could simulate the human brain, discover new medicines in days, or predict climate patterns with absolute precision. Now imagine that same computer breaking every encryption system in the world just within minutes. Hence, welcome to the world of quantum technology. Hi, I'm Tarfi Subha Asif, and in this presentation I explore a question that may define our century. Will quantum technology save humanity or doom it? This isn't science fiction, it's already unfolding. Governments have invested over $30 billion into quantum research. From China to the European Union, from DARPA to Google, the race is on. This study explores the long-term impact of quantum technology on humanity, evaluating whether its development will be ultimately beneficial or harmful. It analyzes key areas: quantum computing, cryptography, and sensing, highlighting both their revolutionary potential and associated risks. Using a mix of technical analysis, historical case studies, expert opinions, and scenario planning, the study considers how quantum advancements could affect cybersecurity, the global economy, scientific progress, and geopolitical power over the next 50 years. It ultimately seeks to assess whether proactive policy and governance can guide quantum technologies toward positive outcomes or if their misuse may lead to significant threats. Right now, hackers are collecting your encrypted data, emails, medical records, bank transactions, while waiting for quantum computers to crack it all open. It's called harvest now, decrypt later. Everything you have communicated online could become public. Over $30 billion has been invested globally in quantum computing. China, $15.3 billion. Why? Because whoever achieves quantum supremacy first gains overwhelming power, breaking enemy encryption while protecting their own. We need 10 to 20 years to update our security system, but quantum computers are capable of breaking current encryption could arrive in just 10 to 30 years. We might not finish our defenses before the attack begins. This creates a global arms race more dangerous than nuclear weapons because quantum computers have legitimate uses, making them impossible to ban. But quantum technology also offers humanity's best hope for survival. Drug discovery currently takes 10 to 15 years. Quantum computers could reduce that to 3 to 5 years, curing Alzheimer's and cancer a decade faster. Climate change? Quantum computers could model atmospheric systems precisely enough to prevent catastrophic tipping points. Clean energy? Quantum simulation could design batteries 10 times more efficient, making renewable energy actually viable. Quantum sensors could revolutionize medical imaging. Quantum communication could provide unbreakable encryption for critical infrastructure. This technology could save millions of lives and preserve our planet if we govern it wisely. We face three futures: chaos, where encryption breaks before we are ready; collapsing global systems; domination, where a few nations control quantum technology, creating surveillance states and extreme inequality; or cooperation, where we establish international frameworks, transition security proactively, and share benefits widely. My research shows we have 1 decade to choose. That's it. What you have to do is educate yourself about quantum technology, demand your representatives support quantum governance frameworks, support organizations working on quantum security, spread awareness, as most people have no idea this is happening. Mythology. This 24-month study employs convergent with mixed method designing, integrating quantitative risk modeling with qualitative expert analysis and historical comparative studies. This is the risk assessment analysis chart. This is the budget chart. And this is a critical analysis of humanity's quantum future 24-month timeline chart. Quantum technology will transform civilization. The only question is whether we navigate this transition through planning and cooperation or chaos and conflict. We have 1 generation to get this right, 1 chance to learn from history instead of repeating it. The future is unwritten. We hold the pen. What story will we write?
Tobacco, an environmental curse. There is more tobacco than just disease. From start to finish, the tobacco life cycle is an overwhelmingly polluting and damaging process. Bangladesh faces a silent environmental crisis beyond its human toll Tobacco cultivation and waste are polluting our soil, air, and rivers. Current cigarette filters, mostly made from cellulose acetate, remove only coarse particles and fail to trap dangerous chemicals like nicotine, carbonyls, and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons. Tobacco smoke slowly poisons the lungs and it replaces healthy pink tissue with black, tar-filled scars and turns breathing. What if we make a biodegradable cigarette filter that not only breaks down safely in the environment but also reduces the toxic effects of cigarette smoke? The main objective of this research is to explore the potential of Nigella sativa, commonly known as black seed, as a bioactive additive in cigarette filters. The goal is to investigate whether its natural compounds can reduce the toxic effects of cigarette smoke, especially in the context of Bangladesh. This study will focus on three key areas. First, understanding how black seed can make cigarette smoke less harmful. Second, designing and developing cigarette filters infused with black seed extracts. And third, exploring the feasibility of adopting these filters in the Bangladeshi market. Ultimately, this research aims to contribute to a healthier approach in tobacco consumption and reduce the health risks associated with smoking in Bangladesh. In this research, we will go through these questions. First, what exactly is the role of Nigella sativa in cigarette filters? Second, how will this research contribute to reducing the harmful effects of smoking? Third, are there any potential side effects or unintended consequences of using Nigella sativa in filters? Fourth, will the infusion of herbal compounds change the smoking experience or addictiveness of cigarettes? Fifth, how practical and cost-effective is the large-scale production of such filters in Bangladesh? And the final one is, could this innovation unintentionally encourage smoking by making cigarettes appear healthier? Our study follows a mixed method approach combining lab analysis and a field trial in Bangladesh. Cigarette filters will be infused with Nigella sativa to test their ability to reduce toxic emissions. Using GCMS and HPLC, we will measure tar, nicotine, and other harmful compounds. In the field, smokers will use Nigella or control filters for 4 weeks and results will be analyzed statistically with SPSS. This study aims to explore Nigella sativa filters as a potential harm reduction innovation. This conceptual model illustrates the filtration mechanism and the anticipated reduction of harmful smoke components through the application of Nigella sativa particles. If successful, this study could introduce a novel harm reduction strategy for smokers in Bangladesh, one that's low-cost, locally sourced, and environmentally friendly. It could also guide policy and industry innovations in herbal-based filter technologies. In short, my research aims to turn a common herbal seed into a public health innovation. I believe Nigella sativa in cigarette filters could help reduce the toxic burdens of smoking and save lives.
Hello, my name is Vedant from Inventure Academy, a school in India. I'm submitting my research pitch to IARCO for the IARCO 2025 Junior Competition. My research explores the role of blue light in disrupting circadian rhythm and inflammatory responses in adolescents. Across the world, teenagers spend hours daily on devices that emit blue light. Blue light contains high energy and short wavelength, which interferes with melatonin production as well as disrupting our circadian rhythm. Our circadian rhythm is our body's natural clock that regulates sleep-wake cycles, hormone release, and immune function. So when this gets disrupted, the production of pro-inflammatory cytokines such as IL-6 in the body increase, which lead to inflammation, which can cause chronic tissue damage and further lead to long-term health risks such as heart disease, arthritis, and diabetes. Many studies show that disrupted sleep increases cytokines. However, very few of them focus on the impact on adolescents. Now, this is a problem because adolescents are the most vulnerable to these circadian rhythm disruptions as they have fluctuating hormone levels. My research question: to what extent does blue light exposure disrupt circadian rhythms and spike inflammatory cytokines in adolescents, have some objectives. The first would be to measure evening screen exposure in adolescents. Second is to evaluate circadian rhythm disruptions. Third is to assess inflammatory response. And fourth is to correlate this data with screen time, thus bridging circadian science and immunology. Findings from this study could guide public health recommendations, inspire new tech solutions, and support lifestyle changes to improve overall health of the general public. A total of 40 participants will be recruited through local schools with random assignments to groups. This will exclude adolescents with diagnosed sleep disorders, chronic illness, or regular use of anti-inflammatory medication. These groups will be split into 20-20 each. One exposed to blue-enriched evening light via screens for 2 hours before bedtime, and a control group exposed to filtered warm light for the same duration. Then, the circadian rhythms will be assessed using salivary melatonin onset and sleep diaries daily. Cytokine levels will be measured via blood samples taken pre- and post-intervention using ELISA assays daily. Lastly, self-reported outcomes on sleep quality and energy levels will be collected using standardized questionnaires, as well as short open-ended responses in questionnaires. Ethical approval will be obtained from a recognized institutional board. Furthermore, informed consent from participants and parental consent will be secured prior to participation. All procedures like blood collection will be conducted under medical supervision, and data will be confidential. These are hypothetical results showing changes in melatonin onset and cytokine levels between the two groups. If the thesis is accurate, this represents how easily data would be able to be read. We can observe a clear circadian delay in the blue light group by day 7, as participants fall asleep nearly 2 hours later than the control group. This delay is accompanied by pro-inflammatory shift with elevated IL-6 and TNF-alpha levels, indicating that evening blue light exposure impacts both sleep regulation and immune balance. Thank you for watching my research pitch. I'm Vedant, and this project investigates the impact of evening blue light on circadian rhythm and inflammation in adolescents.
When we talk about Alzheimer's disease, we often imagine memory loss, but the truth goes much deeper. This is a 3D model of a healthy brain that contains full of memory, rhythm, and connection. And this is a 3D model of an Alzheimer's brain that is slowly losing those same connections that represents millions of people worldwide. Every neuron lost here means a story interacting, and that realization inspired my research.
Hello everyone, this is Wahida Jannati Adni from Bangladesh. My research title is Global Lessons for Local Challenges, a mixed method study using Alzheimer's Disease Neuroimaging Initiative ADNI to understand Alzheimer's progression and its implications for Bangladesh. My research aims to analyze Alzheimer's progression using the Alzheimer's Disease Neuroimaging Initiative dataset, commonly known as ADNI. It focuses on how age, sex, and biomarkers influence disease progression and how those global insights can guide early diagnosis and healthcare improvements in Bangladesh, a country where awareness and facilities are still developing. My three main questions connect global science to local action. First one is, how can ADNI-derived insights on age, sex, and biomarkers inform strategies for early detection and intervention in Bangladesh? The second question is, which risk factors or progression patterns from ADNI are most relevant for the Bangladeshi population, considering demographic and healthcare differences? And the last one is, what lessons from ADNI's longitudinal studies can guide public health awareness, screening, and care planning for Alzheimer's disease in Bangladesh?
When I first learned about Alzheimer's disease, I was so fascinated by how something so microscopic could steal something so enormous. That is, a person's identity. In Bangladesh, Alzheimer's disease often goes unnoticed until it's too late. Families call it just old age disease. Behind that forgetfulness lies a much deeper neurological story. That's where I discovered something so special. As you can see, this nameplate says ADNI. That's my nickname, Adni, and also the acronym for Alzheimer's Disease Neuroimaging Initiative, or in short, ADNI. ADNI is world's most largest and most trusted open databases, collecting MRI scans, cerebrospinal fluid biomarkers, and genetic profiles from thousands of participants. To build this whole connection, I explored what global and local studies have already found. Internationally, Guerrero and Brass revealed that age is the greatest risk factor for Alzheimer's disease. Even HERAP reimagined it as an age-based process, not just a pathological one. Then studies by Milky and Nagel et al. Revealed that women are more vulnerable to Alzheimer's, not just biologically but due to social and hormonal factors. But when I turned into Bangladeshi research like Rahman et al. Or Sultana, I noticed something is missing. They highlighted lack of specialized facilities, late diagnosis, but a very little data on gender or perception. That made me realize that Bangladesh isn't lacking intelligence, but it's lacking integration. That's exactly where my research fits in, to make Alzheimer's data not just Western, but Bangladeshi and human. To achieve what I want from this research, I designed a mixed method study that blends both numbers and narratives. For the quantitative part, I will conduct survey with Bangladeshi Alzheimer's patients as a primary data, and for secondary data, I will use ADNIs, MRI scans, cognitive test scores, and genetic profiles. And for the qualitative part, I will collect stories from Alzheimer's patients in Bangladesh through interviews and analyze all the data with SPSS and in vivo software. And that's how my research hopes to bridge the gap from global to the Bangladeshi mind.
Every research journey has obstacles. The biggest challenges will be getting ADNI data approval, contacting Alzheimer's patients, and managing emotional sensitives during interviews. If access to ADNI is delayed, this research will be completed by using public datasets like OASIS. And if fieldwork faces resistance, collaboration with support centers will help ensure both ethics and empathy are maintained. The entire project will take around 8 to 9 months. The timeline includes preparing survey tools, getting access to the ADNI dataset, data collection in local hospitals, memory clinics, and Alzheimer's support centers, and then analyzing the data statistically and thematically. For my project, I created a simple and realistic budget plan. The goal was to make the research efficient yet cost-effective. The main expenses include printing materials, transportation for interviews and data collection, and basic stationery. To minimize costs, I relied on digital tools for literature review, statistical analysis, and visualization. This helped keep the project both sustainable and accessible, which reflects the spirit of research adaptability in Bangladesh.
To me, this research isn't just a project, it's a promise that one day in Bangladesh, Alzheimer's disease will not go unspoken, untreated, or even unnoticed, that our grandparents, our parents, or ourselves will have the knowledge to recognize the signs early. To combine ADNI's global insights and Bangladeshi local realities, I want to start a conversation that blends neuroscience, emotion, and identity. Because understanding the brain isn't just about science, it's about remembering who we are and who we must not forget.
Thank you so much for watching my presentation. I'm Wahida Jannati Adni, and I truly believe that even from Bangladesh, we can contribute meaningful global lessons for local challenges.
You identify the cause. Why specifically those years there was a very high rate of deforestation?
Well, illegal logging, really. Yeah, that's just about it. It's illegal logging.
Oh, parang awan nyo na po mga illegal loggers. Please, tigilan nyo na po yung pagpuputol ng puno.
Illegal logging poses a serious threat to both people and the planet, leading to widespread environmental destruction and long-term ecological imbalance. It contributes to the loss of forests, disruption of natural habitats, declining air and water quality, and the worsening impacts of climate change on communities. Change is needed, and here it is.
This is a submission for IARCO 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed panelists, I present to you a vision born out of urgency and purpose. FORESEE, a convolutional neural network approach for spectrogram-based chains of sound detection with longer GSM communication and mobile application integration for IoT-enabled forest monitoring.
Imagine this, a device that monitors the forest 24/7, leaving no blind spot behind. But as every second is important, every tree is important as well. FORESEE monitors and values every tree that surrounds it.
To begin, let me walk you through the core process of our device. First, when a chainsaw operates within range, the device microphone detects the sound and captures it in real time. Second, this audio is processed by a Raspberry Pi paired with a Google Color TPU. Here, our spectrogram-based convolutional neural network model analyzes the sound, determining whether the signal truly matches the unique pattern of a chainsaw. And finally, once verified, the system generates an automatic alert report with GPS coordinates and transmit it using LoRa or GSM. The message is sent directly to the mobile application of the forest rangers or monitoring officers, enabling them to take immediate action even in areas without stable internet connection. Next is the FORESEE mobile application, designed to work hand-in-hand with the device in the field. Upon opening, users can log in with their credentials or sign up by creating their details and creating a secure account. The main dashboard includes features like alerts, showing real-time detections with timestamps, maps, displaying device location and status, reports, where user can send updates with GPS data, notes and images, and settings for profile access and logout. Built for both real-time and offline use, the app ensures seamless monitoring anytime and anywhere. This study benefits many sectors. For students, it promotes awareness of how technology protects the environment. For forest rangers and foresters, it offers better accuracy and coverage in monitoring. For DNR and LGUs, it strengthens the law enforcement and decision-making. For future researchers, FORESEE serves as a foundation for further innovation in environmental technology. These are the statement of the problem, indicating what will be measured in the study in the testing and evaluation of the device. These are the statement of the problem. This study uses 4 statistical tools: arithmetic mean to summarize performance result, one-way ANOVA to test differences between trials. This study uses 4 statistical tools: arithmetic mean to summarize performance result, one-way ANOVA to test differences between trials,
This study uses force weighted mean to give proper value to each variable and 4-point Likert scale to measure acceptability, from number 1 not acceptable to number 4 highly acceptable. Weighted mean to give proper value to each variable and 4-point Likert scale to measure acceptability, from number 1 not acceptable to number 4 highly acceptable. The project will run for 7 months. During 1 to 3 months, we'll focus on consultation, planning, and preparing all the materials, including hardware, software, and dataset for Chains of Sounds. Month 3 to 5, cover the development phase, building the device, integrating CNN with LoRa GSM, and developing the mobile app. By month 5 to 6, field testing begins, gathering data on detection accuracy, speed, and signal coverage. Finally, in months 6 to 7, we'll analyze results, assess feedback, and finalize our result, and report it with our presentation. In a world where every tree counts, silence is no longer an option. 4C is more than a device. It's a promise that technology will stand guard where humans cannot. With innovation, we don't just monitor the forest, we protect its future. I am Cyrus Di Baloloy, and this is 4C. We protect each tree.
I'm Ziranza Rukaiya. I'm submitting my pitch to International Academic Research Competition. There was a village girl named Panna who used to play with me, laugh with me, like a sister and a friend. She was 13, full of life. But during COVID-19, she was forced into marriage with a man decade older. Her husband used to beat her violently and treated her like she had no worth. Day by day, Panna's laughter vanished, her smile disappeared, and she became silent. She was deprived of education and forced to have children before she was ready. Watching her trapped in fear and pain, helpless, broke me. Panna is the one-off girl, but her story is the tip of the global emergency. Therefore, my research title is A Stolen Childhood: How Child Marriage Undermines Education and Well-being in the Post-2020 Era, with a focus on Bangladesh. Let me give you 3 numbers that you won't forget. Worldwide, 12 million girls are married before 18 every year. In Bangladesh, about half of girls marry before 18, many before 15. During the first pandemic year, some regions saw child marriage surge by more than 200%. 12, half, 200. These are not statistics, they are alarm. Child marriage is not only legally under the Convention on the Rights of the Child, it is a fast track to law schooling, early pregnancy, and lifelong poverty. Married girls are far more likely to drop out, and early pregnancy raises the risk of maternal and infant death. When a girl's childhood is stolen, a family's future and a nation's future shrinks with it. Post-2020, the problem sharpened. School closure, lost income, and isolation made early marriage look wrongly like a financial solution or a way to protect girls. We are at a risk of reserving decades of a progress unless we act decisively now. The question at the heart of the study is, why does child marriage continue in the post-2020 era, especially in Bangladesh? And how does it affect girls' education and well-being? I use qualitative literature review of the strongest available evidence. UNICEF data brief and country profile for trends and prevalence. NGO revolution on what intervention delayed marriage. Peer-reviewed projections on pandemic impact. Case studies including helpline intervention during lockdown. Combining these sources, let me triangulate the drivers. Poverty, harmful norms, weak enforcement. The impact: school dropout, health risk, violence. And the most effective solution: schooling incentives, social protection, and community programs. Poverty combined with social norms create pressure. In hard times, Some families sees early marriage as economic relief or a way to secure a girl's future, but it only locks in poverty for the next generation. Education breaks the cycle. Girls with access to secondary school and stipends are dramatically less likely to marry early, keeping school open or delivering learning remotely act as protection shield. Crisis magnify risk. COVID-19 closures and job losses triggered spikes in child marriage and teen pregnancy. Without targeted action, millions more girls could be married by 2030. Our target is simple and bold. Fewer early marriage next year than this year. Every year, until the number is 0. Ask you, remember 3 numbers. 12, half, 200. Let me leave you with 3 words. Point to a better future. No more stolen schooling. No more stolen childhood, no more stolen health. Invest in a girl. Enforce the law and stand with community.
Every question a child asks can shape the way they think. When a child opens an AI app for answers, they get the answers within seconds. But something else also happens. A spark of curiosity begins to fade. In Bangladesh, children are just starting to explore technology in their classroom. And now AI is also entering the picture. But before we hand them such powerful tools, shouldn't we ask if it will do them any good? Hello everyone, I'm Zarin Tasnim Jaima from Capstone School Dhaka, and this is my official submission to IARCO 2025. My research proposal is titled The Impact of Artificial Intelligence on the Cognitive Development of Children Aged 6 to 12 in Low Exposure Context. Through this study, I aim to understand how AI use is shaping the cognitive development in children, particularly their creativity, problem solving, and independent thinking skills. Children aged 6 to 12 are at a critical stage of cognitive development. During these years, their brains form the foundations of creativity, memory, and reasoning, skills that shape their thinking for the rest of their lives. While much research has focused on how AI affects more mature students, very few studies have examined its effect on younger children's cognitive growth. Bangladesh provides a unique opportunity for this research since it's just beginning to introduce digital learning into its education, which means we can study a fresh and unbiased sample before overexposure or dependence on AI begins. By studying children in this context, we can build a clearer picture of how AI truly shapes early learning and develop global guidelines for responsible, age-appropriate AI in education. Research question number 1. How does structured, unstructured, and no AI use affect problem-solving ability, creativity, and attention span in young children? Number 2. How does using AI for learning influence children's willingness and ability to engage with academic topics by themselves? Number 3. With different modes of AI use, to what extent do children use AI as a helpful tool versus merely for generating answers, and how does this affect their learning strategies? And number 4, how do different modes of AI-assisted learning impact short-term academic performance, long-term knowledge retention, and independent study habits? This study will use a mixed method design combining both qualitative and quantitative approaches. A total of 500 students aged 6 to 12 will be randomly selected from public and private schools in Dhaka. They will be divided into 3 groups. The first group using AI with structured guidance, the second one using AI with no guidance, and the third one, the control group, with no exposure to AI. Participants will complete pre-tests and post-tests measuring creativity, memory, and problem solving. Quantitative data will be analyzed using linear mixed effects models, and for verification, repeated measures ANOVA will also be used. Qualitative data will include parent and teacher reports on changes in curiosity, critical thinking, engagement, and self-learning habits. These will be collected through the interviews with the guardians and the teachers and will be analyzed using thematic analysis. This research will take place over a period of 6 months.
Month 0 focuses on preparation, collecting consent forms and conducting pre-tests and interviews. From months 1 to 4, the intervention begins. Children continue regular classes while interacting with AI according to their assigned groups, with a midpoint check in month 2 to track progress. In month 5, post-test and follow-up interviews are completed. And finally, month 6 is dedicated to analyzing the data, comparing results across the groups, and preparing the final report. All participation will be voluntary and parental consent will be taken for every child. It will also be reviewed by an ethical approval committee to ensure every child's privacy, safety, and emotional well-being are being fully protected. Through this research, we expect to identify how different levels of AI exposure, structured, unstructured, and none, affect the cognitive development in children aged 6 to 12. We anticipate that structured AI use will enhance creativity, problem-solving, and self-learning habits, while unstructured use may risk over-reliance and reduced attention span. These findings will help educators and policymakers design ethical, age-appropriate AI frameworks that truly empower young minds in Bangladesh and beyond. With your support, this research can ensure that AI becomes a tool that empowers, not replaces, young minds, shaping smarter and more thoughtful generation for the future. Thank you.